So with that, I'm going to ask Kate Ingram, our communications manager, to come up and speak to community engagement.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council. Okay, so I'm just going to give a quick overview on budget communications to date and some of the community engagement efforts that we undertook this year for the proposed budget ahead of obviously all leading up to today. David spoke a little bit about this, but we've had previous budget presentations to the Finance Committee during our regular council meetings. One took place in July, and Sruthi did that one, and then I talked about communications and community engagement in September. So, the topic of budget and preparing for budget isn't news to anybody. We've been talking about it all summer long and into the fall. I'll go through some of this in more depth, but this year we did a lot more internal communications and community engagement with our own staff. Staff were highly involved in the development process. They were last year as well. And, finance took it a step further. I just want to see if I've got, yeah, okay. And I'll also speak to some of the internal communications materials that we'll be passing along to our staff post-budget. I'll also talk about some external communications, the plan that we had leading up to today, ongoing budget development communications that we've had on various channels, as well as our community engagement opportunities and some of the post-budget when we approve the budget, how we're going to tell the community about it. So for our internal communications, as I mentioned, IT did a fantastic job this year. The management team, so all of SLT and all of management was involved in the full budget development process. This was an initiative that was started for last year's budget, and they maintained it for this year. And it was something that came out of our wellness, our staff wellness survey, where staff was feeling a little, especially management staff and people making decisions about, how much things cost and putting forward budget information. They were feeling a little, they weren't in the loop on budget and the budget management. So that was a step in the right direction for finance for sure. Sruthi actually held, and I think we've talked about this before, but she held weekly budget development support sessions. It was in all the management calendars, and I know that people took advantage of that for sure. It was such a great resource, and so we appreciate that from the finance department. Our Connect emails, which for those of you who don't know, that's an internal communication sent out from the CAO's office. So they had regular budget updates to internal staff, which talked about when we were meeting, when budget deliberations were, where we were in the budget development process. So that continued on throughout the summer and into the fall. And as I mentioned, post-budget approval, so once we have a final budget, we will, our staff right now know where we are in the process. You might see some management, members of management come in today and tomorrow to speak to some of the items in their budgets. And then post-budget approval, we're going to send out more communications, likely through Connect for the entire staff component, as well as targeted communications to the management team so that they can speak confidently about the budget that's being passed and the details of the budget once we know what that looks like. This year, it's broader than we've done in past years, and that was as a result of both finance and comms wish, but also a wish from council that we wanted to step up some communications with the community. The budget survey this year, so in the past, historically, we've had, we've posted the budget, we've asked for comments and feedback. We've received generally not a ton of feedback on it. This year, we took a different approach. We decided to do a budget survey where the community could fill out sort of a satisfaction survey related to budget items, and that yielded very good results. It was posted on our community engagement website, My Port Hope, and it just closed yesterday. So I think everyone did receive an email with the report on the lengthy report on the budget engagement survey, and hopefully you've had a chance to review it. Obviously, you have a few days to continue to go through it. The budget survey opened November 1st and closed, like I said, just yesterday. I did this presentation last week, so I was anticipating about 160 responses, and we got 165. I want to just speak really briefly to the demographics. So one of the requests from council as we're doing community engagement throughout the year was that we do include more demographic information on our survey, so that you guys have a better picture of sort of characteristics of the background information from some of our respondents. I know that one person asked me directly, and I did see one comment about demographics, and people were sort of questioning why we might do that. So I do want to say that obviously it's not about a judgment thing. We actually can't see we don't know who's actually responding, but it does give us some background information about who's answering the survey questions. It also helps us figure out who we're missing. So I can tell from the demographic information, there are gaps of people that we didn't get, that we're not getting information from. So I think as you're reviewing the data, just consider that this is one tool to be used in the decision-making process. We're not going to look at the comments and make the decisions based on 165 people. That obviously isn't, the whole community speaking out. And there are certainly some gaps in people. One I might identify is, there's quite a few people in the older age brackets and less people in the younger age brackets. So those are people we're as we think about budget survey and other surveys going forward, how we might try to target those individuals and get some responses from people of other age demographics. So I'll just go through, I'm not going to go through every question. There was quite a few, and you have the report, and hopefully you've had a chance to at least peek at it and can continue to do so over the next few days. This was taken last week because we had to make the presentation a little earlier. So some of these numbers might change in the report that I gave you last night. But this gives you sort of a sense of where people are at. So the question at the end says, thinking about the portion of your taxes that go into the municipality of Port Hope, how would you rate the overall value you receive for your tax dollars? So there's a good portion there that's in the good. So 52 respondents, and then 55 respondents. Those are the two largest components of that pie chart. 55 respondents say fair. So it just gives you a little sense of where people are at, the people who answered the survey. Obviously, this is not a snapshot of the whole community, but the people who answered the survey are sort of leaning in those directions. The other one I just wanted to bring up was when thinking about the municipal budget, which statement is closest to your point of view? Again, 77 respondents as of last week said that, maintaining taxes, even if some services are reduced, is preferred of the people who answered the survey. 46 respondents said increase municipal taxes, and 33 said decrease. So certainly the maintain taxes is preferable from this question. And then overall, how satisfied you are with the delivery of all services. Again, 77% said they were satisfied, 42 dissatisfied, 9 very satisfied, 21 very dissatisfied. I'm not wearing my glasses, so it's really hard to see this from here. Again, I don't want to go through every question. I just wanted to give you sort of the big bucket answers. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask, and we can chat about that maybe just after I'm finished this presentation. We did have community engagement in-person sessions. So we've heard from the community that they don't want to just answer online. We did actually have some printed copies of the survey as well, where there were a few that came in to the finance office, and they've contributed that to the report. So thank you for that. But in-person community engagement was also part of the plan so that we could give people the opportunity to come in. It didn't yield very good turnout. It did freeze rain that day. So I'm part of me is wondering if that was part of the reason. We had very low turnout, but it was a fantastic opportunity and some good conversations around the table with council for people to provide their feedback, ask questions about the budget process, and provide some items for council to think about. The mayor also held a budget coffee chat. And I know that when she came back, she said that she had some really great conversations with some people that she chatted with as well. So a couple of opportunities for in-person community engagement, though it didn't yield as many results. So on to external communications. We've been talking about the budget for months now. It was posted on our website. We opened up the My Port Hope page way back at the beginning of November, where we had the budget survey. We also, last year at the end of the budget, when it was approved last year, we created a new municipal budget page. That budget speaks to the items pertaining only to the 2023 budget. And when we approve this year's budget, we'll revamp that page and it'll be the items pertaining to the 2024 budget. So it's a really good resource for and a nice snapshot for people to land on that page and take a look and sort of figure out what's going on with our budget for this year. The My Port Hope budget page was consolidated. So in the past, we've put budget information on the community engagement page, and then also some other budget information, grants and donations and user fees on a different web page. This year, we consolidated everything onto one page. So you had a really nice snapshot from a community engagement standpoint and the ability to comment on all of those items. We've had regular updates with the media, as well as advertising in the summer when we had print media, and then advertising through our own channels as well. The Mayor's Corner has focused on the budget almost exclusively for the last several weeks. So there's been lots of budget information going out to the audiences on that channel, and as well as budget content throughout the year. So there's generally something related to budget going in the Mayor's Corner. In the spring of 2023, so last spring, we circulated a leaflet in all of our property taxes, and that gave a nice little snapshot of some of the budget items in the 2023 budget. Spring 2023 seems like it's a late date after a budget approval. We picked that date because property tax bills go out to every single property owner, and it's the only time we have the mailing going to everyone. So that's why we choose that date. Stay tuned for things changing this year, because we now have the opportunity through virtual town hall to have people receive their bills online. So we might be changing that up for 2024. And then obviously ongoing social media messaging. So this is, I showed you this back in September. This is just a snapshot of some of the communications that we sent out after the 2023 budget. We are planning similar communications. And like I said, changing up some of the ways in which we send out the information over our channels for 2024. But we will certainly be taking the same approach where we're having information about the budget. Obviously, right after the budget is approved, we'll do our usual, full court press where we have the media release and a bunch of different social media, Mayor's Corner, and other channel communications going out. And then throughout the year, we will continue to remind people as projects are happening or being completed. We'll remind people that that was included in their budget. So it'll be this. We'll take the same approach. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions?
Yes.
Thank you for that. That was really helpful. And, speaking for myself and hopefully for council is how much we appreciate all the different efforts that were made this year for community engagement. And I know when you take a step into a different direction, there's it's always a first.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, reflecting on both the drop-in and the coffee that I had, as well as the survey, if there's anything that we can reflect on already in terms of getting those numbers up, because at the drop-in, I think we only had about 5 folks that came. At my coffee drop-in, there were about a dozen. And looking at the survey results, I know that you mentioned where the gaps were in terms of who's represented, but I also observed a number of other gaps, whether it was socioeconomic status or people that were answering that don't have children.
Yeah, that's true.
And so it's really hard to take anything away from that will actually sway my decision making a lot because I just don't think it's very representative. But I know we have to start somewhere. So I really appreciate the efforts, but I just wondering if we can maybe reflect on how do we actually engage a more representative, you know, population for next year, and how can we maybe get people excited about budgets?
Well, I don't
know,
know if we can get people that
what do we
excited.
lure them in with
Yeah,
for some of these, you know, in-person meetings, and
Yeah.
also to just relay how important it is to hear all the voices
Yeah.
as we make these decisions.
So myself and my team have chatted a little bit through the course of the last month while we were really doing the bulk of the budget engagement, and we did come up with some other ideas. So going forward, you know, maybe next year instead of a drop-in, we're set up at Jack Burger Town Park while recreation programs are happening, especially with you know, swim lessons, say, and we can maybe hand out some of the survey little pamphlets to the folks sort of sitting there watching their kids doing swimming. Maybe they can fill out the survey at that time. You know, we had some other ideas about setting up in the library one day, or setting up in some of the resources we already have around the community. So my team hasn't actually seen the full data. They're at a conference right now, but we're planning to sit down next week to go through some of those gaps, and to plan out for next year how we might be able to meet the needs and find some of the or get to some of the people that we're missing. And then I will just reiterate that you know, this isn't meant to be, it's not meant to sway your decision. It's just meant to give you some glimpses. And I think that, you know, you guys speak to enough of the constituents on a regular basis that you do have a good sense of what many people in the community are looking for from a you know, either a budget perspective or a service delivery satisfaction perspective. But this will just sort of help complement some of that information that you already have. So I don't want people to take this away and think that this is the only, you know, decision-making tool you have, because it's just one tool in your toolbox for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Kate. And I think this would be a very opportune time to introduce our new CAO, Candice White. Stand up and take a bow. Thank you, Candice.
Thank you. And thank you also to Kate and the comms team. It's really great because every year we end up in the thick of the budget and we're knee deep in numbers, and it's great having a partner that keeps the comms and those other aspects going. We really appreciate it. It's definitely a team effort. So I have a much shorter section for you this year, 4 slides just on budget process. I know we did kick off before. You know, it's a large budget. Want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Also, you know, we know there's members of the public who go through the presentation, and helpful for them before they get, you know, right into it to understand some of the key aspects. So very quickly, the operating budget is our annual costs. This is delivering services, maintaining the infrastructure on a January to December timeline. Capital budget, investments in our infrastructure, longer term benefits. Projects can span multiple years, can be new infrastructure, can be renewal. And sometimes those are, you know, more on a multi-year, you know, planning horizon. You'll hear us talk over and over about, you know, the development of the asset management plan. So similarly, they both provide services and programs, but big differences in terms of the types of expenditures that go into them and the sources of financing. So we have the operating budget, as we just said, right? These are paying our bills. This is our payroll. This is the operating budget, includes the generation of that year's capital levy. It contributes to reserves and then has the affordability of capital impact. So such as this is examples of our ongoing bills and things like our actual mortgage payments, right? Or debenture payments. On the other side, we have our capital budget, which is the constructing and acquiring new asset costs, the debt related to do it, and then provisions for future replacement. And then in the middle in this picture is the reserve and the reserve funds. That's the vehicle in which we do our saving, right? We do some of our planning and some of those provisions. It acts for us like a bit of a savings account. It acts as a bit of a contingency account. And to remind, the first line, stabilizing. So we have a stabilizing reserve. If we have a surplus at the end of the year, it goes into the stabilization reserve. If we have a deficit, it comes out. It enables us not to focus so much on, 1 year at a time and spread some of those impacts out over longer periods. It also means we don't have to put extra money in the budget in case this is a really heavy snowfall year, right? We have a deficit because, we spend a lot more money this year on snowplow operators and gravel and things like that. We might have a deficit that would then come out of the stabilization reserve. We don't build that in, right? We build for what we expect in a typical year. And if it's a really light year, money goes into that fund. If it's a heavy year, snowfall, then it comes out. It allows us to keep things, it gives us that stable, aspect that we're looking for, smoothing, as the chair referred to earlier. One specific note is that our budget must be balanced. So you see the federal and the provincial government, they talk about, their big plans and how much debt is going to be required to go through that. The province requires that we raise the funds to meet all expenditures, okay? Meaning we cannot budget for a deficit. Happy to say this typical budget process, we are right on top of. The main part I want to point out here is that timing matters, right? When I came here, we were doing this in March, right? Trying to get it done just before we had to send out the final tax bills. Timing really does matter. It matters when we put out the RFPs and the costs that we see back, whether we are putting them out in advance or whether those vendors already have their construction for the summer ready and they're happy to charge us, additional to work some overtime, right? And buy some additional capital and take on that work. Availability these days, availability of vendors is huge. And again, getting in their queue earlier is really important. But there's also something fundamental about starting the year with a plan, right? Really difficult when you're at the end of the first quarter, 3 months into the year, and you're like, okay, what's our plan going to be? So really appreciate that we are, here at this time. And then the overall budget process. So we spoke to you previously around pre-planning. We have now moved. We've consolidated, and now we're presenting. Moving it into your hands of the council review and approval. All right, I told you to be relatively quick. So we're right into now. I really want, it's important before we start talking about a 1-year picture to understand what our financial position is, right? This is a big impact on whether we can do a whole bunch of capital and take out, some debt and pay it over the next 20 years, or whether we can do it by spending the reserves that we've saved up over the past 10 years, right? Or do we need to pay, right now? What does our picture look like? It has a huge impact. So we're going to walk through this. First part, I think, is always important for us to remember and for hopefully the taxpayer to remember that 91% of what they pay in taxes goes to the province and the federal government. Often this is income tax, which is ongoing contributions, come right out of your paycheck. Most people are more focused on how much there's going to land in their bank account than how much went to a different level of government. And their focus at the end of the year is if they're going to have a refund, or not. Other forms of this are in terms of HST or fuel, very pay as you go, small, frequent amounts, we lose track of them. For the remaining 9%, it's municipal. And the lower tier, which is us, right, have the responsibility of sending them a tax bill that tells them how much they owe us all in one spot. And of that bill, slightly more than half we keep, but the other half, we provide to one of 4 school boards, as well as to the county. So of every dollar a taxpayer living in Port Hope provides to government, we are getting 5 cents of it. So helpful for you to remember, helpful maybe in your conversations with, taxpayers. Our bill payment is very visible, our services are visible, and we are very accessible, right? So looking at the 2023 tax, so this is the base we're building upon. On the left is the urban area, on the right is the rural area. The bottom in that burnt orange color is the county. Both of our areas, the average residential homeowner is paying just over $1,400. And then to education is just over $400. So for the average residential, we are collecting over $1,800 and passing it on, right? We do not keep those funds. Then in the urban area, we're raising an additional $2,800, and in the rural area, just under $2,100. And there's a difference there of about $740, which is primarily police and transit, okay? And what I'd encourage when you think about, you know, roughly that $2,000 mark is compare that to the value you receive for services when you think about the police, when you think about fire, when you think about roads and bridges, parks and recreation, all the services you use on a day-to-day basis, right? I think that's pretty impactful, especially when you think that that's the 5 cents of every tax dollar. And I challenge you to think about where the other 95 cents of your tax dollar are going as vividly from a value as the services that we are providing. Tax changes, increase in operating costs, increase the tax rate, increase in service levels, increase the tax rate, increasing our debt or infrastructure funding increases. Assessment growth reduces the tax rate to land us to a net tax increase. The impact of growth, and I know this council's picked up on this very strongly, which is why we're investing in economic development, is very important. New development generates growth in the assessment base. Assessment growth generates new taxes, which reduces the tax rate increase very directly. So when we look at actually calculating out that tax rate, we take the levy that we require and we allocate that out based on the total weighted assessment. So I use this example. If we are a community of 4 people and we need to raise $100, everyone's chipping in $25, right? If a 5th person joins us and we're still just need to raise $100, now we all just pay 20. That's the impact of having more people come into the community. Our tax rate goes down. Or we continue to have 5 people, right? That one additional person, but they also chip in the $25, and now we have $125 to run our community from. So with that 25% increase in population, we got a 25% increase in the revenue to operate our community. And that is directly what happens with our taxes. It's a little more complicated than on a per capita basis. But it's very important to understand that concept. And it has a magnified impact when our base is the residential taxes. When we bring in new development for commercial, they pay 50% higher tax rate than residential does. When we bring in multi-res, it's a 1.8, and when we bring in industrial, it's 2.1. So industrial brings in double the amount of taxation that it does to our residents. More to come on what that composition looks like in a minute. I want to point out to you, we do our best at this point in time to estimate out the impact to the taxpayer. There are many things that are still to come. And these adjustments happen every year, whether we pass the budget now. Few of them may be finalized come February, but there's still adjustments, which is why it won't be till March, April when we bring the tax levy bylaw to you. One of those is the use of LRW reserve funds for each area. This is typically 80% of the net earnings from prior year, and that's exactly what we're bringing you. Based on our estimates, as you know, the year's not even over. So we're looking at what we earned last year, where we're looking at the way things are trending. We've provided an estimate at this point in time. The phase-in of the 10-year tax allocation policy also has an impact. Last year, or 2023, this year, was the last year that someone would actually see that adjustment being on their tax bill. However, when the rural area last year got a $37 subsidy, in 2024 they don't. So even though there's no adjustment that we're doing in 2024, there is still an impact to the taxpayer, just as if you gave your kids a $10 allowance every week and this week you stopped, right? They are going to feel that impact, even though you say, well, allowance is over, okay? That ends. When we talk 2025, there won't be an impact anymore, but I do want to point that out. The tax allocation policy, so we control this part. We have our common services, which is the net levy requirement shared by the entire community. And then we have special services, which is the net levy requirement being shared by a specific area. When we, as a quick reminder, police is special services, meaning the Port Hope Police Service for the urban, the OPP for the rural, and the board is common. Then we have the urban transit is charged only to the urban area, and Christmas tree pickup is charged only to the urban area. More at the end of this, I have a report, and we'll talk a little bit more about that at that time. Then we have the final weighted property assessment. So this comes down to how much growth have we had in the year. We don't have the tax roll for next year yet. We're working off of the best information we have from MPAC, and they do provide quite a bit of information, but we don't have their final information. And then once we know how much growth there is, then we do an estimate of how much happened in the urban area and how much happened in the rural area. Then on top of that, we have tax policy changes, including tax ratios. Every year for the past 3 or 4 years, we've been doing tax ratios adjustments. Currently, it's on bringing down the multi-res rate, right, which does help provide some affordability factor. That we've discussed as a treasurer's group, and that will be coming forward as a consideration, but no decision has been made yet at this time. It's also in anticipation that the provincial government, as they right now are saying they're looking at the tax allocation and the tax methodologies, expecting that they will be, requiring the multi-res ratios to come down. I believe there were 2. I think we're now at 1.8. And we're moving, trying to move them down. Rather do that than them say, hey, now it's this, right? Because when one part of our tax base pays less, it just goes to elsewhere in our tax base. Okay, so we are providing you our best estimate. It will not be the exact numbers that you are going to see, but we are generally pretty close. So now I want to start into providing some more statistical information. I think this group would be quite interested. This information all comes from the BMA study, which is a study that many, but certainly not all municipalities, it's the most predominant one, does. So none of these numbers I've created, with some favorable or unfavorable aspect to show you. This is all coming right out of a database that has been created by a third party. We've provided our FIR information, bylaws, that kind of thing too. They put it all together along with information from Stats Canada. As we go through, the median that we've identified is based on other lower tier municipalities with a population between 15 and 30,000. Okay, there are 23 comparators within our group. Places you'd recognize like Collingwood, Bracebridge, Scugog, Tillsonburg, Port Colborne, Saugeen Shores, Middlesex Center, North Grenville, Niagara-on-the-Lake. Others that say don't participate, like, some of our neighbors, aren't included. This is the best snapshot that I can, kind of provide for you on this front. So first off, looking at population, I should point out, we try to keep this very consistent. So in order to understand the range, because often we're pretty close to the median, we put in the min and the max, the min being the blue, the max being the bottom bar in the orange. So consistently, Port Hope is the yellow bar, and the median is the gray, I'd suggest you focus mainly on those two, but then you understand where the min and the max are at. Some of the numbers may be a little bit small. The visual is really the most helpful part, I would say, right? You can see how close, or, are we an outlier? Where are we at? So from a population, I'm going to go through these relatively quickly. If you do have a question, please ask. I didn't do all the calculations, so I might need to do a little research if you've got detailed questions, but I think we're going to be good. So on a population standpoint, right, we are slightly lesser than the median. There's information coming about per capita, okay? So that's important to remember. From a land area standpoint, we are pretty much bang on the median. It's important to remember we are almost 280 square kilometers. I often think about, we are kind of the equivalent of Cobourg and Hamilton Township all put together, right? When you are thinking about comparators to other municipalities, that aspect is important. Lots more kilometers of roads, lots more bridges. When we look at population density, we are behind, lower than the median, not surprising, right? We're around 18,000. But this is really, to me, is really important when you think about how many people do we have paying, right? How many kilometers, right? We could have our whole population just in the urban area, right? I would argue we wouldn't need another rec center, right? We wouldn't need another police force. You think of the things we wouldn't necessarily need. We could provide services a lot more efficiently, right? And I'm not suggesting that we're going to change our composition, but when you look at things, that density is very important. The least expensive to run a municipality is more and more dense, right? It is, and when you think about water rates, right? It is way less, feet of pipe under the ground in order to get water to everybody. So that population density is really important to remember, that we are a little less than the median. And our annual population increase, right, 1.2%, the median was almost 1% higher. Property assessment composition. I know the mayor and I have had a few different conversations about this, especially when we talk about growth. So this actually has some good information in here. So the residential one's a little bit interesting, right? Our residential, we're actually a little bit less at 77% compared to 81% in the median. Now we do have a lower population, right? So that would factor in a little bit into this. But most interesting, I think, is when you move on, our multi-res is just over 2% compared to less than 1% of our median, which means we have more multi-res here. The commercial, right? So the commercial is at 8.5% compared to 6.8%. So it is a little bit higher, and we see the same thing on the industrial side. So those are positive to see. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. These are the things that we want to maintain, if not increase, as we grow, right? So when we think about how we want to grow, if we want to think about the impact of the residential taxpayer, we don't want to erode this. We want to strengthen this. If, the interest is keeping our residential, taxes increase mitigated. I'm not going to speak to pipelines, but interestingly, farmlands is slightly higher, and forests, we're talking less than 1%, but on the environmental side, isn't it nice to see that forests, we are the max. Moving on now to property assessment and the levy. So the total weighted assessment, and when I say weighted assessment, that's where we take the value of the properties of all the industrial, but then we double them when we get our whole assessment pool and how we're going to allocate it to levy. So our total weighted assessment is a little less than the median. We have our weighted assessment per capita, also less. Makes sense. If our weighted assessment's less and our population is less, we would expect that one to be less as well. Our total net levy, this includes the upper tier. So in total dollars, Port Hope is 34.2 million. The median is 35.6. So in total levy dollars to provide the services, we are actually less. And like half when you look at the max, right? When we then get into levy per capita, and obviously the main factor here is the population, we are slightly higher than the median. So now I'm going to move into, we've got 3 sets that BMA identifies. And for those interested, when I arrived, BMA had just done our, they do management consulting. They had just done our strategic plan at the time. So they do this for many municipalities. So they identify 3 different areas: sustainability, right? Vulnerability, and flexibility. So we're just going to look very briefly at each of these. So from a sustainability standpoint, it looks at the tax supported capital asset consumption ratio. In simplified terms, right? This is on a calculated basis, right? How much of our asset life have we used? We've used 41%. And the median is 43%, right? So we're right in there. The good thing is we still have, on average, right? We know we have certain large ticket items we got to replace right now. But when we think about the massive quantity we have invested, right? Over half of that, right, is useful life still available. So that's a good thing, right? Then we look at our financial position. So, and this is on a per capita basis. But this is very basically our assets. So investments, cash, receivables, less our liabilities. So how much debt do we have? How much do we have sitting in accounts payable? Okay. This is not our infrastructure, right? We can't sell our infrastructure to generate cash. So kind of our net, not quite cash position, but our net kind of available could turn it into cash position. We have $226 per person. Right, $226. Helpful when you think about, like, are we sitting on a whole lot of money? I would argue no. The median is just under $1,000. The max, right, $2,400. But look at the minimum, right? It's actually a shortfall of $1.3 million. If this, sorry, I just said, did I say $1 million? Sorry. $1,300. Better context, sorry. We used to be there, right? It was only a few years ago we actually switched to actually having a positive amount. So when I say that there's lots of steps, lots of positive steps we've taken over 10 years, we've taken over the past few years, this, if without that context, you look at this and think, well, we got some catching up to do. I look at this and think we've made huge strides. We just need to keep going in the same direction. So vulnerability. Good example of that, right? How well are we able to continue? How vulnerable are we to other changes? So the rates coverage ratio, right, essentially means we self-fund 95% of our expenses, right? If we were in the min, we're only self-funding 76%, probably a municipality that gets a lot more OMPF funding, because many do, than we do. Meaning that if that gets clawed away, which it is slowly, right, that we have to continue raising that funds. When I first got here, our OMPF was being clawed away, and every year, we were raising I think at one point we were raising the tax rate like 1% just to cover the shortfall in the money the province was giving us. A great example when people say, you're taking more money, but I don't see any more services. Well, we were getting less funding, and if we weren't going to cut services, we needed to do that. So this says, financially, we're pretty independent, okay, as your takeaway. The next one is taxes receivable as a percentage of sales. And there's like lots of different tax receivable stuff. I'm only going to give one slide. You recently had a whole presentation on this. This is just looking at it actually in a very similar way, but we are at 7.5% as a percent of the total taxes. Over 8, if we were going out, or like creditors would look at something that's over 8 as starting to be in a risk factor. Okay. Our median is 4.6. We've been there, right? We know since COVID, due to staffing and pauses during COVID, that ours has gotten, ours has increased. We have steps in process. This, by the time I'm talking to you next year, should be down quite significantly. So I'm not concerned about this. We'll wait and we'll see that play out. Moving on to flexibility. So this is more things about how much debt do we have, because the more debt we have, the more restricted we get. How much do we have sitting in reserves? If we've got lots of reserves, we have lots of different options about what we might want to add or what we might want to do. So the first one is tax discretionary reserves as a percent of our own source revenue. This is a happy one. This is a really happy one. I remember the first training I ever went to, MFOA did one on investments, and I, not knowing, sat in the room and they said, the highest investment per capita in Ontario municipalities sitting in this room, and I had no idea that was us. But why is that us, right? This shouldn't be too surprising. We have two $10 million funds that we have planned to maintain the principal on, plus a $5 million fund, currently being the hydro reserve. So think of our size. We have $25 million, and then we have all of our regular stuff that everyone else would have, right? So that is, that's a real positive. Same thing, not surprisingly, tax reserves per capita, quite high. Then we have our tax debt charges as a percent of own source revenue. So how much we're paying in debt every year compared to how much revenue we generate every year. 2.2% for Port Hope, 3.6% for the median. So that one's I would say we're in a positive spot on that one. Tax debt outstanding per capita, we're in a pretty good spot there too. Now I want you to focus on the bottom right. I'm going to show you that slide again in a minute. Very important. This is tax supported debt only. There'll be more coming on the composition soon, but look at the tax debt outstanding per capita. So the good part is, if you remember that one, it's going to remember the one above. We do have pretty high reserves, right? Tax debt outstanding per capita, $249. The next slide I'm going to show you, the exact same slide up in the top left. In contrast, on the right is the total debt outstanding, right? $1,500 per capita compared to a median of $700. We're more than double. Why is that? Well, we have a very large wastewater debenture that we're going to be paying until 2050-ish, right? So important when we look at the picture. On the tax side, we are under debentured. On the utility side, that's our high part. And we do need to remember that some of our competitors may not have utilities at all, right? So, that's an important one, to remember and just to take into consideration when we think about, where are we at, with overall debt. Then I wanted to provide this one just to balance things out. So what is our debt to reserve ratio, right? So for every dollar of reserves, we have 79 cents of debt, right? Which is higher than the median. The other part that I would argue is that many municipalities are pretty debt averse. And it's one of the things, you remember, Enid Slack came and spoke to us, very educated, studies municipal finances. And in her argument, which credit to our comms team, there is in addition to on the budget webpage, in addition to our video, there is also a really good video in terms of understanding municipal finances, more of like where are things actually at, what are some considerations. Enid Slack is speaking on that, and she speaks to the fact that municipalities should be taking on more debt. So in some part, the fact that, you know, if on the tax side, we were just above the median, I would say that's probably more healthy than necessarily being aligned in the median. But important just to understand that relationship. It would identify that over one, right? So if we had $1 in debt for every dollar in reserves, anything more than that would be concerning. Okay, so we're definitely not at that level. We're under 80 cents per dollar. But that's how the two balance each other out. All right, I hope that was helpful. You know, happy to have feedback at a break on that new addition to our presentation. We are a little over an hour. So Chair, I think I can go through the next section and then maybe we'll take a break if that's good.
Are there any questions on what you just saw? I think it outlines that we're not in a bad position financially, considering the reserves we have, but we have to be prudent going forward. Like anything else, we're not rich, we're not poor. So
yeah, good to know where you're at, right? All right. So this is the one, I got a series just so you understand just proportions, right? Proportions, total levy, then we're going to talk operating levy, then we're going to talk capital. This is the only one that's 2022. When we do our whole assessment for the province, break things down, it goes in our financial statements, we break it down a little bit differently. So we wanted to show you the 2022 information. And the main, you know, where does the overall expenditures go? So 47% goes into salaries, wages, and employees' benefits. And that is high, but it really depends on the industry that you are in. Even if you're into production, if it's very heavy, you know, on needing labor, this ends up being high. For us, this is what service delivery looks like, right? So, you know, that is by far our highest cost. Second goes into materials. Materials is gravel, right? For the roads, material is salt to be put on the roads. Material is materials for day camp, right? And then third is the actual amortization. So that's on an accounting basis, right? How much of our capital assets did we use up in that year, right? So that's the 17%. Now I'm going to move into 2024. So this is all based on the budget that is in front of you. This is all expenses. So number one is works and engineering, right? Then we have police, and then parks and recreation, 56, 13, and 9% respectively. Those top three make up 78% of all of our expenditures. Total department, so this is just levy impacted, so it does show a bit of a different picture. Works and engineering goes from 56% to 15%, right? Our police goes from 13% to 24%, right? Being the highest portion of the levy expenditures. And parks and rec goes from 9% to 13%. Now those top three make up 52% combined. When we look at this by funding source, our highest funding source isn't actually the levy. It is utility rates and utility-related reserves. Then the levy at 41%. The other are fairly minor, right? Those two contribute 84% over overall funding. So then if we, now we're switching over, still to 2024, but now we're looking at operating budget only. Works and engineering is our highest at 41%, then police at 18%, and parks and rec is third. When we switch over to a levy impacted, works and engineering is 17%. The police are 27%. So when we look at the operating levy, over 1/4 of the operating levy is the police. And then Parks, Recreation, and Culture comes in third. So on this basis, our top three make up almost 60%. So not quite 2/3 of the bill, but this information, when we think about like, you know, tax rates and wanting to make some, you know, if you want to change something, right? Like, you know, we can spend a ton of time on the library, right? But it's 4%, right? So, you know, the magnitude of some of these, I think, is really important. So is the funding source, right? We do talk about finding other sources of funding. We absolutely should. But the majority of it's coming from, you know, utility user fees and levy. Operating budget, overall operating budget. So just on the operating side now, levy is the highest at 54%, and the utility rates and reserves is 35%. Biggest changes that you see though is when we now move into capital. So of our capital budget, which does change year to year based on, and it can change quite significantly. This graph is very works in engineering blue, right? Very heavy. Does it feel that way sometimes, Jeanette? So 93% on that front. Moving then, I'm not even going to speak to any of the other ones. Levy impacted on the capital budget. So still works in engineering, but then on the levy side, Parks and Rec, you know, has more of a piece of the levy aspect, and then protective services as well. And a bit surprising, you see our corporate service or corporate facilities is 1%. Now that being said, some of those are attributed for obviously facilities that hit other buckets. But capital funding, so by far the majority coming from utility rates and reserves, then from government grants, and third is levy, right? All right. Are there any questions on this section? I would suggest when we finish with questions that we take a break, and you'll have the opportunity to look forward to Sruthi talking and not me when you come back.
Thank you, David. That was very well done. And Councillor Ming?
Thank you. And thank you for this data. I think this is the first time we've seen it broken out like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. It's the first time we've kind of had some access to a bit of it. We stopped doing it. We didn't have resources to actually submit the information. And then, to be honest with you, this happened over the weekend. This is why we want to get to the point that we can actually, you know, submit this information, get the report back in time. Because even when we did it last year, we were so late that we missed, you know, getting a bunch of the metrics. But that's, you know, this is the kind of thing that as we resource, that we want our financial planning team, these two people sitting in front of me, you know, to be able to spend more time, right? More looking forward, more looking at some of these things of how do we actually compare. But thank you.
Thank you. So the question that I have is, I'm getting ahead of ourselves here, but just looking at the survey responses, I noticed there was a ton of comments asking for more work on the harbor. So as you're going through this, I'm thinking, you know, when I think of harbor, I think of Parks and Rec, works in engineering, planning and development. It crosses various, it would be, when we get there, a big project. So how would that break out here into the different departments when you've got one area that covers various departments? I don't know if we're there yet, but I'm sure there's other examples where it breaks down between departments.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it depends what we would do with the harbor, right? Whether the harbor means we want to see a beautiful park on the center pier, you know, then that would be, PRC say is taking the lead, you know, on that front. If it's the roads and, you know, whatever, leading up and around, then obviously works in engineering. So I guess it really depends what we're doing with the harbor. Like if it's just dredging, Right now PRC has been taking the lead on that, so that's where it would land. Is that kind of your? I'm not sure if I'm fully capturing your question.
It
properly.
is. I'm just thinking, still going back to that, like it's not parks as in the way of grass and play equipment. It's something that also has like an economic component to it and that kind of thing. So I think using this model going forward, I'm just thinking forward, that's something to think of to give the community the right vision of how these buckets play out, that it's not always what we may think of Parks and Rec. It could be different. It could be economic development related and so on.
For sure. And we're seeing more of that. I think we're taking some really positive steps forward in terms of having some less siloed, approaches. We've now started asset management planning. That sits with Julia's team. Is it Parks and Rec? No. Right? But that sits within Julia's team, right? We would fleet, that's sitting within, a fleet coordinator, that's sitting within our works and engineering team. We look at facilities, that's sitting within PRC. So one of the things, again, it's about time, right? But talking about departments is great, right? But, Jason's department of protective services is fire, building, parking, really varied, right? So, I think helpful, more helpful, we can start actually breaking them down a little bit more into some of the divisions, some of the services, right? Now, at some point, they all end up being really, really small pieces of one big pie, and it doesn't mean quite as much. But I do agree with you. It's always difficult to translate, what your one person's thinking of, or an area where they want investment. If they just said they want investment in PRC, they're thinking of one thing, right? And our PRC budget, or pie could get bigger, and it might not be day camps and parks, right? It might be asset management planning and more facilities work and, a skate park, which might not be what they were thinking of. But I think the more we can kind of break this down and build out that understanding, I think it's helpful. Even for me, when Sruthi first put the slides together and I looked at them, I was like, well, this is a lot. And total expenses to operating, there's some differences. There's maybe one main noticeable difference, which is the share that the police ends up taking on. Otherwise, I said, we almost don't need the slides. But then when you switch to capital, right, it's a very different picture. So, I think it's good for us to have a bit general, a bit of a general awareness of what those, parts look like. So it is a challenge, and I think we'll look to some way to get down a little bit more, because the more we can move the budget to focusing on services as opposed to departments is important, but it becomes more granular, right? Which also means that there's a good bit more work to go with it. So that's the direction that we're heading in. Sruthi and I attended a session this year on making your budget more, service based. So,
Deputy Mayor, and then Mayor.
Great. Thanks. I really enjoyed it. I like the data too. I like the comparisons. I think that's really helpful to tell the story, and I think that's really important for us to hear the story as to where we're at. This is less of a question, maybe more to put on my Christmas wish list for next year. On slide 17, when you do the 2022 actual expenses and break it down to percentages, if we could get I don't even know if that is available, so that's why it's on my Christmas wish list, is if we could see a comparison against the same comparative set, I would find that really interesting. Like, how's everyone else spending in salary and wages and long-term debt expense and so on? If that data is available, it'd be an interesting slide for future budgets.
Yeah, it's not from the study that we got our information from, but it's just a little data mining in the provincial databases, Connor. we can work on that front. Okay. One interesting part. I mean, as you can imagine, there's so many different comparators to how does your levy match up. BMA leans more on the side of per capita and with a lower population. One of the interesting, things in some other ways we've seen look at it, different comparator groups that I didn't want to mesh things around, but is our income. Our income, is certainly not the highest, but our income is slightly higher than, the comparators that we have in the Eastern Ontario group. And that does play in as well. And I don't for a second mean everyone, has a higher income. I understand that there's, a whole broad spectrum within our community, but overall on an average, we actually have a higher income. than than others in the Eastern Ontario group. Part of which probably because we're closer to the GTA, right? We are the first municipality in the Eastern Ontario group.
Marilyn?
Well, the deputy stole my question, but I did want to thank you very much for the data. It was very, very helpful to see those comparisons, and certainly to see the data around residential taxes and industry and commerce in Port Hope. And I kept thinking as you were saying, well, if we increase population numbers, aren't we going to have more demands on our services? So is the right metric to be focusing more on industry and commerce in order to raise the additional revenues that we might need? And I'm still always wondering, what is that sweet spot for a population of our size?
Yeah, and I remember sitting in your office and you asking me, what is the ideal composition of our tax base? And I don't think there is a perfect answer to that. But I come back to this. Wasn't this interesting to see? That we are actually favorable in some ways, and that's about the maintain and the go, right? Because where the ideal would be, I don't think there is an answer, but it is nice to know that we're favorable compared to the median, on that front. So now we are comparing ourselves to other populations 15 to 30, right? So, those are not typically the ones that have a huge industrial tax base and a huge commercial, base. But, we also shouldn't be comparing ourselves to Toronto. So, really, really helpful information.
So one of the big three works in engineering, parks, and police. Not a big surprise to me. Works in engineering. We've got a lot of ground to cover and a lot of roads to maintain and a lot of infrastructure to maintain, and not a great big base, especially in the rural area. Parks and Rec, I would say arguably we have the most parks space of any community in Ontario. I mean, just look at what we've got and what we're going to have. We've not only the center pier, but we're going to have all kinds of parkland where they're doing the PHAI fill. That's all going to be parkland, and add to that our Monkey Mountain and everything else we've got. We're pretty well situated that way. And policing, there's a lot of components of why policing budgets get high, and we'll review those on Thursday. And there's a lot of good information coming that way. So with that, I suggest that we take David up on his offer to treat us to a break. Thank you. 10 minutes. Okay, we're ready to resume. Okay, and we'll turn it over to Shruti.
Hey, I get to start off with everyone's favorite topic, asset management. This will be more of an update from what we saw during the kickoff. So I'll start off with some of the inflationary indices that are affecting both the operating and the capital, even though it is the asset management side of things. There are a lot of maintenance, repair costs that hit your operating budget from an asset management perspective. So I think it's important to look at both. So we compare our operating budget increases, so our levy increases for the operating budget versus CPI. So during the kickoff, we saw this same graph with Q1 inflationary indices. We've updated that for Q3 because that is the information that we usually have in the preparation of next year's budget. So our CPI, well, I'll start with the actual CPI and kind of what it covers. So it measures the price change by comparing the cost of a fixed basket of goods over time. And it really has like 8 different categories that cover most of your day-to-day expenses. So it would include some things like recreation and all of those types of baskets as well, in addition to some of just your goods that you buy every day. So our CPI from Q1 was 4.4%. So it has gone down in Q3 to 3.8%. And just as a comparative number, the CPI number that we used last year while preparing the 2023 budget was 6.8%. So in the chart, you'll see in 2023, it looks like our levy number, which is our levy increase, which is in the blue, is higher than our actual CPI, but we prepare our levy based on last year's impact. So last year, our CPI in the gray in 2022 was 6.8, and we responded to that with the increase in the levy for 2023. So this year's CPI will dictate what our levy increase will be in 2024. Now moving on to the capital budget versus the building CPI. So the building CPI measure specifically changes again through time on construction specifically. So anything the contractors are charging for construction. So in Q1 earlier this year, that number was 12.3%, and that's gone down to 6.6%. And in 2022, or for the 2023 budget, we used 15.6. For this number, we always use a Q3, and it's always a year-over-year comparison rather than a quarter-over-quarter comparison. This is our paper slide. So this is the overall impact over time that we've had on our infrastructure, our annual infrastructure requirement. So we start off at 8.6 million around 2017 in this chart, which was based off of our 2016 asset management plan. The orange section represents what the impact of inflation has been on this gap. So you'll see the entire gray section kind of moving up as we take inflation into account. And then the blue bars represent the actual levy increases that we have, or a total levy rather, including all of the increases by year. When we looked at this chart in July rather, our 2024 inflation impact was 6.7% or 1.6 million. So that would have been using the Q1 inflationary indices and comparing with just what 2023 versus 2024 looks like. That number has gone down significantly again to 3.7% levy impact, or $900,000, which is very similar to what we actually ended up putting in as a capital levy increase last year. Our total inflation gap, so the compounded impact from 2017 to today, to catch up to that entire bit there, is a 2.2 million or 9%. And then the total funding gap, which is to get all the way up to the gray, is 10.8 million or 44.4%. So some improvement from earlier this year, but we still have a long way to go. The $900,000 for the 2023 versus 2024 inflation impact is what we're recommending ultimately for the capital increase this year. Just to give you an idea, we'll definitely get a little bit more into the actual details of the capital project, but we started off with what our capital levy total was in 2023. So that's 3 million. It's just over 3 million. We already introduced the Walton Street project, which was budgeted to be debentured both in 2022 and 2023, but due to high interest rates, we have not done that. So that unfunded portion, we're bringing back into 2024 to actually fund it through other means, because interest rates have still not gone down to a point where we would take up the debenture. That eats up about 1.8 million of that 3 million already. And if I take the top 3 projects, and by top 3, I don't mean necessarily in priority, but in dollars, we have the motor grader replacement, rural roads resurfacing, and fire station 2, who have been allocated 0.7 million and 0.3 million each for the other 2. That gets us already, that uses up our entire allocation for 2023 and gets us to 3.1 million. For stuff from the slide before, we're proposing an infrastructure increase of 900,000, which is again in line with what we approved in 2023. And that brings us to a total proposed levy in 2024 of 3.9 million to cover any of the other projects that are coming forward. Just a bit of context for asset management in general, the municipality does have over $1 billion invested in assets. We are required to prepare an asset management plan that will come due 2025, which is the 10-year forecast. And there'll be ongoing maintenance on that asset management plan as well. Our current investment in asset management planning, as you saw by the chart before, is not sufficient to meet our current and future needs. Reminding you again that 8.6 million that we're working with is the 2016 asset management plan number. So once we have an update in 2025, that number may go up, it may go down. And the municipality is definitely under-resourced compared to other municipalities of our size. So how do we ultimately improve this infrastructure funding gap? So we have a few options. So one thing is to, instead of responding to the capital needs every year in a more reactive manner, employ a more stabilized levy increase throughout the years. So in years where inflation is high, we're not falling behind as much. And if there is a year where inflation is a bit lower, we have an opportunity to actually catch up and eat into some of that gray that we have. Improve asset management planning overall. So we, as part of asset management planning, we look at replacement cycles, we look at life cycle management strategies, different ways of resourcing some of those assets as well, especially if it's something like recycling within the municipality itself or other methods that would hopefully reduce some long-term costs for a given asset or an asset class. And then our third option is to reconsider our levels of service. So given our current levels of service, we will come up with some number in 2025 as to what our annual infrastructure funding level needs to be at. Is that sustainable? And if it's not sustainable, are we still committed to providing the services that we're providing now? Or is that the time we look at whether we should be providing some of those services or adjusting some of those service levels? This is just a reminder for the infrastructure levy that was passed last year. It's just a motion for the actual infrastructure levy. You can refer to it. I'm not going to read through it again. That was it for that section.
Lana?
Just that was really helpful to see that, and obviously the under-resourced piece is something that it's not the first time we've talked about it. I was just wondering, in the options that you gave there, in terms of how to improve, whether any consideration had been made of being more aggressive with government grant opportunities and other time-limited funding opportunities that might be available to us.
Grants are always something that all of the departments actively pursue. But one of the reasons it's not specifically stated on this slide is our annual funding requirement is an ongoing item. It's something that we require every single year. And a lot of the times grants are one-times. They can help you with a project or procurement one time, but they're not necessarily something that you can rely on coming through every year.
Absolutely. I'm thinking more in terms of some of the larger opportunities that could actually raise $8 to $10 million for the municipality. And we've talked about this once before at the table around the opportunity around the housing targets and the amount of money that's attached to that. Potentially coming to the municipality if we chose to actually go down that route. And so it's probably more than just a one-time project.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is something that we have as an item in general for the budget, not just specifically for capital, to actively continue pursuing any grant opportunities that we have. And right now, all of our, especially provincial and federal grants that are made available to us are pursued. And I think that was shown in the grant report that came out earlier this year as well, as to like how many grants we've actually applied for, how many we were successful for, and ultimately what we brought in terms of grant funding.
Councilor Claire?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. These slides are always very helpful. My question is, I appreciate the backstory and the reminder that we're in a much better position than we were. And I know that this is, as Director Baxter mentioned, a good year in terms of we're not, we're holding the water here, right? We're keeping up with inflation-ish. And my question is that good enough? Because I understand relative to where we were, that's an improvement in terms of, we're not falling further behind. But my question is, when is it going to be the right time to actually start catching up and start being proactive about getting back on track when it comes to asset management and this infrastructure deficit? And if not this year, what are the criteria that we're looking for to know when it'll be the right year to do that?
I mean, it's a great question with no perfect answer, right? So that's, to me, it really relates to the first, the top point up there. We talked a little bit about this with the community engagement session that we had. I'd suggest we continue doing more consistent levy funding increases. Last year we did 900,000 to capital. This year we're doing 900,000 to capital. Those are big steps, right? Like, we need mammoth steps to get to where we need to go, but those are big steps. Right now we're keeping up. The hope is next year we won't need 900,000 just to keep up with inflation, right? We saw how much inflation's come down even from when we were looking at it last year. So, and I think overall the market's expecting more of that. So let's say even next year we need to raise 700,000 just to keep up with inflation. That means we're making $200,000 in improvement, right? But 7 is still high, right? Like that wouldn't necessarily be your typical year. So what I hope we get to the point is where inflation's 450, and half of the money, if we just keep doing the 900,000, is now, going to get us caught up. I mean, the first step is just getting us caught up on, the inflation that we didn't keep up with since 2016. Then we need to start, kind of taking bites out of that nice gray area that's pretty big. So that's the part. I mean, if there is last year you said to us, like, why aren't you here asking what you need to be asking for? And we really appreciated that. And we got there for the final levy. We're showing you, we're here, more so showing you what we need. Sruthi just showed you, I mean, we can, if there's an appetite, we can increase the tax levy 50% and we'll cover it, right? So the question is always like, what is that, what is that level? I mean, if there's a comfort of committee and, we could increase it $1 million and make that our plan every year. Whether that's a great number or whether that's a number that, starts to make, people less comfortable, that's more of a community question. But, I think we just want to kind of keep making those consistent. And if we can maintain doing what we're doing, I'm pretty certain that we are making a much bigger step forward than most municipalities. Certainly that would be comparable, to us, right? So many are ahead of us, don't get me wrong, but many honestly haven't started really taking the steps towards this journey. And the necessity of that for different municipalities happens at different points in time, right? We need a new fire station. We need Walton Street. We're still finishing, or we just finished up a bridge, and there's more on the horizon. So it's a bit of a good time we're being forced to do it, and it's not easy for us to go out and take out debt right now. So I think a lot of the messaging, I think works out really well from a community standpoint to be able to say, this is what we need to do. Because the reality is, even if we're taking out debentures, we still need to be taking positive steps towards our levy, right? So, try and be a little optimistic and look at the silver lining. It is a very difficult time right now with debt and interest rates and whatever else, but it kind of is the perfect storm for us to point out why we need to do this. And we've always needed to do it. We needed to do this 5 years ago. But with, really tangible projects right on our doorstep, taking out debentures seems like a terrible longer term plan, right? There's more need to be able to do this.
Well, one thing that we could consider, and we have $20 million that is being managed by a professional. We could self-manage and probably would get inflation to work for us at 5 or 5.5%. Just stick it in to a GIC without any fees to the professional that's helping us, and devote that money entirely to infrastructure or reserves. for the minimal amount that the taxpayer is getting the benefit of the interest on these loans, yeah, we would be much better off to put it into reserves. Take the whole thing. 5% of 20 million is $1 million, just right into reserves. Just a thought.
I'm just going to add a few more points to what Dave had mentioned as well. Ultimately, the exercise of when we start to make that progress really is a balancing act and ultimately comes down to resource allocation. We need to look at our short-term priorities, like all of our short-term priorities, asset management being a huge one, but there are still other priorities that we deal with on a annual budget basis, but also from a long-term basis, is looking at all of those priorities. We have only a certain amount of money that we can allocate. And sometimes, even if we do have a bigger pool of money one year, the best answer might not be to put it towards that infrastructure gap. It really depends on what the other priorities are, what the competing priorities are. From a specifically asset management perspective, the goal isn't essentially catch up all the way to that gray, but really comes down to risk management of what is leaving that gap, exposing us to in terms of risk, and how do we mitigate most of that risk. Again, it's not going to be 100% mitigation. We're not going to get there. No municipality, I think, is going to get to that point right away. But it's, are we mitigating all of our significant risks? Are we taking steps to reduce some of those risks as much as possible with the resources that we have?
Any further questions? Deputy Mayor?
What's the cost of borrowing for us?
I think the short-term loans were 5.63%, and a 20-year loan was about 4.6. I would say 4.6, 4.7.
Yeah, and the really surprising thing, we used to be able to get a construction loan for 1% less. Like it was, you couldn't. So Shruti yesterday, I think, pulled the rates, right? A construction loan right now is over 5.5% daily, right? And it goes through on a daily basis, but completely different than anything I've seen in a decade here, where we're at. So. Right. So I say the bright side is, right, the answer, otherwise when you look at it in the tax supported assets, especially when you're doing your downtown and things, right, I'd be saying now is the right time, right? And I'd rather take out one big debenture than, one or two debentures each year for, other projects. But this is our current highest one is 4.73%. And that would be the lowest on the low end of what was available to us right now. And we have some that, are higher than, we could have gotten in other years, but our lowest one currently is just over 3%, right? And if we time it right, we should be able to take on debt lower, right? So the point isn't about not taking on debt, right? It's about getting our debt, which is now below or 10% of our own source revenues, or that to come soon. But then when we do take on debt, making sure we're timing it, correct, right? If we're doing a proper asset management planning, we may actually have times where we actually have money in reserves, but we can go out and get a 20-year, debenture for 1.5%. That's the time to take out the debenture, keep the cash for when we're in these moments, right? We haven't done that, right? And we haven't been able to do that because our debt load has been too high over the past 10 years. We've just been trying to have our debt load come down, right? But that's because we used to take out a debenture to buy a fire truck, because we weren't raising the money. We were just making things happen, right? So we're making improvement, but we're only partway along the journey.
David, do we have available, and it's probably not available today, but a schedule of debt retirement that we can look at some point?
Stay tuned.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay. Moving on. Again, we're still in just painting the picture of where we are before we start actually getting into the budget. And that cannot go past without talking about the reserve and reserve funds. So I'll start off with the development charges. I'll just give a bit of an introduction. The development charges are a funding source to meet growth-related capital infrastructure needs mainly. These funds are collected by the municipalities on new residential and non-residential properties, and these fees are collected against various services that are included on this chart. The limitation on the DCs is that it can only be utilized on growth-related projects that have been identified in the development charges study. As per the actual DC Act, transfers within the DCs are provided, but transfers to any other reserves or reserve funds outside DCs are not. The goal, however, overall is to ensure that your DCs are not negative. The thick yellow line, however, says otherwise because it is quite in the negative. And that has to do a lot with the timing of capital projects. So sometimes we end up doing a capital project before we're able to collect the DCs on that expansion. Furthermore, as you're aware, and has been introduced previously as well, Bill 23 is making the situation a lot worse. It's negatively impacting us through several reasons. There'll be more on that coming soon, but it definitely impacts the amount of DCs that we're collecting. So decreased collection will put a higher strain on the municipality trying to find other funding sources, other reserves, and also levy, because anything that is not funded through DCs will now have to be covered through other funding sources. Next, we have grants. So these are the main grant reserves that we use. Any grants that are specific to a project go directly to the project. So these are kind of the less restricted ones. That being the federal gas tax, OCIF, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and the provincial gas tax. Federal gas tax has now been named to Community Canada Building Fund. So on this graph, the thick blue line represents the total of these three. And you'll see that in 2023's budget, we've exhausted almost all of them. We have the balance still ongoing for provincial gas tax, but that is reserved for transit-related expenditures. Federal gas tax, community CCBF and OSIF are less restricted, and we have utilized both of those completely in 2023. So all we have available for 2024 is the 2024 allocation. These are some of the other reserves that are typically used for capital. It is not an exhaustive list, but are some of the main reserves. Again, you'll see the thick brown maroon line represents the total, which is also in the negative. And it is largely due to the water and wastewater reserve funds. Again, there is a timing difference there between when some of the projects are actually completed and the update of the actual fees, which is done during the water and wastewater rate study, which will be conducted again in 2024. So overall, our reserves and reserve funds we are going through them. In terms of DCs and the utility rates, both are due for a study in 2024. So those rates will be reflective of all of the projects that we have completed so far that are getting us down to that balance as well. Any questions on that section?
So given that story, like if we're in a bit of a valley right now, are you suspecting we'll get back up to a peak, if we're looking at 25, 26, down the road? Like
You mean bringing the balances back?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
recognizing that we're in a period in time, right, where we're depleting faster than we have.
Yeah.
Any predictions as to what time, when in our history or in our future we're going to be starting back up again? Sorry.
So the rate study should help us with recouping some of the negative balances from prior years in terms from a DC and a utility rate standpoint. In terms of the other reserves, such as the grants, we've utilized them specifically to avoid the impacts of taking out a debenture during high interest inflationary periods. So once we see that stabilize or come down a little bit, we'll be able to afford to build up that balance again for another time where we might need it in a high inflationary period. We are also going through and trying to utilize some of our older reserves that have, minor balances and kind of cleaning that up. and coming up with some kind of an annual contribution similar to the same comment about stabilizing everything that we're doing, stabilizing our levy increases, stabilizing what we're doing with infrastructure, also trying to stabilize what we're contributing into all of our reserves. So I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
Yeah, you did. I'm curious, any predictions on at what stage we start seeing an uptick based on what we've seen in our spending?
In terms of capital, we are behind on all our studies. We will have definitely more insight once we do have the 2025 10-year forecast on the asset management plan. That will give us a much better picture than we have right now. But we do have quite a bit to catch up on. But an additional strain that all municipalities are experiencing is cost of construction has gone up significantly, and you'll hear that time and again throughout the day as we go through all of the capital projects through all of the departments, and how big of an impact that's actually had. So something that could have costed $10 according to our plans, including inflation, including estimated inflation, could now be costing us $40 or $50. So even exactly, your dollar is getting you way less than it ever did before.
With the asset plan in 2025, will you have a revenue forecast for the next 10 years based on development that is ongoing now, even just for Mason Homes? That's one thing we seem to be lacking.
Yeah, and we've talked about that before, right? So the challenge then comes into having, accurate estimates of how much growth we're going to have. It's also the way you think back to the pie graphs we were showing, right? So we can spend a bunch of time on that. The majority of our funding is coming from utility user rates and levy, right? So don't get me wrong, it absolutely helps, but we're not when we do new development, yes, it brings in some new revenue, but it is also, unless it is infill, it is also adding to our asset management requirements and service delivery requirements as well. So, a bit of a challenge would, if I may, to the deputy mayor's comment. So, silver lining, we always used to do things like rural road resurfacing, right? We would do that from federal gas tax money. This is forcing us to increase the levy and actually have the rural roads resurfacing being done from tax levy, which is much more sustainable than something we're going to need to do every year, as part as we develop more of a program for that. And it's been a huge, I think, improvement for the rural area that we are now, doing. We haven't always had that program in place. It's been developed over the past few years, but we're now in a position, are going to be in a position where we can fund that from levy, as it should be. It is a core part of our annual program. We shouldn't be relying on levy to be able to do that each year, right? So again, it's the situation we're in is forcing us to be more self-sufficient, and not that we don't still want the grants, but the province says you need to put together an asset management plan, and you need to identify your funding sources to get self-funded, and you cannot rely on grants for that, right? So don't give us an asset management plan that says 80% funded by grants, that we're going to hope are going to come. They help relieve, they help mitigate, but they're not the answer. So,
Just going back to the revenue forecast, and I know that there are a number of homes in Mason Homes specifically that we haven't assumed responsibility for, but they're accumulating a tax payable to us over 2 or 3 years. And at some point, that money is going to come in. And we are carrying some of the expenses for them, even though they're not paying taxes. I mean, they still have access to fire and police and all the other stuff. So at some point in time, there's going to be some monies coming in. And that's what we'd like to know is what can we expect in a lump over the next 2-3 years?
Yeah, so it's not going to come in a lump. Right now, MPAC is adding new assessment. Somewhere in the ballpark of about 80% of it is being added within the year. Right. So, new homes that, new homes that were built last fall are going to be on the tax roll that we're going to get in a few weeks. So that's a bit more of like a regular, cycle. We did see more growth. So we certainly have seen more residential, taxes this year. When I get later on talking about the non-departmental stuff, we'll expect similar, higher residential, but we do know that residential now is starting to slow down. So we need to be careful about how optimistic we are about residential growth going on in the future. And we are fortunate this year that is enabling us to do a little bit more, as we do have higher growth in our assessment base this year. But part of that is not sustainable. Part of that is the work that the protective services, and specifically the building department, has done with some new staff, or bringing in some resources to go through and close old building permits. That is the trigger, right? We gotta get through them and close them, and then they go to MPAC to be assessed. So when we get a backlog because we're, under-resourced, or, for whatever reason, we don't get the assessment. So that group did a lot of work, and we have benefited from that in what has been added over 2023. The somewhat unfortunate part is that isn't just an ongoing thing, right? They got in, they put an additional resource to it. They got that part done. We're not going to get the same growth when we're sitting here this time next year, because it was a backlog, right? So it was a bit of a backlog. It was a cleanup exercise. And now that most of that's now been captured. So there certainly will be more growth and stuff this year, but we are already anticipating that in the budget in terms of our supplemental in-year taxes being taken on, and in terms of the growth of what's been taken on, over the past, say, 12 months. So, and it's
Thank
good that there isn't a big backlog, right? So that's helpful. It's always difficult when taxpayers come in and we can tell them, but it's hard to put aside 2-3 years worth of tax levy, right? Like it's tough. So
I agree. Thank you.
I'm just going to move on to debt. This first graph here shows us the historic balances of all of our active debentures. So they're going to reach maturity sometime in the future. You'll see that the balance is going down. We've had a few mature between 2017 and 2020, with a few more maturing sometime around 2026, 2027, and 2030. The next slide here gives us a forecast of what that's going to look like. Again, all of the active debentures and when they're maturing over the next 10 years. And we'll see that balance come down below $15 million in 2034. Before I get into some of our future debt, I just want to point out a few assumptions that we make in terms of our future debt. So we always do it with the 10-year forecast. Water and wastewater debt has been extracted based off of the capital projects listed in the 2020 rate study. There is currently no 10-year plan for general assets. Again, we'll have that in 2025. The tax levy portion of any of the coordinated construction projects will be based on the rate study and updated with revised estimates as we have them. The debenture plan has been only taken into account for projects that are over $1 million, just so it's not an exhaustive log list of every single project. And we're assuming that we're not using any of our general reserves to give us a true picture of if we weren't able to. And in the slides that we just went through, we don't have much to work with in terms of balances. We have not made that assumption. The term of the debenture is usually between 15 and 20 years. Most of these future debt has been assumed on a 20-year basis, and the interest rates are based on the most recent provincial forecast. So for this particular estimates, it would have been the 2023 provincial budget. Here are some of the projects that we're anticipating over the next 10 years. The road components are the levy-funded components, and then any of the projects that would have a water or wastewater component is listed in the bottom two lines below. So our total estimated debenture amount comes up to $36 million. And that translates to interest of $15 million and total debenture payments of $51 million. That is, so this graph here depicts when those debentures will be taken out. So the green bars are any of the property tax affected portions of the project, and the blue is the utility portions of the project. So a bulk of it coming up in 2027.
So Sruthi and I had a good chat yesterday. So remember, this is based on the 2020 utility plan. So when you look at the 2024 bar that expected a debenture of just over $3 million, and then if you can imagine 2 more lines above the top line, right, that's now what the water storage tower is planned to cost. So admittedly, this information is fairly out of date, right? We created this after the last strat plan, and we haven't had time to go through and update, a whole bunch of assumptions. We don't have an updated asset management plan or whatever to work with. So this is helpful, recognized in 2023 and in 2022, there were bars as well. We've mitigated taking those on. So that is helping. We haven't added to tax levy and utility, debenture related pressures going forward. But I just want you to think about that 2024 bar isn't 3 million. That bar would go up to the top of the main heading. Okay.
This is what our forecast looks like if I were to take all of our active debentures and then add in some of those future projects that are coming in. So we're peaking in 2029 with about 50 million, just under $50 million in debentures. The annual repayment limit is a ceiling that the ministry sets on how much debt a certain municipality can take, and that is the yellow line, which is 25% of our own source revenue. Internally, strategically, the red line represents 10% of our own source revenue, which is what our target is. And you'll see in 2030, we hit that target of 10%. Currently, we're in 2023 and 2024, it's going to come down a little bit, but then go right back up by 2030. Any questions?
No questions.
No. I will pass it on to Brian.
My turn. I'm going to take you through our draft strategic plan and, more importantly, speak to you about how it relates to what we've prepared for you for consideration in the draft 2024 budget. As you know, we have a strategic plan draft that's been presented to council, ultimately referred back to staff. We are working through a plan to present a revised draft strategic plan to you. Of course, waiting for our new CAO to start. As your employee, it's incredibly important that our CAO have some input towards the finalized strategic plan. But for the purposes of today's meeting, we can speak through how this plan has been used to create the budget. So you'll see the mission and vision statements have not changed for the strategic plan, but incorporate financially sustainable and environmentally responsible decision-making into everything we do. I need to note now that the strategic plan is, of course, the most important document when considering budget preparations, but it's certainly not the only one. We have many, including the Leisure Services Master Plan, Official Plan, Fire Master Plan, Waterfront and Riverwalk Work Implementation Plan, amongst a variety of legislative requirements. Of course, our strategic plan, no strategic plan is going to identify that we need to provide clean drinking water or provide firefighting services, but we have those requirements operationally and prepare our budgets accordingly. So the draft strategic plan identifies 6 priorities. You've seen these before. And we wanted to incorporate some information that identifies how each of these has been included. So housing for all You'll notice on the deliverables or the objectives for the Housing for All priority that the vast majority of the potential actions require almost solely staff time and attention. These aren't necessarily opportunities to directly invest to move forward the deliverables. They require a commitment of staff and a commitment of staff time, working through our partners with the county to action these items. When you're looking at the list, you'll notice a number are already underway. Some do require additional investment for 2024. Others are generally moving forward towards completion. So in this year's budget, we've included 2 that are specific direct investments related to this priority. That would be the ongoing official plan review and the development of a scoping tool for EIS requirements. That tool, which I'm sure Todd will speak to when he prepares his or presents his operational budget, assists addressing the impacts felt by the municipality in relation to Bill 23. Allows staff to better assess environmental impact studies needed for residential developments now that the Conservation Authority is no longer providing those services as a result of those provincial legislation changes. Second priority being economic growth and prosperity. Obviously, this has already garnered some attention this morning. It speaks to sort of a need to shift the tax burden from the residential taxpayers of the municipality of Port Hope. You'll note in your first term or your first year of this term, a number of these projects are underway. Per my comment on the housing priority as well, the majority of these require staff time and investment. Major steps have been made through a variety of implemented projects already undertaken in 2023, and we continue to expand on those. You'll see the direct investment related to these priorities include such things as the grant facilitator, destination marketing, the CIP underway, the implementation of the economic development strat plan, and the ongoing official plan review and development charges studies, totaling just under or just over $400,000 in direct investment. Priority of welcoming, inclusive, and livable communities. That goal to enhance a sense of belonging and connection, improve happiness, and ensure quality of life. A noble priority that we want to strive to incorporate in everything we do. Again, many of these are underway in 2023. Some are forthcoming through this year's budget, and of course, some will require future investment in 2025 and 2026. In terms of direct investment, and looking at this priority, we've incorporated nearly $2 million. Include such thing as the fire station 2 replacement design, a number of fire and emergency services equipment upgrades, certainly some parks and recreation upgrades as well, a continued commitment towards our community grants and donations program, and some additional support for programming at our day camps. The climate resiliency and green infrastructure, green future goal, strengthen capacity to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. You'll see the the potential actions identified in the draft strategic plan. And then when we look at the actual direct investment included for you and what's been presented in the 2024 budget, you'll see a number of programs totaling just over $400,000 that relate directly to this particular priority. Includes, of course, our ongoing tree maintenance, tree planting, a number of projects related to the Waterfront and Riverwalk Master Plan, additional funds for the Climate Action Plan that is ongoing and has recently been awarded. And then, of course, some more basic management functions related to stormwater and floodplain mapping, which we've discussed at council very recently. So I would note these aren't, of course, the flashiest climate change or climate resiliency projects. We do expect next year's budget and the budget in 2026 to reflect the findings of the Community Emergency Climate Action Plan. I hope I've got the name right. We expect that to be delivered in the third quarter, I believe, for 2024. That will certainly inform a number of our direct investments going forward upon its adoption. Sustainable infrastructure, you've just heard a large presentation on how we can make this possible and enhance our best practices and past decisions to continue to try to embrace asset management planning in everything we do to make our infrastructure, which is our biggest investment, as sustainable as possible. So in terms of potential actions, again, you'll note a number of these include staff commitments of time and energy in terms of a resource to move these parts forward, but you'll also see a number of more material projects included in the 2024 budget under this priority. And of course, when we look at the actual direct investment impact, we have to recognize that the reality is that just about all of those capital projects you're going to be looking at are contributing to the satisfaction of this priority. So direct investment, or sort of tangible direct investment related to this priority, includes asset management division costs, a facilities condition assessment and space needs study, including and the additional infrastructure funding increase that we've noted at length here this morning. Finally, our sixth draft strategic priority relates to governance excellence and is the core of the service delivery we provide. You'll note, again, you'll see a theme if it hasn't already emerged. I'm going to point it out to you that the vast majority of the potential actions we have identified in our draft strategic plan require time and energy of our service providers, being our staff, and not necessarily direct new investment. You noted earlier that 47% of this year's budget goes into salaries, wages, employees. When you think salaries and wages, think service provision. And when you look at the potential actions under this priority and the other five I've discussed today, that's where you see that borne out. Under the governance excellence priority, you'll see just over $350,000 in terms of direct investment under a variety of projects. This is sort of the most broad of our priorities. So you'll see pieces involved with contributing to governance excellence or government excellence throughout the operating budget in 2024. Finally, the last slide in summary provides the draft strat plan and how the budget contributions have informed, or how the draft strat plan has informed our budget preparation for 2024. In addition to the review of relevant planning materials, master plans, and staff legislative responsibilities, we've incorporated your feedback through your first year of your term into preparing the 2024 draft strategic plan and its effect on the 2024 proposed budget. Any questions?
That's quite a mouthful. Any questions at this stage, or do you want to delve into the actual operating? Okay, we'll proceed.
All right. I have a few other notables, and then we'll be into our summary. So Bill 23 has, you've heard about it before, and it definitely impacts this year's budget. So we did want to just pull together a bit of a summary, for your kind of consolidated awareness. So next year we'll be doing the development charges review. We'll at that point be doing phasing in of the development charges. We are now going to be required to do installment payments for certain types of development. We are going to be doing development of a scoping tool for environmental impact study, decreased development charge revenues, and site plan application fees is adding more of a challenge. There is a very real risk of returning fees on planning applications, and I'd argue, it's not if, but it's going to be when and how much. No development charges funding for official plan studies and master plans. So, start thinking about where, we need to do our official plan, we need to do our rate study, we need to do our DC study. In the past, these would all have funding from development charges, and that part is eroding, and will be fully eliminated, next summer when we update our development charge. And then there's new development charge exemptions, but it's great to say, people often think when there's an exemption, it's like, okay, well, we're just not going to charge them. We still have to fund it, right? So we as a municipality are now required to fund, exemptions. We had a few that we did before. Now, we have other ones being forced upon us. And it's not just that, okay, we're not going to send an invoice to someone. We now actually have to come up with those funds, ourselves. So certainly, topical, which is why we wanted to include it here for your awareness and consideration. Inflation, we know, is a big one. I wanted to give you some tangible, aspects. We sat down and did, we did all of our management reviews. Also did a line by line review. And, when we sat down with Jason and his team going through protective services, I asked them to put together a little bit of a summary. So we had some more tangible examples, because Shruti and I can tell you all day, like, inflation's been high, and, you go to the grocery store and, it goes up, and we know municipal inflation is higher than household inflation based on the types of purchases and things that we're acquiring. This, I think, is just a great example. Helmets, we've got the cost in 2020, 2023, right? Helmets have gone up 18%. Boots have gone up 10%. Gloves have gone up 50 to 64%. Hood 50, radios 175, bunker gear 30%. I keep coming back to, you get the comment, my taxes have gone up, my services haven't changed. If you want to continue receiving fire service, this is the pressure that we are getting. Repair and maintenance on vehicles, repairs are going up. Jason's going to talk about winter, tire replacements, and you think about maintenance as some of those vehicles get older, right? So big increases, over 80% in terms of that section of their budget. And fire, apparatus, over 6 month period, 16% increase, 1.3 million, right? And the answer is we can't just go out and buy everything now. We can't afford to try and get ahead of it, right? So, it's just one of the things that we just have to be aware of. But, really good kind of highlight, tangible snapshot for your awareness, but also for when you're talking to taxpayers, right? Other parts, market compensation, is also impacted, on a smaller, but for me, it was a tangible one when we've been through all of our management reviews. Special event performers have gone up 10%, right? So when you think about, having, any of the many special events that we run, someone is there, they cost 10% more than they used to, right? Most people, I don't think, would recognize that, right? And then less exciting things like chemicals, right? Needed to, run our water and wastewater plants have certainly gone up. And then we, as an operating general expense, and then as a capital, we just talked about the water tower, right? 400% increase compared to what was in the 2019-2020 rate study, right? It was supposed to be 3 million. We had like 2/3 funding, 12 million, right? So, it's a real challenge, and hopefully we can maneuver some of that 2/3 funding. But even if we just look at the 1/3, right, we're still paying, what the initial cost would be, even if we can get 2/3, funding. So, there is a challenge. I know certain things have gone up at the grocery store. When you go to build a water tower, my understanding is there's only one hour with our procurement. Supply and demand dictates that, it's going to cost more. What are we doing in terms of mitigating? Well, for the first time ever, we've put salary gapping adjustments into our budget. What does that mean? Well, we've had areas when we went back and did an analysis over the past 2 years where we've had a budget, for, salaries and wages and part-time and benefits, and where we actually have come in under, that budget, right? So we've actually now done adjustments, for that, right? In anticipation, which may or may not, this only works if we don't hire all the day camp staff, right? If we have, if we don't have full enrollment. It only works if, someone leaves in April, and we have a hard time replacing them when we don't get someone until September. None of those are good things for service delivery, right? So on this line, I hope that those don't materialize, quite honestly. I hope that I don't lose any of my good staff and go 6 months without them, because I've been living that for too many years, right? So, but we've put it in. It isn't baseless, right? We've looked at the experience over the past 2 years. But I hope it doesn't happen. And there is a risk, and I definitely need to point that out. There is a risk to this, right? But the risk is that we run a bit of a deficit when we use our stabilization reserve. So it's a comfortable risk, but I want you to know we're doing the things we can behind the scenes. We're getting more creative, but there needs to be a limit to that, right? And I need you to be aware of that, because like many other councils, and we some of the members of council have heard this too at different functions, right? The finance stuff, we keep getting asked to kind of hold the line, but maintain and keep going. And there's only so much room to do that. Here's a mechanism that we've never done before that we have included in this year. Budgeted at or below prior year actuals. Example for fuel, we've done this for the past 2 or 3 years, right? Phasing the budget into actuals. So we looked at streetlights and how much we should be spending. We're like, well, we'll just increase it. We'll just increase it a step towards what we've been spending, right? So there is some inherent risk in doing that. We are likely going to be spending over the budgeted amount in that area, but trying to mitigate, adding 40,000, 50,000 additional into streetlights, given the overall, scenario and the other challenges that we've had. Again, there's a risk. It's a manageable risk. Management budget discussions and prioritization of initiatives, is exemplified by some of the things we've just spoken about. Operational service level reviews, increasing user fees. I'd suggest to you there's more user fee increases than we've probably ever done in the ones that you've already reviewed and will be pending, approval at the same time as the budget, or at least before the end of the year. And then exploring other funding sources. You saw the reports Ruthie did previously about all the different grants we've gone through. We've got access to a database. We'll talk about that after for, different types of grants, that aren't government focused and as a source. So trying to do what we can, but, we only have so many tools, and the challenge is a formidable one. And this, on a much lighter, happier topic, is more interest. We've heard from council just interest about how many summer students do we hire, and focus on the youth, and we thought interesting to point out. So we hire many summer students. 32 is the plan as part of this budget, in areas such as municipal law enforcement, customer service, engineering, roads, our utilities, cemetery, parks, and certainly day camp. In fact, I'd suggest our state day camp doesn't run without summer students. So 32, total expense, $350,000. I think you'll find shocking, 15,000 in grants, right? So I believe the email just went out yesterday about applications for summer student grants. It's great to say we're going to hire summer students and we'll get summer job grants for them and it'll go. The reality is we don't know that we have the grants by the time we need to hire for them. Often they have started working before we know whether we are going to get a grant or not. And those grants have been, we find out really late, and we're getting about 15,000 out of 350. So just, it's great that we are hiring students, and there's lots of different reasons for doing that. The point being, just be aware, it's not funded from summer grants, primarily. And it is a real challenge, for us, because, we either wait till we get the grant and we're not going to get a student, or we hire the student and then we find out we're not going to get the grant. And then, then you're like, are you letting go of that student? It's a bit of a challenging spot. Average wage, just over $17. Obviously, that varies based on skill. Summer students can be everything from high school all the way up to a university student with a skill set working in planning. So
Roletta?
Can I just ask for a point of clarification there? Out of those 32, do you know what percentage are high school students as opposed to university level students?
I don't specifically. I won't. You'll have a better understanding of that.
So specifically for Parks, Recreation, and Culture, I would estimate about 10 to 15% would be high school. The others would be college or university, just based on the timing. So for Parks students, we hire in May and they work until the end of August. And so I would say there's a small number that would be participating in our day camp program at a junior counselor at a counselor level.
Could you flip back one slide? Maybe one more. Okay, so if it's any consolation, we've been going through this since I've been around, so 2014. Every year we get a very interesting picture. I won't say bleak because it's reality. This is what we deal with. And so when I hear comments that why didn't the council 10 years ago take this on and do this and that? Well, we were faced with some form of this type of problem back then, and so we only had so much leeway without jumping the taxes 20%. So we deal with it, we move on. So it's not pretty, but it's reality.
All right. If there's no further questions, I'm going to pass it off to Sruthi to walk us through an initial budget summary.
Before we get into any of the numbers, I just wanted to highlight what an impact of 1% increase on a property tax bill looks like or translates to in terms of actual dollars. So it's $44. It's a $44 increase to a property taxpayer, and it generates just under $400,000 in actual levy revenue for the municipality. We had a bit of a discussion during the kickoff back in July regarding balancing service levels versus cost versus priorities. And I'm just going to go through that and highlight it just one more time. Ultimately, all of the services that the municipality provides is committing to a certain level of service. Providing those levels of service have a cost, and it requires a certain amount of staff capacity as well as physical resources to be able to actually deliver on those services. So it's always a balancing act between the three. When we are considering what service levels we are committing to, it is important for us to consider both short-term and long-term impacts. So the example listed here is the purchase of a house. Your short-term impacts would be your legal fees, moving costs, furnishing, whereas your longer-term impacts would be things like your roof replacement that you might need to plan for 7 years from now. Window replacements, interest payments on your mortgage that will continue on as long as you have that mortgage. So it's important for us to consider both decisions in order to be able to get what the total cost of providing that services rather than what is our immediate impact of that service. To be able to deliver some of the services, and you've heard this throughout the presentation this morning as well, in a lot of cases, we're providing the same service, but our costs have gone up, or we're providing the same service and our demand for what that service entails has increased. So our staffing requirements would go up to be able to continue to deliver those services at the same level. We've also been impacted by a competitive job market. There's been an increase in vacancies and longer recruitment cycles, which has in a way allowed us to put some of that salary gapping in. But again, indicates that we are struggling on that front to be able to fill some of those positions. And unfilled positions directly translate to not being necessarily able to deliver on services every single time. We did complete a compensation review in 2023, and it has been implemented, and we're hoping that will address some of the recruitment, retention, and market equity issues. So like I mentioned before, every decision has a corresponding resource implication attached to it. And many areas throughout the budget, both operating and capital, are identifying additional resource requirements just to continue operations the way they are. Any increase in service levels will result in additional increased costs on top of what's being proposed. So if we were, some of the actions that we can take during the budget process, for example, is to defer capital projects. And you'll see as we're going through the departments, there will be a list of capital projects that we've decided not to include and to defer for various reasons. But what does that ultimately mean in terms of what the consequence for that is? If it's a vehicle that's past its useful life that we're deferring, the maintenance costs and repair costs on that vehicle will be much higher, and that will impact your operating budget until we get to that replacement. There could be a possibility that we're reducing service levels. So if that vehicle were to fail sometime during 2024 and it's been tasked with a specific service, we might not be able to deliver on that service, or at least have it at a reduced capacity. We can utilize reserve funds and or deplete some of those balances, which we've already done in 2023, and we will continue to do in 2024 for especially the grants. Any of the allocations that have been given for 2024 have been used for 2024. And again, this results in us having less flexibility with what we can do for any unplanned events that might come up in 2024. And lastly, we talked about this in length already, but increasing debt. This will, again, it depends on what it is that we're procuring debt for, might limit our future options as to what we're able to debenture, and also we will now need to account for the commitment for the actual debenture payments on an annual basis in the operating budget. In terms of an economic outlook, I'm just going to recap. The building CPI for Q3 was 6.6%, and the CPI for 2023 Q3 is 3.8%. We do have a non-union economic adjustment in the budget as well for 1.75%. Our supply chain issues from last year, we continue to experience them this year as well. So increase in cost and longer project timelines, and you'll see that that is one of the reasons we've deferred some of the projects into 2025. But we are hoping that the Canadian dollar will stabilize or strengthen in the coming years, so that should help us a little bit. Just wanted to bring this back again. In any decision that we're making today, the annual funding infrastructure shortfall is an important thing to always consider. And the risks of not considering it, again, like I've mentioned, increased maintenance costs, reduced service levels, those are always going to come up. Likelihood of closures. So in the case of any of our programs or recreation, or even something like lawn mowing that we might not be able to commit to in certain places, right? Need for infrastructure loans. We've talked about that from the debt components. And ultimately, if we're not able to fund it through reserves, we're not able to, we want to commit to the current service levels, we would be in a position where we're increasing taxes to fund some of those items. We've talked about decrease in flexibility, so we'll have less options to be able to allocate our resources to the various priorities, and possibly force us into positions where we're not necessarily using our resources in the most efficient manner. And we'll be more vulnerable to impacts of climate change because again, with the flexibility, we won't be able to respond to unplanned events as quickly and as efficiently as we would like. So for the 2024 budget, from an overview, some of the pressures we're facing, historically slow growth of the community is obviously now catching up to us. The upkeep of infrastructure and the investments towards infrastructure, high inflation, maintaining current services is definitely a challenge, higher interest rates, and climate change. So ultimately for the 2024 budget, we have about 5.3 million in strategic plan items, and we have 16.7 million in other capital items. This overall is resulting in an estimated $312 or 7.1% average increase to an existing homeowner. Any questions?
Any questions so far? Councillor Adam?
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the 1% increase to property taxes, the 399,000. Is that the correct amount? I'm trying to remember what it was last year, and I thought it was in the 200 somewhere. So I'm just curious.
Or do you want to? Okay. So we've changed some of the metrics that we've used to kind of communicate due to some of the confusion that we've experienced last year. So last year, the impact of the 1% increase was on the levy total. So that's our municipal budget. This is specific to a homeowner's property tax bill. So this is the difference that they would see. The $44 would be on their tax bill.
Yeah, and you'll see that throughout. We're going to try and use that, consistently. We're not going to be showing. We talked about this a little bit of the community engagement part. We, again, got that feedback and the reminder, from last year. I'm happy to walk you through, the total levy dollars and all the splits out. But in terms of the base, understanding, and I know for councillors, right, the part you're going to have to, explain and are going to be held more account to is what is the impact of the taxpayer, and then which then comes down to two numbers: the municipal portion, which we know is just over half, or their actual bill, right? And so we're going, consistently with on the bill basis, because if we come out and say 7% increase, they're immediately going to think full bill, even if it's only for part, right? So we're trying now to consistently put everything in terms of, what does 1% increase on the property tax bill mean? So you are correct. Last year it was a different number. This, I think, is just more meaningful for the whole general audience, if you will, and with the main intention of avoiding confusion. If someone wants to sit down and go through the changes to the levy dollars per cent, we're happy to do that. But just trying to provide clarity will help with our comms. And the other part, as you saw, Sruthi do, which is a more of a first, is we're talking now about the average increase to the residential homeowner with one line, right? We've always said urban is this and rural is that, and we're still going to provide that picture to you. But when we look at, say, kind of some of our final slides, when we're looking at things that, to hit social media and put in a picture, I'm going to try and more so use that wording. It used to be that there was, a lot more of a difference between urban and rural. So to come up with an average is like, well, this doesn't look like anybody, right? I mean, I calculate an average. So, now what we're doing is we're coming up with an average. Now it's a weighted average, right? To be as if we were all more one pool. Because if I just take the two numbers, the rural area is only paying 20-ish, I can get you the number, but only about 20% of the total common levy, right? So to take those two numbers and mash them together is not reflective. So, we're coming up with a weighted average just so that you have that understanding. We're not going to be spreading weighted average across everything. Comms and their feedback will hate it, right? This is this balance about being accurate, but truly though, if we were all one big group, what would that look like? So that's what we're sharing, here, and we will still show urban, rural, but the difference in terms, because the rural typically is a higher percentage and the urban is typically a higher dollar, right? Just the way that percentages work, the urban or the rural area pays less. But that has, as we've gone through the 10-year phasing, the landscape now is very, very different, right? We've kind of advanced, through a lot of that. And, after this year, right, the increases, because the rural area isn't going to get that $37, subsidization this year. After this year, they should even be closer, right? So now when we're looking at 7 and, 7.3, right? 7.1 now makes sense. Next year, it should be even closer. So we're going to move to that. It should be easier to understand instead of always explaining one and then the other. And when we talk about urban versus rural issues, you can pick whichever number you want, right? You can pick the dollars and urban's paying more. You can pick the percentage and the rural's going up more. trying to just not be constantly urban compared to rural. That's the direction we're heading in. So thank you. Give me a little bit of a launching off point because I did want to talk about that a little bit just to make sure that you all have that awareness. This is the direction we're moving in. I think it's going to be beneficial to to the broader audience and their understanding.
Any further questions? Councilor.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I have heard services, I've heard infrastructure. Has the SLT team or yourself worked it down to as what is critical? So if we're at where we are today with service delivery at a multiple level, and sometimes we may have to take a step back, how do we know as a council know what is critical as we go forth here? Is it categorized? Is it alpha character, ABC, 1, 2, 3? How does the council know what is essential versus nice to have, if you will?
I mean, I think if we were over-resourced, right? I think that conversation then becomes about, do we have too much staffing? Do we have too many bus drivers to be able to run, the bus service? Do we have too many camp counselors to be able to run day camp? I would argue that we're not in that spot. I certainly don't have the feeling, and I could ask each of our SLT members, I don't think any of them feel that they're over-resourced. So if it's not about the level of resourcing to provide the services, then I think the real question you're asking is about which services. So at that point, then if you're looking to what are the needs versus wants, that is more of a council discussion about what services, are needs and what services are wants, for the community. Because if if we're moving in the direction of wanting to say decrease the levy, then we either look at which services we are going to provide at a different level, right? In some form of reduction.
Thank you. I'm looking more at a perspective. I'm not too concerned about the staffing levels. That's not my concern. But I'll take Jason. I'll just focus on Jason's, Director Williams' area there. An essential service, a critical infrastructure, fire. He has a pumper truck versus, breathing apparatus. What is the more critical component? We can only buy one. So that's where I'm going with that as compared to other programs within this. With the greatest respect, and this is going to be terrible, but you'll see where my mind's going. A flower bed versus a pumper truck. And I know they're not cost comparison, but when we look at where we are currently with this, it'd be nice for me to know what is absolutely critical here as we move forth, because it's not a good picture going forth from anyway where I am at right now. And it would be nice to say, yes, we may have to take a step back in a certain area. And I don't know what that area is. I love the psychosocial aspects. We need that. That's what Port Hope is the culture. Absolutely. But if we're going to start looking at what is absolutely critical here, it'd be nice to say, water tower? Absolutely. We need our water. And I don't know at the end of the day what is essential. And it's not so much staffing. And if I phrase that question inappropriate, my apology. I'm looking at absolutely more at the capital and others, as well as what we may have right now through asset management that we don't need anymore versus a truck versus snowplow. I don't know.
Yeah, I get the question. I take no offense on the other side. To me, it's two different sides, right? We're going to do some cost cutting and provide the same services. At some point, you need to reevaluate the services. So, and that's more, I think, where we'd need to be at if we're going to look at adjusting our services. Using protective services as an example, as you said, we need to have a truck. I trust the staff that we do need to have the truck. We used to have a boat. They sold it. Right. In terms of what isn't necessary. Right. So, we sold that. Then, I guess you get into the argument when we look into capital is, do we need a UTV? Right. And I know our director is going to say yes. And I know we've had scenarios where we, could have used it last year. Do we have to have a UTV? No. Ultimately, we don't have to the only thing we have to do in protective services under fire is fire prevention. So, and I know that's not the answer you're going for. Don't get me wrong, Councillor. But ultimately, it comes down to, those other service areas. So you're right. If we're going to prioritize fire over Parks and Recreation, then, we can kind of take that, direction and kind of go forward. We bring the budget forward, maintaining the same service levels. If we're looking to where can we cut, how can we get more just down to what the needs are of the community as opposed to the wants. We can look at that a little bit, but I think we would need some feedback from committee in terms of what you're hearing and from the council or from the community, because I've certainly heard people stand up and say, Parks and Rec is one of the most important things in our community. Climate change is one of the most important things in our community. And it's tough, especially once you have a service. It's tough, going and taking it away. We certainly do things that municipalities our size, don't always provide, right? We have our own police service. We have our own transit, right? We do have some areas that are a bit more expansive, right? We don't need to run, day camps, but, there's certainly value in all of those things. So I don't know that I can stand in front of you and say, here are the slushy type services that we provide that we should really consider, cutting. I mean, certainly there could be, some cuts along the way, but I don't have a list of, here are the service areas that I would start at cutting at.
I wasn't looking at cutting, and I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, when we're doing a comparison, we're going into the various departments here very shortly, and absolutely it'd be beneficial, whether through ignorance or naive, for me to have at least some kind of a breast of knowledge of what I'm actually looking at versus, and I can understand I want a pickleball court. Well, deputy does want a pickleball court, but I need it. I need it. So no, thank you. Good enough.
Yeah, I think it's indicative, if I may, just to finish, as you get right in the midst of the budget, and then after you kind of start coming back and kind of looking at it a bit of a higher level, and I looked at all the service level changes, right? And you got more service level, like more positional service level changes than I'd argue than in some other years. This year, having more growth does enable us to be able to do that. They're pretty much all the ones you saw last year that we weren't able to do, right? Capital is very much, in that same spot, right? When we are just funding the unfunded portion. And as we now know, that's just for the original budget. And going into a third phase, right? 2025, we're going to be funding some more Walton, right? So, there are certainly, I think, things in the budget where you can kind of look and go, okay, are we going to still be able to providing some services if we don't do this? Yeah. But I don't think you're going to find a lot of things that would think are necessarily frivolous, right? And
Councillor Ming.
Thank you. And thank you for that question. So just to continue on with that question, a thought that always comes to my mind is some of these items, how much planning and investment do we put into some of these now for the decisions now that are more sustainable in the future? So I'll use and I don't expect an answer, but the Barrett Street Bridge, I question, why did council in the day not put a sidewalk on the actual bridge at that time, so that we're not in this situation today. We're replacing $1 million bridge, and the one item that didn't make it on the budget, and hopefully we can still talk and make a plan, is this watershed study. Always it thinks to me that we're developing rural communities, and how much are we investing today so we're not resourcing it retroactively when that time comes. So that I don't see in some of these items, is that could we potentially be investing a little bit more today that's going to take us further in the future. Don't expect any change today, but that's something that I think would be helpful in the decision making in the future.
Thank you. And Mayor?
So continuing on this thread, I know that, say, one of the things that has come up at the county table is funding a study looking at different policing models for Northumberland County, precisely because so many municipalities are facing the increasingly high costs in their budget of those services. So my question, in that report is going to be coming out, as I understand it, in the next number of months. But my question is somewhat related insofar as have we and will we consider any of the things that are in our budget in terms of sharing of positions or resources with other municipalities or actually with the counties? So sitting at the county table, I'm also aware of the climate action plan that's being developed there and the personnel that are being hired for that plan. And so does it make sense to try and see whether or not we could combine forces on some of this rather than us having separate budget lines for these items and duplicating those kinds of efforts? So I'm just wondering, and on terms of, repair and maintenance and planning for a different joint operation center for that's going to be county-wide, to what extent is that going to be then somehow coordinated with municipal efforts? So these are just, questions around, again, where are we putting money? Are we thinking as creatively as we can to get the watershed work that needs to get done? Does it have to just be on our lines?
Councilor Clare?
Yeah, I also wanted to pick up on comments by you, Councillor Less, and by you, Councillor Mink, as well, about making sure that we're not getting trapped into short-term thinking. And again, to your point about past councils, right? Hindsight is always clearer than when you're dealing with things in the moment. And I think as we're talking about the items and going through the budgets, some help per Councillor Mink's comments about how this links to future and other pieces that aren't in this year's budget, but we need to be conscious of as we make this year's decisions, I think is really helpful, so that we don't accidentally make short-term calls that we then regret, or future councils saying, what were you thinking, right? Get ourselves into those traps. And I think the bridge is a good example. We're going to have to talk about that pedestrian bridge and in thinking about the future, and not just, the context of today, I think is going to be really important.
Deputy Mayor?
So enjoying a good theme. So further, I think, to what everyone else is saying, and I recognize that this is not, for today and for this year's budget, but I do appreciate what Chris is saying about, let's take, for example, vehicles. Like, so what would be the implication? Like, having some of that background, like, hey, if you don't want this vehicle for X number of hundreds of thousands, here's what we believe the maintenance cost of that would be. So you can now choose, do you want to spend that kind of maintenance cost over the next X number of years, or do you want to spend it on that asset? I think would be very helpful, just so we know the implications of a decision, right? Hey, if you don't want to footbridge, just so you know, this footbridge will be out of service by such and such date. The other thing I think that would be really helpful is being somewhat strategic minded, as far as, the mayor brought up shared services with county, but also, and this is a reflection point, so certainly not meant to change anything for today, but, as we look at vehicles, for example, we have a number of vehicles coming up, and we'll discuss, but being able to come forward and saying, and here's how we can share some of those vehicles. So if option A is, ideally we would like 3 different vehicles. Option B is we would take one and we can share it this way. Option C is we're going to keep the ones in this. And so just having some of that comparative, or having a plan around parks and saying, hey, like, if we want to go, quality over quantity, we could change some of these things, and this is what it would look like, versus, and being able to have some of those options, I think, would be really helpful.
Well, it appears we're going to have some decisions to make. Okay. And like this water under the bridge, so we can't go back. We can go forward. We can say, oh yeah, we can make that a footbridge too. So we go back to one lane. So, there's always things we can do. Anyways, are we kind of ready to break for lunch, or how would you like to proceed?
I don't think our lunch is here yet. Is the
Oh,
update
okay.
we just got.
Do you? Okay. Sure. Everybody just take a break for a second.
So, Mr. Chair, food's not here, but from what I'm observing, I'm thinking, would it maybe even be, as long as we don't all go rush into the committee room to eat, so they can set up, your call, we can start into CAO and council. They're generally fairly quick and get a bit of cadence, but we can also just take a bit of a break. So you can talk amongst yourselves. And then, we can come back after that. So we can work to either.
I think it would be appropriate to take a break, relax a bit, and get ready to gird your loins or whatever they say. We could go through the CAO. Poor CAO is just sitting there, deer in the headlights. Okay. I think we have time for that.
So I'm actually going to be introducing the council budgets and the CAO budget this year. So this is the start of our review by department. Of course, neither one of the next two are sort of official departments, but we budget accordingly. So for the council budget, for each of the slides, sort of you'll see going forward, we try to sort of set the table for what we're considering when we're considering our budget impacts. So the role of council, this is drawn directly from the Municipal Act, and I'll now read each one of these items. That was a joke. If council isn't aware sort of its role by now, we've got an issue, but I think council as well understands its role, and our councillors understand their role under provincial legislation. So just to set the table for this budget. Not a large budget by any means, and not a very flashy budget change from 2024 or 2023 to 2024. So some minor increases related to just our practices around meals, around our council meetings. We've improved some of our environmentally friendly options related to preparing those meals and providing those meals. The council made a decision with respect to a minor adjustment to the donation amounts on an annual basis. The biggest driver is simply the increased wage components or increased salary components as per your council remuneration policy. So you'll see here the levy requirement. The entire council budget comes from the tax levy. There's no service level changes proposed, and of course, there's no capital projects associated with the council budget. So the total levy related to providing for council is $364,000. Just this further breaks down exactly what I just said. There's no user fee contribution, reserves, government grants, or otherwise. It is a levy-funded budget, primarily composed of salaries related to council positions.
Questions? Although the $74,000 is not all salary, it's benefits, it's pension contribution now, things that we didn't have in the past. So we should take that into account.
That's correct. There was a decision that has a minor impact in this year's budget related to participation in a benefits package or OMERS package for members of council. Not a significant benefit or increase this year, but an increase nonetheless.
And money well spent, I may add. Any further questions or discussions on that? Okay, moving forward.
Thank you for that. And the next budget is, of course, the CAO's budget. I have the pleasure of preparing this for 2024. Our new CAO, of course, has arrived, and we'll be preparing this budget going forward. The CAO is council's sole employee. Everyone else works up and through the CAO, and that position is responsible for the overall business affairs of the municipality, as you well know. And a key component of that position is liaising with our external boards and external parties, external agencies, such as the Portal Police Services and the Library, Chamber of Commerce, and whatnot. So in terms of accomplishments, you'll see this slide identifies some accomplishments for this particular budget. You'll see that pattern recognized throughout the budget presentations by department. So for the CAO position this year, of course, the focus has been continued on operational effectiveness. That's the implementation of our people plan, amongst other changes. Council has been apprised of the ongoing work related to employee engagement surveys. We call that the WorkWell survey. We have planned in 2024 for the third year of the YMCA WorkWell survey. This has been beneficial to reviewing in the past, reviewing our staff's engagement and making decisions and adjustments according to those responses, according to those survey results, about where we go forward from employee and operational effectiveness perspective. So we established a benchmark with our second survey in 2023. Going forward into 2024, in our third survey, we expect to see have better identification of trends moving forward. The CAO is responsible, obviously, for advising Mayor on a variety of items and has done so throughout 2023. Of note, obviously, is the departure of our former CAO and the recruitment of our new CAO, Candace White, who we're very happy to welcome. Some of the challenges related to the 2023 budget and the preparation of the 2024, we can expect and understand some implementation delays related to past objectives related to the departure of the former CAO. We expect to increase our investment into organizational effectiveness priorities and plans moving forward. Those have borne fruit and have been beneficial for the municipality in its effort to maintain itself as an employer of choice. And of course, we expect new ideas, new processes and whatnot from our new CAO. The costs associated with some of our special events that are contained in the CAO budget have of course gone up with inflation, just about everything else we'll be talking about in the budget moving forward. In 2024, as mentioned, we've identified continued efforts towards organizational effectiveness, ongoing WorkWell survey. We continue to work with, it's a terrible acronym, but the Staff Ambassador Group and our Social and Wellness Committee. They've been providing meaningful insight into SLT and the CAO's decision-making throughout their implementation or throughout the time since their conception. And we anticipate that to continue. Of course, a major focus of the CAO will be implementing the strategic plan once that's been finalized. Again, much like the council budget, very simple in terms of its funding. It is entirely, I'm getting ahead of myself. There are no service level changes incorporated in the 2024 budget as per usual, and there are no capital projects incorporated in the 2024 budget as per usual as it relates to the CAO budget. Majority of the costs, as identified, are in relation to salary and compensation adjustments. We've also moved, sort of recognizing the importance of the civic awards and the sort of corporate spirit of that event, that the budget for that project or the budget for that ceremony has been moved into the CAO budget for 2024 and beyond. And as I started to say, a simple budget in terms of its funding sources. It's entirely funded by levy. This is the same slide, so I'm going to skip that one. Questions, comments from council?
Any comments? What do you think of the job she's doing so far? So far, so good. You made it to the second day. Congratulations. No further comments? Okay, thank you.
We've had a bit of a delay and are going to move to a plan B for lunch. So I'm going to suggest so that we don't just extend, that we take a quick let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and keep rolling, if that's okay.
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Sounds good. We'll aim for 5 and be happy when we finish in 10.
I'd appreciate if council wouldn't say anything till after they've eaten.
Brian's on the phone at the moment. The intention was for me to present the corporate services budget this year anyway, because we had a few reassignments, as you know, throughout the summer and into the fall. So I am happy to present corporate services, although Brian is supposed to be here for some color commentary, so hopefully he returns shortly. I'll get started though, so that we don't have too much of a delay. So just a quick note about corporate services. I know, I'm sorry. Your back is to me. So corporate services plays a key role in the administration of a municipality, and the department is comprised of 3 divisions. So I'll just quickly go through some high level description of each division, and then we put some fast facts in there just for 2023. Legislative Services is responsible for providing the statutory duties required by the Municipal Act and information services for council, its committees, departments, and the citizens of the municipality of Port Hope. A few fast facts. I just asked each division to provide me with some very high level stats, numbers, just some things to mull over while we're going through the budget this week. Bylaws drafted this year so far are 69. As we know, the year is not over, so that will increase by the end of the year. FOIs and routine disclosure requests. We're at 21 FOIs, which is abnormally high for this year, and 14 routine disclosure requests. Agendas posted for Committee of the Whole and Council, including Special Council, as well as public meetings, advisory committees. So Committee of the Whole and Council were at 56, and all of the other ones were at 69. Again, I believe Shrishma provided some stats during the procedural bylaw review, but the agendas are higher this year as well. And then we have 5 staff in Legislative Services Department, or division, sorry. Communications is responsible for the day-to-day management of municipalities' corporate communications, including media relations, branding, publications, issues management, communications, and website and social media. This year to date, we've issued 900 social media requests. Now that's over all of our channels, but still quite a high number for our division this year. The news items that we've posted on the website this year and that includes public notices, media releases, all of those items on our news feed. We're at 165 so far. Work orders and campaigns executed by the communications division is at 169, and that is for internal staff to be able to communicate all the good work we're doing across the municipality. And the communications division is responsible for the oversight of 934 web pages. And there's 3 of us in the communications division. Information technology is responsible for the installation and maintenance of all information systems across the organization. This includes cybersecurity protocols, updating antiquated technology, procurement and maintenance of computers, cell phones, desk phones, and addressing issues such as Wi-Fi, data loss, and the list goes on. Computers issued to maintain this year to date are at 137. Servers to maintain is 23. Cell phones and tablets issued and maintained is 130. Accounts to maintain is 251. This one made me giggle a little. Help desk tickets in 2023 is 554. Obviously, that will go up by the end of the year, but hopefully we won't reach the 854 tickets we saw in 2022. And the number of staff in the IT division is 2.5. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as the presentation continues. Welcome back, Brian. I introduced corporate services and indicated that you'll be chiming in where needed. Budget accomplishments. I outlined 2 of the sort of major budget expenses we had from the 2023 budget. And then the next slide sort of outlines some of the other projects. Obviously, this doesn't encompass everything from corporate services, but I wanted to give you a little flavor of what we've been doing this year. So the Electronic Document and Records Management System, also known as the EDRMS project, the procurement and implementation took place in 2023. It's a corporate-wide records management file sharing project for all employees. It was led by Legislative Services in concert with our vendor. And it was a months-long implementation. We're still working through a lot of the implementation, training and file organization across all of the departments. It was a much-needed project, and we're happy to have that finally implemented for 2023. The uninterruptible power supply project has been conducted by IT, or is being conducted by IT. It's the capital project to replace UPSs across the municipality to refresh aging battery backups, which support critical IT infrastructure. So IT has currently evaluated and determined the needs for each location and is aiming to purchase all hardware. They're in the process of that by the end of this year, and then installation is planned for the first quarter in 2024, and that will be completed in-house by our IT staff.
I'm going to chime in if
Yeah.
I can. So this project, included in 2023 budget, really builds off of what we've made in terms of investments going back to about 2019. That has assisted in putting us in a position where sort of for 2023 and beyond, we're in a position that our downtime is virtually eliminated. In 2015, 2016, 2017, we knew as senior leaders that if we didn't have an email on the weekend, that our network had crashed. So it's taken that time since 2019 to make that investment, to put ourselves in a position where our infrastructure, our IT infrastructure is supporting the service delivery we do across the corporation. The UPS project is about the last capital investment for now in that project and builds upon the success we've had previously.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, we're both doing it. Okay. I just wanted to quickly touch on some of the other budget accomplishments from 2023. We have a new council. They joined us, obviously. They were elected in late 2022, but 2023 is the onboarding year, and we've done a lot of onboarding and training with council. There's a approximate 30% cost savings from our IT department is reporting for our Microsoft licensing. Brian, I don't know if you wanted to mention anything about that item.
Sure, I can. So because of our investment into staff in past years, increasing our complement last year to 2 people in our IT division, plus our support from the county, we've been able to afford ourselves the opportunity to look into those cost-saving measures we always knew were out there, but never able of achieving because we couldn't dedicate the time and energy. So in past years, you've heard me speak to the costs we found with respect to looking at our internet invoicing and our telephone invoicing across years. It takes a lot of time and energy to be able to review these, but when we can make that effort and have the time to do so, it pays off in terms of annual savings. So the example from 2023 is our manager IT, Kyle Bateman, his investment and time spent on reviewing the specifics across our 100+ staff and council and boards and what have you, related to individual Microsoft licensing requirements for running our day-to-day operating services. That review took a matter of weeks, if not months, but ultimately reduced our costs for Microsoft licensing by 30%. Unfortunately, some of those costs get eaten up by other requirements and increasing costs elsewhere. But the Tuesday afternoon that Kyle walked into my office and said, I've completed the review and we can save $30,000 a year by making this adjustment, was good news that we continue to try to strive for when we have the time to do so.
We did a corporate-wide printer fleet refresh, which was a combination of IT and communications this year, and it also resulted in significant cost savings for the municipality. All of the printers across each department they were all looked at and upgraded, and that has resulted in A, better printers, and B, a great cost savings for each department and the municipality as a whole. I talked about the procedural bylaw review. No, sorry, I didn't. We just finished our procedural bylaw review. As you know, you just approved it at the last council meeting. We'll be looking at implementation starting obviously in January, but that was a huge accomplishment for our legislative services team for sure. We launched a newsletter template. We're using a new provider for that, and started with our council e-newsletter and our Mayor's Corner e-newsletter. And we now are launching a business community e-newsletter, and our events team is looking at newsletters as well. So we're using that product to its advantage for sure. The communications division also onboarded the citywide program for our work order system. We still have some process improvements to get everybody on board and working within that system, but trying to utilize the tools we have within the municipality to benefit the department. And then just recently, actually it was last week, Corporate Services did a lean certification, white belt training for all of our staff, which is a process enhancement and efficiency finding program. It was super well received, and I think we're already talking about how we can build that in for next year, and the training was really, really useful. So trends, challenges, and opportunities. We're seeing increased demand for digital service delivery and technology use, not only internally, but from members of the community as well. And as well as an increased demand, and this has just been a trend for the last several years in communications and information sharing. On top of that, I'll just skip down to those. My slides are different than the ones on screen, so maybe I'll just stick to that. Sorry. The loss of print media obviously has been a big deal for the community, and we're working with the county to find solutions going forward for the broader community, and to figure out. We have a communications report coming out. Actually, I have a meeting on it next week from the county, where we're going to be able to use the data gleaned from the community engagement efforts the county has put forward in their 2023 budget to figure out how people want to be communicated with. So that will be really good information for us to move forward and figure out how our community would like to see, or what kinds of communications our community would like to see moving forward. Another, challenge we see is social media and mis and disinformation management, something that, again, that's been going on for the last several years, and something that certainly my division, but Corporate Services in general, has been dealing with over 2023 and prior to that. We've seen an increase in freedom of information requests and integrity commissioner requests, which is increasing our legal fees, and that's something that Legislative Services is working through this year. And then, of course, cybersecurity priorities. We had a cybersecurity training session for the entire organization, but certainly that's a challenge for IT, and certainly a trend to ensure that we are keeping up with our cybersecurity and making sure that all of our networks are secure and safe. IT resourcing and resourcing technology enhancements. And then finally, I just put in capacity restraints. Just I think many of our staff in the municipality are restrained a little bit by capacity. We have, limited office space, and we're growing community, meaning growing staff as well. So we're just a little bit short on office space. I think you'll probably hear that from other departments today as they present their budgets. Initiatives and strategic goals. So we pulled out some of the strategic goals that were in the draft strategic plan. And the first one there is establish a baseline community satisfaction score and increase staff satisfaction rating. So we know that for staff, we've done 2 years of the wellness, the staff wellness survey, and I believe that's going to continue on for 2024. I think that's the plan. So that one's still in progress. Baseline community satisfaction score is something we're actually looking at. We've reached out to some vendors for some costs. So we do have some wiggle room in our budget, and I can explain that a little later, but that might be something that we are going to pursue this year. I would like to get the feedback from the communications survey that went out earlier this fall before we can make a decision on that. But it's certainly something we're going to be looking into as part of the strategic goal. Implement new council procedural bylaw and training accordingly. So I just spoke about that. That will be taking effect in January, and Comms is starting to work on the rollout of the communications for sharing the new items, or the new components of the procedural bylaw, including the new schedule. Reorganize, restructure committees of council, and improve efficiencies and community engagement. So that's a target for Legislative Services. I know that the manager of Legislative Services has started to look into this. So she's sort of got the ball rolling for 2023, and in 2024 we'll be working on that objective. And explore ways to improve two-way information sharing. So as I mentioned, there's continued increase and continued requests for more information and more communications. So we're working on continuing to increase our municipal channel subscriber base. As well as I mentioned, the information that we're going to get from the county will inform a new communications plan for our municipality, which we will roll out in 2024. I put hybrid meetings in here, and I will speak to it. It was one that we put forward as part of our budget development process that didn't actually make it into the budget this year, but it is certainly something that we feel in corporate services that we need to consider. It will be a project for IT, legislative services, and communications. And it would be obviously to run not only our council and committee of the whole meetings, but other meetings in a hybrid fashion, such that not everyone would need to be in the room at the same time. I think everyone's probably familiar with that. Not something we have the ability to do right now. We can live stream our meetings, but there is no hybrid option. So there's our operating budget from corporate services standpoint. We don't have a service level change. We don't have a capital request, I just mentioned, and the hybrid meetings would have been a capital request, but it didn't make it in as a part of the development process at this stage. There it is, sort of the same numbers. We have just over 20,000 for user fees, but similar slide. I'll just speak to that increase. Our budgets were funny this year. We actually divided our budgets we've broken them out a little further to ensure that IT, communications, and legislative services have more of their own distinct budgets. So with that realignment, some of the money was just sort of moved around rather than, significant cost savings. And Brian's going to chime in, I think.
And just on that point, since we've established, corporate services as a department to be 3 distinct divisions, we've never amended our budget processes to reflect that. So this year we've done that. What that's going to mean for you is that it's going to be incredibly difficult to sort of directly track the increases when looking at how the budget's been presented, because you won't be able to see, the IT division budget reflected in past years. Overall, you need to focus on the bigger picture. We're happy to break down that accordingly and sort of identify to you where things have moved from one part of the corporate services budget to a new division-based corporate services budget. But this sets us up going forward to be able to track those costs more specifically and identify to you over time where we've invested in communications, where we've invested in legislative services, and where we've invested in IT. But recognizing, I want to be upfront that in terms of a direct comparison this year, it makes it a little more difficult to navigate.
So just following what Brian said, we have $22,000 reallocated from our budget to the finance budget for software that is sort of belongs in the finance. So it's not really a cost savings necessarily to the municipality, but certainly moved out of our budget. So you might see those within our budget lines. And then we do have an increased financial requirement for salaries and benefits. Our IT division I mentioned earlier has expanded. We had one IT person. And then last year we added, so I guess we had 1.5 because we had county support. But then we added another person. We moved one staff member into a management position and added another person. So there's quite a significant increase there, not to mention the wage grid progression and the market compensation update. The $38,000 for internet costs, those were costs that were sort of brought in from other areas and put into the IT budget line. So that's why it looks a little, that we haven't increased our internet costs by $38,000. It's just a reallocation of money. I think someone got a special coffee delivery for those watching online, wondering why everyone's laughing. Really briefly, not included in the budget, policy development for records management. This was something that was put into the budget. We removed it. It was a little bit costly, and it's going to be something that we were hoping to get sort of all in one shot. We've decided to pivot and develop the policies in-house as time permits. So it'll be a slower process, but we can get that job done. Summer students, we talked about the summer students earlier. We were originally going to ask for a summer student after much back and forth. not only due to the sort of funding and potential not funding of some of our students, and also the capacity restraints we have. We weren't really sure where we were going to put a summer student in the corporate services office. We decided to remove that from the budget this year. I put branding in there because I want to make sure that it's on. I know that when we had our communications meetings with most of council earlier this year, we talked about branding a lot. It is something that we are hoping to put forward in a future budget. It's not something. We strategically decided not to put it forward this year, but it will be considered, and we'll be bringing it forward for consideration in 2025. And that would include, branding is a huge undertaking. Obviously, it would include our logo. And then it would be, facility signage and other signage and everything that goes along with, the municipal brand. So big undertaking, but it's going to be something we're going to be floating in a future budget year.
And just on that one, just to recognize what Kate said about sort of the commentary we've received, we recognize this is an important project for the municipality, but not one with the current budget constraints we're bringing forward. We're looking to stage this out over a matter of years. And tying this to, let's say, a 25th anniversary of the municipality of Port Hope, we think we've got an opportunity for better timing. It is a large and impactful project, but it's one that we're not quite ready to present to you, but will be presenting during your term.
So these were the two major projects I mentioned earlier on, the records management and then the UPS. The total budget, they're going to be the carry forwards. I don't know, Brian, if you want to speak to that component.
Yeah, we haven't, we just on last Wednesday put out an announcement with respect to the final implementation of the EDRMS. That project doesn't reflect on this slide, but is largely grant funded. We are going to be closing out that project, and the total expenses are just about going to match our total budget. In terms of the UPS, implementation will happen in early 2024. We expect to procure the equipment required prior to the end of this year. So carrying forward on a technical basis.
Yeah. And then the hybrid meetings, I sort of spoke to this already. It would be a large capital cost. It didn't make we call it above the line and below the line when we're doing budget development. It was just below the line. But obviously would be, will be something if it doesn't, it's not included in the 2024 budget, we will come back to it in future budget years. Corporate Services sees the value of having hybrid meetings, not only for to have opportunities for people to attend meetings, where they're at rather than having to attend in person, but also to improve the technology that we currently have. We do have aging technology, and technology was purchased at different times that doesn't necessarily always work that well together. So that would include those costs for a hybrid meeting project.
Yeah, and just on that point, if you're wondering, well, why don't we just replace this sort of piece by piece? We certainly could. It's not going to be nearly as efficient as doing this in sort of one fell swoop. It's a difficult room to work with. It's developed over time. I think if you read the capital project, we've identified clearly that the components, as Kate mentioned, are of complete different ages. A Band-Aid solution isn't what we need, but recognizing that it's a project that has so many competing other priorities in the capital budget, it's one that's below the line, but one we feel strongly in needing to do in the very near future.
So this is the last budget slide. I think it's the same one as the previous one. There's no change there. So we're happy to take questions from council.
Any initial questions? Go ahead, Councillor Ming.
Thank you. So I have two. One question, don't know if you can answer this, but the increase of freedom of information requests, do we have, probably, I'm assuming, difficult to quantify how much that cost is, but do we have any way to sort of analyze the root cause and mitigate? Because I don't want to be in a position where we're hiring a full-time staff to handle this type of administrative task. Can you give any insight into those?
I can. I think I'd start by saying it's important not to look at freedom of information requests as punitive in nature. It doesn't mean that something's gone wrong, it's a transparent approach to government. At its core, when we talk about municipal bylaws, we might have one that's 5, 6, 7 years old, and we think, my goodness, why can't we get around to amending that? That's just silly. The legislation we use for MFIPA is from 1990, right? That's provincial legislation that's we're required to. So it is prescriptive legislation. I know the government, I think, has shown some interest in updating, but that has not happened. In terms of identifying sort of how transparent we're being, I would tell you that we're doing, it's top of mind in terms of open access to information and routine disclosure. I think we're doing about as much as we reasonably can be expected to do for a municipality our size. Over my 8 years here, I think the first 6 were very predictable. We had between 17 and 20 freedom of information requests. Most of them are routine in nature. Most of them were dealing with property information maybe related to a building or planning matter. The complexity of our freedom of information requests we've received in the last 2 years has increased exponentially. I'm hoping that is not a trend, because if it is, we may be in a situation where we have to look at our resources. It is a resource intensive undertaking, I would say, with the implementation of our EDRMS that we've been working on so thoroughly in 2023. That's made responding much, much simpler. So we have better access to the information we have. We have better turnaround time when we can, depending on the complexity of the request, in addressing the freedom of information request within the prescribed timelines from the province. I don't think I can answer your question more directly in terms of our sort of metrics for determining whether or not what we're doing is leading to freedom of information based on the summary of the requests to date in 2023, 2022. I would argue it's mostly due to influence outside of the control of the municipality.
So thank you for that. So the second question, sort of 2 parts to it. The print media, we know, was something that we no longer have. So the first part of this question is, did we transition to online? And was there a cost or a cost savings, whether we did or did not, as far as advertising on the online version of Northumberland News? And then the second part to that question is going back to the discussion we had before the break of looking at the future as far as communications goes. As we can see, it's constantly changing, and we constantly need to keep up with our strategies to communicate. So for instance, trying to increase the subscriber base, when we looked at the survey results, is an older demographic that was responding. And I know the younger half of our generation or the population doesn't use email anymore. That's obsolete. So do we have a strategy to continuously look at what is next for communications?
I think I'll start, and then Kate, you can jump in where you need to. I think meeting people where they are is something we've heard reflected from this council's comments throughout your term, and is something we're actively trying to do. It's top of mind in terms of trying to reach the audience we do. The impact of the discontinuation of a physical newspaper delivered to all of our property owners is a very recent decision, and has certainly impacted our ability to communicate to a certain demographic. That said, sort of looking at trends and anticipating some of this, since about 2018, we have largely started to move away from relying on the newspaper as our sort of primary dissemination of information. So we've moved online, as you know. We're still working through replacing the advertising we did in the physical newspaper, and what that looks like. We have not yet sort of determined our strategy going forward to replace that void that's been created, but we're actively working through that component. As it relates to the ongoing work we're doing with the county from the communication survey, that's where we're going to be able to gather that information about how people want to be reached. That's the concrete information we need that we can action, and that's sort of been our focus in trying to address how we reach people effectively in the municipality.
Yeah, there we go, sorry. I'll just add that we haven't, I think I have a microphone issue, sorry. We haven't adjusted any of the advertising dollars in the budget, given that we haven't been given the information from the county. We haven't been given the information from the county, which is going to influence our new communication strategy. We didn't want to reduce our budget such that we wouldn't be able to implement anything that we want to, that we might speak to in the new budget. So we haven't created a cost savings there. There might be a cost savings as we work through this year. It's going to be a transition year for sure. We also have other projects. I spoke to the community satisfaction survey. So that might be something that we can use some of those dollars from if there is a cost savings on the comm side to be able to implement this year as well.
Premier?
I've got two questions. One is on help desk. Could you give us an idea of the examples of the tickets that are being used, and is there maybe a report that categorizes the type of things that people write in or call in about?
I can give you sort of my high-level summary, and that is we deal with sort of your widest variety possible of technical issues. I think we have a fairly proficient, I think our staff complement is fairly proficient in sort of the use of technology, but just given the variety of services we provide and the sort of varying degrees of access and requirements our staff have across the board, it means we deal with everything from I can't get into my cell phone to, the server isn't connecting to the SQL server appropriately. I can't download the citywide GIS database from Esri in, San Clemente, California, or what have you. So it's the widest variety possible in terms of ongoing help desk requests. That said, our manager of IT is sort of undertaking some processes to track and sort of predict what we can expect to address in a given year. And our conversation with the county as our sort of external support provider is one we're reflecting on quarterly, reviewing tickets with them across the board in an effort to try to prepare ourselves accordingly for what we can expect in a given year.
Thanks. That's helpful. And then my second question is around citywide. Can you give us a sort of a high level understanding of how citywide is being used across the departments, and is it something that we use or could be used as a centralized hub for a one-stop shop for the community coming in and opening a ticket that could then be distributed? Maybe just give us a bit of an understanding there.
I think I can. It does, citywide does touch upon sort of all of our departmental activities, all of our operational activities, but it covers everything from us from sort of being the primary backbone for service requests, asset management, our budgeting software is tied to citywide. What am I missing? Our GIS applications are tied into citywide. So to answer your question, yes, it can be all those things. And since we've implemented in, I think, 2019, corporate-wide, this is certainly not a corporate services project, but we've grown our capacity and sort of added modules to that software to sort of develop out. Just reflecting on what Kate was saying last week with our corporate services lean training, we did a lot of process mapping that identified, we have an opportunity to use the tools at our disposal across the organization to make ourselves more efficient. And I couldn't help but working through those processes. And, 9 times out of 10 sort of led me back to the idea that we need to expand our development, expand our onboarding of citywide and, the purpose-built tools that it brings upon with it. So.
Kate,
I
did you
just
have,
add, I'll just add an example. A real life example. So citywide, when we have, report an issue on our website. So if you see a downed municipal tree or a street light that's out, a member of the community can go to report an issue and log in that information that goes into the citywide system. So it's automated. So, and that helps staff obviously with efficiency so that there's not a manual input into that. So it is being used, like as Brian mentioned, across all departments or most departments. But also externally without even the community knowing that.
Yeah, because where my thinking has gone, and I don't know the answer to this, why I'm asking, because I don't know the capabilities of it, is, we're going to see in service levels, lots of requests for customer service representatives and so on. Like, does it have the capacity to have like a centralized customer service representative that we can do ticket systems across all departments?
Yeah, and it does, and that is our primary input for customer service inquiries, service requests, maintenance requests. Everything is going to Citywide. Our capacity to sort of learn from that information is where we need to go next and continue to focus our time and energy. So for the first time sort of ever in the history of the municipality, we can easily pull that information out of the database that says, despite the division, despite the department, here are the service requests, who they're coming in from, here's what they're generally related to, here are the ones that are high, low, medium priority, and how quickly they've been addressed. So we don't have as council knows, because we've had this sort of consideration in 2023, we don't have a centralized approach to customer service quite yet.
Okay, thank you. Where do we stand for dinner? Who's got the question? Oh, you have it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, to you, and there's some sensitivity with this, and I can appreciate if you don't want to answer in this forum. I see an absence through the IT, and we've had discussions on what keeps us up at night with the boogeyman. We've just talked about the power of networking and how we are all dependent. Are we at a state of maturity here with redundancy in plans B and C, if and when we get cyber attacked, that this municipality will continue to function day to day? And again, I can appreciate the sensitivity of the question. If you don't want to answer it, if you want to do it closed or other, let me know.
I can say confidently that we are in the most comfortable position we've ever been. So does it keep us up at night? Absolutely. But we're confident with the protocols we've put in place. We're confident with the equipment we've put in place, and it's only been because of the investment the council has continued to support since about 2019 that we can confidently say that. From a full redundancy standpoint, we have some additional steps. There are always going to be additional steps. We have some additional steps we need to take to make sure in the event, because it is not if, it's when, in the event of a significant event, we're back to relative normal as quickly as possible. We've taken steps in this year's budget to work towards harness effectively with some AI, but work towards active threat monitoring. That's going to raise concerns to us immediately, over the weekend, 24/7, 365, and put us in a position to respond accordingly, put us in a position to recover as quick as possible.
Did I miss anybody? Okay.
I'm going to suggest then that we that we take lunch. I was originally going to suggest that we meet at 1:45, but questions took a little bit longer. Do you want 45 minutes for lunch?
What is the role of council? Anybody have anything to do at lunch besides eat? So
Maybe
half
we'll
an
aim
hour?
for 10:02, and then we'll just see where
Yeah,
we land.
10:02,
We definitely want to be started by 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get started. The live stream is
All
back
set?
up. I'll be going through the finance and HR budget, and Dave will chime in whenever he feels necessary. So I'll start out with just an overview of the department itself. So finance and HR, we're responsible for promoting and maintaining the strength, stability, and accountability for municipalities' finances and human resources. We provide advice on all the matters pertaining to effective and prudent financial and human resource management. The divisions included under our department are finance, tax and revenue, financial planning, and human resources. In addition to focusing on financial and human resource management, we also provide support to operating departments in their provision of services as well. So sometimes if you're not in finance, you don't really know what finance does. So we're broken down some of the services that we provide under each function with some tangible metrics on how many items we process throughout the year. So under finance, we do accounts payable, payroll, procurement, risk management, reporting, and our bank reconciliations. So for accounts payable, we process just over 12,000 invoices a year on average. Payroll, we process close to 8,000 pay slips every year. We have 57 procurements on average per year, and we go through rather over 10,000 bank transactions in any given year. So it is a bit of volume there. Under tax and revenue, we do anything with accounts receivable, property tax billing, and utilities billing. For property taxes, we process over 7,300 tax bills a year and close to 5,000 utility bills a year. Under financial planning is where you'll find all of the fun stuff, which is the DCs. I might be a little bit biased. Reserve and reserve funds, budget, capital, debt, and investments. So for our budget this year, we're reaching 65 million in total, 44 million operating budget, and a 20 million capital budget. We've spoken about how much we have employed in capital, which is over $1 billion. For debt, we currently have 7 active debentures totaling close to 25 million. And then we have about 40 million in investments. And then finally, human resource services, where you'll see a lot of the labor relations, training, and onboarding and offboarding. We have 360 employees that are between unions, summer, seasonal, part-time, as well as non-union. Some of our accomplishments for 2023 and prior include the implementation of our virtual town hall and some continuous process improvements, which include our procurement processes, financial statement preparation, which we've tried to automate quite a bit and also streamline over the last couple of years. The budget process has been a constant organic improvement over the past couple of years as well, and our capital and asset management process as a whole, given the new requirements through legislation as well. We've also done some organization-wide leadership and management training, and this again affects all departments. We've done a market compensation review in 2023, and it's been implemented. Our actuarial review that gave us our post-retirement benefits number and helps us with a lot of our payroll estimates as well. Human resource policy updates. And we've made some significant efforts towards collections for both utilities and property taxes. So utility collections efforts resulted in a reduction in arrears of $139,000 with 52 active payment plans. And for property taxes, we've reduced the number of properties in 2021 and 2022 with two years in arrears from 174 to 14. So that has definitely helped. Some of our ongoing trends, challenges, and opportunities involve staff capacity. We are due to increased volume in the number of things that we have to do. So introducing something like a benefits plan to a new group within the municipality doesn't change our number of employees, but it changes the amount of work that we have to do. So increased volume and complexity of tasks in general. Asset management regulation requires a more complex calculation of your forecasts and estimates that requires a lot more time than normal. So that speaks to some of the complexity increased legislative requirements. And a majority of our staff have been employed at the municipality for less than 10 years. And we have less than 3 years, sorry. And we have 2 long service staff retiring this year and next year. We could mitigate some of this through policy updates, which would result in some efficiencies and improved management, but ultimately we're still experiencing higher demand and volume of services in general. Some of the more general things that finance experiences is just the availability of funding that we've spoken to earlier in the presentation in terms of reduced reserve and reserve fund balances and fewer grants available in general. Bill 23 implementation, where our funding for DCEs and site plan fees will go down, but the administration of these will increase. So we have the introduction of installment payments, which we've never done before, which requires a certain amount of additional work from an administrative perspective in order to keep track of these installments and ensure accuracy there. And then finally, interest rates and market outlook. So we've spoken about this again, but just to recap, high inflation, expensive loan rates, reduced availability of supply, and longer lead times, which we're still experiencing into 2023. Some of the initiatives that we're undertaking in the 2024 budget would be continued asset retirement obligation review and reporting. So for 2023 will be the first year that is being introduced in our financial statements, but it is very much an ongoing project, and it will be reviewed on an annual basis. And it ties nicely into asset management planning as well. We also have our DC study as well as our utility 10-year financial plan and rate study coming up in 2024. Again, both of those studies don't just involve finance, they involve other departments as well, but it is, finance is heavily involved in both of them. And then we're continuing to improve the budget process. We are continuing to provide additional leadership and management training to the broader organization. We're continuing to update policies and continuing to pursue efforts in reducing our arrears. In terms of our levy requirement, the overall operating budget comes up to 1.7 million. We have 2 service level changes coming in close to 90,000, and we have no capital asks for 2024. So that brings us to our total levy of 1.8 million. And that 1.9 million is broken down mostly from levy. 97% is funded from levy, some through user fees for various revenue generating fees, and then some reserves specifically relating to the studies. Our decreased financial requirement of 8K relates to additional tax and utilities processing revenue. This is through the introduction of the virtual town hall. We are able to charge user fees for certain additional items. And our increased financial requirement majorly is affected by salaries, both in finance and HR, for a total of $172,000, relating to wage group progression, market compensation, as well as our economic adjustments. So it's a combination of all three. And here you'll see the increased annual software costs that you saw come out of corporate services earlier. And also the addition of the grant advance portal, which is the grant, the private and foundational grant portal that we have access to. What we have not included in our operating budget is additional corporate training. So we've left our corporate training pretty flat to 2023. We have not added any additional funding to EDI. We do have a service level change for EDI for $15,000, but we haven't been able to add any more. Finance and HR did complete a service review back in 2022. But we are still in the process of implementing that service delivery review recommendations, and we have not been able to completely budget for that in 2024. You'll see later on, but one of our other service level changes that did not make it to the budget was an addition of an accounting administrator to catch up with some of our backlog and also perform some of the other tasks that an accounting administrator normally would. In the absence of that position being brought forward in 2024, we were not able to budget for any additional resources to cover the absence of that position. We did not include funding for an assessment-based management to increase equity in the property tax base. And one of our future projects, which was the human resource information system, we also did not include in our 2024 budget. In terms of our service level changes, we have two coming forward for the budget. The first one being the payroll and benefits administrator, and the second being the equity, diversity, and inclusion assessment, totaling just under $90,000. So I'll speak to the payroll and benefits administrator first. So the 2024 impact for this service level change is $74,000. As mentioned before, payroll is definitely an area where there's been an increase both in volume of tasks that need to be completed, but also the complexity of tasks, mainly relating to OMER's eligibility for part-time staff, benefits added to 3 different employee groups that didn't previously have it before, increase in WSIB claims and union collective agreements, change the volunteer firefighter payments, and increase in overall number of employees. Payroll is also a position that is quite specialized, and we do not currently have backup for payroll for longer than a week. And it's not necessarily something like for capital where we can just wait it out until said person is back from vacation to continue operations, because we are in a biweekly payment cycle. And there are CRA and other legislative repercussions for not paying people. This lack of capacity is resulting in additional costs being incurred and savings opportunities missed because we just do not have the time or the capacity to be able to dedicate to those. We're also not able to spend as much time implementing any of our payroll controls to ensure that we're adhering to our policies and to ensure that everything is accurate and good. Currently, the only backup we have is the HR coordinator that covers that 1 week when the payroll administrator is away. But that HR coordinator can only contribute about 30% of their time towards any payroll-related tasks. For the equity, diversity, and inclusion assessment, Council passed a resolution to develop a policy with the anti-oppression framework to promote diversity, inclusion, and equity. In order to determine what needs to be done, we're proposing that we do an assessment in 2024 to assess both the status of it and determine what kind of short-term and long-term recommendations we should be pursuing. And as mentioned before, one of the service level changes that we have not included is the accounting administrator. If we did include it, would have an impact of $59,000. So again, that brings us to a total levy of $1.8 million. Any questions? Yep.
Questions? Mayor, Deputy Mayor?
Thanks. Thanks very much for the presentation. I've got 2 questions. One is around the payroll and benefits administrator. When the service delivery review is done for finance, was there any speak of outsourcing payroll and looking at that as an option?
No, that wasn't identified as an option. I know our finance manager just left the company and they were transitioning, some of that over to a third party that would do a bunch of it. We've heard from other municipalities recently that I think there's big promise in doing that. And then, a lot of the reality comes down to getting the timesheet information accurate. The system does a lot of, the other aspects. And so, you can set it up to have everything go to a third party, but it's still only as good as the information that you are, transferring. So a lot of the time, a lot of the reviews and the following up for people who haven't submitted and all that part, that's what takes up a lot of the time, at least during that, specific period. So I know other municipalities have explored that route. Their advice hasn't been overly positive on that front. And I know our finance manager hands-on has had that experience, going and, and moving over. So.
Thank you. And the other one is in regards to the EDI assessment. I'll leave this just for consideration. So there is the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities who has, produced a guideline for all of this. And I know Peterborough's used it. I think maybe Coburg has as well. There might be an opportunity to look at that because it's all laid out and I don't think there's a cost attached to it, but that might be a place we can start.
Yeah, I still have the notes from when you spoke when it brought up. I think our challenge is it's been added to the play without any resources. So our HR managers reached out to Coburg. She's talked to them. She's gotten advice from them, and I believe they have an FTE that's focused on this and accessibility, and for sure they will advance faster than we will, given that level of resourcing. We wanted to make sure that we have something in this year's budget to be able to advance this as best we can. I mean, I do note I know we've added language around our hiring process. I know PRC has got an inclusive programming person in part of day camp. We're trying to do the parts that we can kind of as the opportunities present themselves and resources allow. We know that you want us to do more. We want to do more. But part of that, and as we're going back to, I know we need more HR capacity. I'm not asking for more this year, but I know 30% of one of our 2 FTEs time is spent supporting and compensating on the payroll side, right? So, totally get it. I haven't had a chance to read it. I want to read it and and go through it and understand it better. The will is there. We just got to get caught up resource.
Yeah, and then the other thing I would. Thanks, Brian. They also have a small communities and rural version of it for communities who don't have the resources. So that may be a place that we can start, because it's sort of low hanging, but I totally appreciate what you're saying. So thanks, Dave.
Carolina?
So on continuation of the EDI, I really appreciate that this was in the budget, but given what the deputy mayor said, and given that Coburg has already made strides, I wonder if we can set aside a smaller amount of money and just buy out some of the time of that person if there is some kind of arrangement that can be made around that, or at least reduce the amount that we put towards this effort, given that there's a lot of really good material out there and we don't need to necessarily be reinventing the wheel on it. I did have a question about the benefits administrator as well. Is this position if this position is funded, will this person be in a position to help support some of the needs of the police services board? Sorry, police services, not the board. Need my afternoon coffee.
So currently we do the payroll services for the police board. So and I think what you're probably getting to is the eventual requests on the police side. So the police, so we manage the payroll side of things in terms of absence management, WSIB management. Those are HR functions, and the board has an HR and finance director, and previously they've worked on that part. So we've worked with getting their staff up to date. They're set up now to be the administrator for WSIB and those functions. So we'll continue to do the payroll and the benefits side of things, but in terms of any of the disability management, be it EI, WSIB, short-term, long-term, that is still their function.
So just if I can just clarify, then you're saying no to WSIB for police services with this position?
Yeah, it really, in terms of working with their staff and the efforts of getting them back to work and whatever, that really is part of their function. We've provided support in the past, and I'm not saying we're not going to provide support, but in terms of putting it on like a payroll person to work with full-time police officers and WSIB and the chief to get them back. We have had conversation with the chief. I would suggest if they were to put any resources towards it, it would not be on the administrative side. It would be on a subject matter expert who knows the ins and outs of WSIB and the disabilities and the policing side to see what avenues there are to rectify the situation.
So it's a no. No? I just really need to know because it does affect other budget lines. So I just want to.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just don't think it's a fair position to have, you know, a payroll person working for the municipality trying to manage full-time police officers off on WSIB and other leaves for another board.
Thank you.
So the benefits administrator, currently, we have one person doing payroll and benefits. And what would you say the percentage of the time the benefits administrator spends on policing approximately?
Just give me a minute here to refresh my memory. I think if things were running smoothly, I'm trying to reinterpret my notes from a while ago. If things are running smoothly, I'd say 20 to 25% of the time. There are times where, in the absence, we haven't had someone with the police to help manage some of the folks off on WSIB and to manage their issues with their banks and whatever else. Sometimes it can be the majority of our person's time. But, you know, I think some of those are heading in a better direction. I know that they've got a software that they're using. I think they implemented it late last year. We're starting to help manage some of their banks and things. So hopefully it will be more, hopefully it will be less than half of their time.
Well, to that point then, I would say that this is a redundant role or a full-time equivalent redundant role, because I feel that the load of the police benefits administration is a heavy one that would take more of this person's time. And so if it's all going to be put on the police, we're going to have to budget for it, which it isn't in the current submission. And if that's the case, we're going to have an expertise that perhaps you can use instead of a full-time.
Yeah, sorry, none of this is being pushed onto the police. We're maintaining all of their payroll.
Well, it's not the payroll I'm worried about. It's the benefits administration, the WSIB, and the back and forth, and the files are like this on some of the people.
Yeah, I believe we're talking about five or six staff currently. Hopefully it'll go back to being less like it was before. But it's not the majority of the, anyways, I don't, and this is the time or place to get into some of the details of that part, but, you know, just to be clear, the, you know, the police have had, they've had a finance person before. It's now shifted to being a finance and HR, you know, purpose. The only part that, you know, and I know our current benefits person started working with them on this months ago, was for them to be able to understand, to fill out some of the administrative aspects of the disability management for the police on the non-payroll part. Everything else is being maintained.
We'll have that discussion again on Thursday morning, I'm sure, when the police present. Further questions, council? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here to present to you the departmental budget for planning and development. Planning and development, as many of you know, is made up of three separate divisions. We have the Planning Services Division. They provide guidance and process applications, or land use planning applications in accordance with the Planning Act, providing guidance to council, property owners, developers, staff, to ensure that all developments follow the guidelines of the Act, our official plan, and the comprehensive zoning bylaw. The planning division is made up, we currently have 7 staff FTEs attached to that division. In my tenure in the organization, which is 2 years, I've only ever had 5 staff. I'm hopeful to change the tide of that with my current job posting and fill that complement. Economic development supports the economic growth in Port Hope through strategic activities and initiatives. We have currently 2 staff members assigned to that work. And Port Hope Transit also falls under my umbrella, providing both conventional and specialized transit, as well as overseeing the municipal crossing guards. And in that division, we have 9 transit staff, 8 drivers and a coordinator, and 7 crossing guards. That's where most of my people come. Planning by the numbers. So in our accomplishments in 2023, we processed 18 major development applications, 21 minor development applications that typically go through committees of adjustment, 13 heritage permits. I would like to draw your attention to the total number of housing units that were approved through these activities, which is 249. Along with, we did, every time someone applies for a building permit, we have to provide a review of that permit to make sure that it adheres to the zoning bylaw and all the land use planning activities, and we did 141 of those this year. Planning inquiries are growing. We have over 715, and this year we managed, or are in the process of managing, 4 Ontario Land Tribunal. It's a very busy department. It's only growing. I can't, this is the first time we've quantified or collected all of these statistical, so I can't compare it to what we did last year. I just know that it felt a lot busier this year, and I suspect if I did a lot of digging, we would find out that we were in fact busier than previous years. Some of the other accomplishments related to planning on a sort of project basis, we completed the comprehensive municipal zoning bylaw amendment, which was a long overdue project. It was lingering for over 2 years prior to my arrival. We finished that and with council's support passed it. It did not get appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, so congratulations. That's not one of the 4 that we're dealing with this year. We also participated in a planning fees review as part of protective services and building services work related to service delivery and fees. That project is completed, and the fees are reflected in the 2024 proposed fees as was communicated to us. If you recall, midway through the year, we recognized we were not going to get to the official plan based on Northumberland County's official plan process. And so we pivoted and spent that money on a citywide planning portal project that brings all of our applications online and helps to standardize some processes. And certainly we're ready or prepared. That project is now, we're ready to go with budget this week, and then heading into December, the plan is to launch that portion in January of this year. So we're pretty excited that we're going to be bringing that forward. And then I'd like to also touch on some work that we were able to hire. Last year, we were able to provide brought on board, a planning technician who had GIS experience, and we used some of that work to create a public, we've done a bunch of work to create a public viewer, a GIS viewer. This is an interactive GIS map that will be available to the public through our website. It will provide them tools to seamlessly check their current zoning, official plan designations, development constraints on properties in Port Hope. So this is going to help to, bring us forward in technology, help to create some self-service options for people, and some of the ways that we cannot manage some of the inquiries that we have, some of those resources will be available to the general public. When I think of some of the activities that we accomplished this year with economic development, we finished or completed the economic development strategic plan. We will be bringing the completed plan with implementation plan for your final endorsement on December 5th. We're pretty excited. And I would say that I don't want to give too much away, but I would say that the full total cost of implementation over the 8-year time horizon of that plan is about just over $500,000. So I think it's pretty cost effective to accomplish what we want to get accomplished, and it's going to help move our development forward and our economy forward in our own community. Something else I wanted to highlight as an accomplishment this year, something that we didn't anticipate, was a large film project that came forward in the earlier parts of this year called Welcome to Fairview. It caused a little bit of pain on the main street in early spring, and really I highlight that or recognize that simply because it's work that we do in our department. It's not work that we typically do. It's not work that we've done to any great degree in the last 2 or 3 years. And one of the things that I learned from that process is that when a project of that magnitude is happening in our community, it takes many, many resources across a number of departments to make it work. But it also sucks the lifeblood out of the rest of my economic development staff. And so part of things like we had anticipated or hoped that the economic development strategic plan, for instance, would be done and ratified and ready to go earlier in the year this year. But really we had to set aside probably 8 weeks to support filming in this community. And that really put us behind a little bit on stuff like that. Through some of your direction at council, we also moved forward with destination marketing services. We secured a firm, went to market and secured a firm to oversee those services for up to 18 months. And I'm pleased to say that we awarded that contract to an organization called Intercom Communications. They're a longstanding marketing and communications organization in Ontario, well established, and incidentally, they do destination marketing as part of their practice, and they're doing currently marketing for Markham, Ontario as well. So we're very confident in their abilities, and we'll see much more of that roll out over the course of the next year. We're working hard on a tourism strategy as well. That project has been awarded to a firm called Good Company from Eastern Ontario. They're very comfortable dealing with destination development and destination marketing organizations, and we're anticipating that work will be done early next year. And then we also brought forward the land inventory project, and we're working, we've gone to market. We're prepared to retain an organization for that work that will be done through the early parts of 2024, and affordable housing CIP is work that we're doing as well. Transit this year, you will recognize or you'll remember, I came to you asking to pilot a project where we provided specialized transit services to residents in Ward 2. I was going to write a report that gave you an update on that activity. However, as I looked at the numbers, I felt that I could probably just talk about it at the budget since that program only had very minimal uptake. We had 4 riders take advantage of roles in Ward 2 this year. Recognizing that a program like that, if it was to continue, would have to grow over time. And really what it allowed the municipality to do is to support 4 individuals who live in the rural ward access to medical appointments, many of them on a regular basis that were critically necessary for them. So we see it as a success, even though it didn't have a lot of uptake. It had very little, if any, impact on the operating budget of the transit department this year. Some of the trends that we're finding, that we find in my division, at least over the course of the last year or so, the need for assessment growth, and I took that very seriously at the last budget deliberations, and I certainly take that very seriously when I contemplate what your proposed strategic plan is going to be. Economic growth is a really important piece, and we anticipate that will continue to be one of your priorities and one of the areas that you want us to focus on. We have mounting pressure to increase the number of housing units in the municipality, certainly to help address some of the current affordable housing crisis challenges. And we also anticipate or expect that there will be some housing target number delivered to us from the province in the not too distant future. And so we're mindful that that's on the way. We have insufficient employment lands to keep up with our demand. Some of the challenges that we find ourselves working through are growth or response to the public pressure and council pressure to provide sheltering and housing options in our community. That's taken some of our workload this year, where we would normally be directed towards development. We've also have another challenge is difficulty identifying potential municipal lands that could be of assistance in supporting affordable housing development and economic growth. I would say that challenge is being met with some of the opportunities, especially around things like land inventory I mentioned further down. Navigating growing demand for services of the planning and economic development divisions of the municipality. 2 years ago when I arrived, we didn't have an economic development division. And now we do. We get calls much more frequently than we've ever had before, which is great. I'm happy to see people are interested in growing the economy in Port Hope. That's things that we want to see happen. Whether we have enough resources or not to manage that process at this particular stage still remains to be seen. And then I would say one of the challenges that we foresee in the future, we anticipate that there will be future larger scale filming events. However, they are not firm nor consistent, but they certainly have the opportunity to impact work plans. We anticipate that Welcome to Fairview, I think that's what we're calling it, will be back at some point next year. I have an understanding that the SAG strike is either at an end, coming to an end, and we anticipate that we will see them in here in 2024, but really they won't tell us or can't tell us what is happening until they know what's happening, and they don't know what's happening yet. Some of the opportunities. So we're completing and implementing a lot of the policy work that we started last year, initiated last year around land inventory, affordable housing, economic development, and tourism delivery. Our hope this year is to initiate the review of the Port Hope official plan. I know that the council desperately wants that to happen, and I want it as desperately as you do. We want to review the current development approval process so that we comply with provincial legislation and help to ease the burden on the local residents. Our goal is to recognizing, now that we've had a significant filming event, to review our current film process and policies so that we are consistent and we're doing what the community wants in terms of attracting film to the community or not, depending upon the direction of council. And we certainly want to move forward. Our goal is to move forward with the implementation of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Some of my initiatives for 2024, things that I like to talk about. Housing for all. So I broke this down based on the two primary strategic initiatives or the strategic goals. 3-year strategic plan that influenced me the greatest and is actually 30% of your plan. So unfortunately, I only can fill 2 slides. I probably should be filling more. So work in Housing for All. So we're working on the land inventory project, and I'm happy to say that we're on the cusp of awarding that project and anticipate the results of that work by midway through Q2 2024. Community improvement plan for housing. We're out to market, and hope is to be able to award the same. Our goal and in your budget this year is to prepare or to begin the process of preparing a new official plan. We expect that work to start mid-year, and we anticipate that the budget will be $60,000 in 24 and $30,000 in 25 or higher to make that happen. We want to we need to update the current development approval process so that we are in compliance with new provincial legislations around bills 109, 108, 23, the provincial policy statement, which is certainly also impacting, and that's one of the impacts that's happening at Northumberland County, is as they've prepared their official plan, they are now having to go through that, go back and look at that work to ensure that they're in compliance, their plans are in compliance, and our goal will have our plan to be in compliance with all of that legislation, as well as Northumberland County's plan. As part of that work, I know Brian highlighted, he talked about developing a scoping tool for environmental impact studies. One of the challenges we have as the outcome of Bill 23 is reduced services in the development sphere from the Conservation Authority in this area. And one of the challenges we have, I'm not really worried about environmental impact studies when it comes to plans of subdivision or large scale developers, but really where we're going to see some wins in housing development in this community is individuals purchasing pieces of land and building their own homes or building homes on them. And one of the challenges we have is that if it's a smaller scale development and it's in the rural space and there's a need for environmental impact assessments to be done, that can be a very costly endeavor. And so the goal for us in an effort to try and make it more affordable is to be able to scope or scale the kind of environmental impact study we have. And in order to do that, we need to rely on an environmental specialist to help us give us the tools necessary to help with that kind of development. And then some of the work that we want to do is to help create better guidance documents that provide clear and concise information to help with development in our community. I recognize that one of the significant complaints I get on a regular basis is how unclear it is to do development in our community. We recognize that as we roll out some of the opportunities related to public GIS viewers, online citywide planning applications, we need to provide information and materials for education purposes. And our goal is to provide handouts as well to update all of our general handouts, really focused at the general public and the residents of the community, less focused towards the development community at this point, recognizing that that's where most of my comments, questions, concerns come from. When I talk about economic growth and prosperity, so we're hopeful to do strategic, do some work around tourism strategy implementation. So we're working on that strategy, anticipation that that work will be done in Q1 of 24, and then will be implemented throughout the year. To support destination marketing delivery, we had pre-budget approval when we awarded or went to market to find a destination marketing organization. And so we're going to roll that forward this year, and that will support us as we develop how we deliver tourism services and implement that. And the goal would be is for 2025 to have a new mechanism or a model for the delivery of tourism services, and we would no longer need to provide destination marketing services, or that would change how we do that. Some of the work that we're going to do early on in 24 is a film policy review, and really what that's looking at, our film policy is out of date. The fees are low to do filming in this community, and having a significant event this year really steel my reserve to go forward and take a look at how we deliver filming events in this community. And it's certainly work that our economic development division is very engaged in right now. They figure if they do this work now, and we have a good policy in place, it will make work easier when the film company arrives midwinter to start to figure out how they're going to film in Port Hope. We're also, as we bring the economic development strategic plan to you, we're going to start we'd like to start the implementation, and part of that will be through business retention and expansion. That work is to start in the second half of the year. So we have some earlier implementation opportunities, but we're also going to do some internal work around business retention and expansion for next year. When I look at what the total requirements are from a levy perspective, or the levy requirement we ask, so we have no capital projects in my division, although we have a carry forward capital project that I'm going to talk about in a moment. But most of our funds are related to operating, and we're asking for $1,872,694 to support our operating budget. We have a $97,000 service level change, which I'll get into in a moment, and then no new capital. That is funded through a series of different things. So just as an example, user fees. So land use planning is actually supposed to be a fee for service offering in the community, which means that that fees for land use planning applications should cover the cost of delivering those services. The reality is they don't. When I bring the fees for planning applications up, you all get calls for complaints because they're too expensive. But the reality is in order to have professional staff to deliver those services, we have to support or fund those in some form or fashion. And so we do hope to bring in or plan to bring in $254,000 in application fees this year. That will offset about 10% of my operating budget, and certainly a little bit more, probably about 20 to 25% of my land use planning division's budget specifically. We use some funds related to reserves. A lot of those dollars, we put money into reserves to support the community improvement plan, and we take money out of reserves to fund the community improvement plan. We have some grant dollars coming in, so some of the grant money that comes through our part of the organization is related to funding for digital Main Street work that we're going to do and that we have done. And then we have some other fees that have come in, and I don't know exactly what those are. I'll have to figure that out in a minute. So we're asking for a 1.6% increase on our operating. Some of the highlights of our operating plan. So in the planning division, we've decreased. One of the financial requirements that we're looking at decreasing is based on a revenue increase. So we've had a lot of volume through the Committee of Adjustment. In fact, we've grown the revenues for Committee of Adjustment because we've also grown the number of applications that have gone through that division. In fact, I think we've processed 3 times as many Committee of Adjustment files this year than we did in 2022, which is a good thing. We also, so I'm saying we're less required, $10,000 less because we're going to get more Committee of Adjustment applications, which is great. But then if you go down to my increased cost, it's going to cost me more to provide those services because I don't get to charge fees for site plan applications because I can't ask for site plan for any development that is less than 10 units in our community. So we used to get upwards of $50,000 a year in site plan application fees. This year, we didn't raise nearly the $50,000. We're down $32,000 in site plan application fees, and we don't anticipate that that's going to get better anytime soon. We need some funds to help with guidelines related to environmental impact studies. So that has a $25,000 increase. And then I've got some money in my budget to relate to software licensing costs. And really what that is it will help me make the new official plan AODA compliance, because that document is the one document that makes the entire website not AODA compliant. And I know Jeanette will be very happy with me when I get that one up to speed. In economic development, we decreased. So last year, council was very kind to me, and they injected $125,000 of funding into my budget for last year. I didn't expect that was coming back. You were very clear that it was a one-time offering, and so a decreased requirement because I didn't expect it. And we have $28,000 reduced. So we've delivered Digital Main Street, which is a program that's supported by the province of Ontario. And really what it is it's a program that helps our Main Street businesses do more and more work and offer more and more services and goods through online selling opportunities. We really leaned into that in the last couple of years as we recognized Walton reconstruction was on the horizon. That is a program that's supported by the province. It's due to come to an end in March of this year. We're hopeful that it may be reinitiated through provincial funding. It's supported by grant funding, but we also recognize that if we don't have the grants coming in, I'm not sure we have the resources financially to offer that service. Some of my increased financial requirements. So I've asked for $50,000 as a placeholder figure to help offset some of the implementation costs related to the Economic Development Strategic Plan. We think it's a modest amount of money. It's about 1/10 of what the cost for implementation is going to be, and we have an 8-year horizon in order to do the implementation, or that's how long we plan for. We have a $32,000 increase in salaries and benefits, very similar to other divisions. And I have a $7,000. So when we transferred out all the individual budget lines related to providing destination marketing services through my division, and we turned that into a single contract, the difference or the delta is $7,000 in more program costs than what it would be if I added up all the individual budget lines. But what I will say is that what is not captured there is the fact that it took a dedicated staff member to deliver those services, and now I've contracted them out to a third party and it only cost me $7,000 in more program fees. And as we looked at how many staff resources I have available in economic development, it allows us to be more effective with the economic development staff we have. Something that I did not include in this year's budget is increased or improved or more staff resources. Growing, we recognize we have growing inquiries. We recognize that we need to get aggressive in more housing. We also recognize that we need to get aggressive in more economic development in the community. However, there's a lot of change happening in the land use planning world. We haven't formally endorsed the economic development strategic plan yet. And so until we have a better handle on some of those things, and also we made some investments this year in technology and process improvement. And our hope is that we will be able to take a look at that and have a better handle on what some of those resources that may be required. I also recognize that I have open staff, an unfilled staff complement, and I'm never comfortable adding more staff until I've completely filled my or exhausted the resources that are already available to me, and I haven't done that yet. So I'm not saying that the people that work for me aren't exhausted, but what I am saying is I also have opportunity to add more staff already in my budget, and I will be doing that in the very near future. We talk about service level changes. So I know Councillor Mink had addressed the concept of, I think she spoke to earlier in the day, I can't remember what we called it. Sub-watershed study. Thank you. It escaped me there for a second. It's such a long word. So Gananaska Region Conservation Authority gave a presentation recently. So Councillor Mink brought a notice of motion around sub-watershed studies. The GRCA presented at our most recent budget meeting related to floodplain mapping. I've suggested that we put floodplain mapping as the service level change because I think Corey from the GRC got a direct question as to prioritizing those things. What was the greater priority to him? And he suggested it was floodplain mapping, which is why you have it in your budget. It's I think as per the presentation by the Conservation Authority, they asked for us to allocate up to $97,000 in reserve that can be used for grant applications to help update that mapping activity over the next 4 years. So we're asking for $97,000 in this year, and it would have an annualized impact for the next 4 years if you supported each year of $97,000. And then the GRCA would go out to get grants to cover the other 50% of the costs necessary to deliver that activity. I don't have a budget slide for what was not included. I don't think. Yeah, I don't see it. The one that was not included in service level change was the sub-watershed study. That study, in order to do sub-watershed studies, and I will remind you of that notice of motion that came forward. The sub-watershed study, the cost of doing that for both Garden Hill and Oseka at the same time was about $225,000 annually for 2 years, which means it was about a $450,000 activity broke out over 2 years. We're asking, so if you would like to include that, that would be $225,000 for 2024 and $225,000 for 2025. Capital carry forwards. So we have in the budget and approved last year $562,500 to replace the transit buses. We also have an open application to the provincial government to help offset those costs. Some of those costs we have not heard back on that grant application. We're hopeful that we'll hear about it soon, and that will help us decide how we're going to, how much money we're going to use as part of this capital carry forward. I can say that costs of maintaining and repairing the buses are escalating. Those our buses are aging; they need replacement, and our goal would be to replace them, at least start the process in 2024. So if you oversee the entire, it's pretty straightforward. My operating requirements are $1.8 million, $97,000 service level change, which brings my total levy impact to $1.9 million. Happy to take any questions you have.
Councillor Adam.
Thank you. Great presentation in general. Awesome. Quick question about the filming. Continuity is a huge thing with filming, and as we know, the Welcome to Fairview or whatever has already started that process before they went into their strike situation. And I believe you're right that the strike has been over for the last couple of weeks. Has there been any contact, as continuity is a big thing, and when they have to come back and we have a Walton Street construction going on, it's going to change things a lot?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Absolutely. We're in constant contact with the film companies. The interesting thing is when the Screen Actors Guild went on strike, the production companies didn't. So we remain in constant conversation with that, recognizing that that major filming process, they filmed 3 of 9 episodes of a television show. We knew that they would be eventually potentially coming back to us at some point. So certainly we've been in conversation. They are very well aware of the time frame, the timeline for Walton Street reconstruction. We anticipate that it's going to be a busy late winter, early spring before any kind of construction activity happens.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That was a great presentation, and I'm always amazed at how much gets done on those resources. I have 3 questions. First one is, you had noted in your presentation that the planning inquiries from January to October were 715, which I'm assuming that currently you have the capacity to be able to manage all of that. Have you determined at what point that's no longer manageable?
We're pretty close now. I have not, from the perspective of one of my land use planners has recently resigned, and so I'm out to market right now. I'm going to fill. I have 2 positions to fill, and I would like to see what those resources, when I bring those resources to bear. I think we may be in a position that we can manage that effectively for the next at least year at that level of volume.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just recognizing that a lot of the discussions today have been about growth and especially around housing, and so we would probably anticipate that that volume is going to increase. Just want to make sure that we've got enough FTEs floating around in your department in order to handle that as we go. And I recognize the fact that you have some empty seats at the table, so we'll fill those first, but just being conscious of that. The second question I have is around the roles and the costs of the specialized transit. So can you connect a few of the dots for us? So we just went through, community grants, and I think we just put, was it $9,500 to Northumberland County Cares for 87, okay, for transportation. And can you maybe give us a little context? Would roles have compensate for some of that? Is there a cost differential? Did we end up duplicating efforts here?
Sure. So we're in communication with the Northumberland Community Cares that provides those services. Thank you. We've been in communication with them frequently. Our goal is not to get in the way of the offering of those services. I do not know. As far as I could tell, this year, having discussions with the person who manages the transit program for us, I'm not sure how much uptake they had on their program, recognizing that oftentimes Northumberland Community Cares, they do provide transportation services into the urban area, but they also provide a substantial amount of transportation outside of the urban area. If you need to go and see a medical professional in the city of Oshawa, they can take you there, those types of things. So they provide services that we do not typically provide. The area where they're most challenged and the area where we flourish with specialized transit is, for instance, we had 4 riders this year. One of our riders was a dialysis patient at the hospital and needed daily drive to the hospital, and accessing Northumberland Community Cares daily can be cost prohibitive to seniors, as well as they have to provide services throughout all of Northumberland County. And so sometimes it's more challenging to provide services in our community. So that's the area that we really flourished in specialized transit, and probably why our numbers were so low. It's cost effective. It's for people to stay sort of either to get to medical appointments at the hospital or within Port Hope specifically, or bring them into town to do shopping, etc. The reality is most people, whether they're seniors or not, who live in the rural area, recognize that they need a mode of transportation of some kind. And so we don't see a lot of, I need to get a ride in to get my hair cut or my shopping done. Most of it is related to medical, for medical purposes. And so we're really confident that if we were to continue and we could continue to offer these services, then the impact at this stage would be relatively marginal for us.
Thank you. And my last question is, can you give us a little bit of insight? Because I appreciate the fact that the sub-watershed studies are high-ticket items. What's the implication of not doing one?
So I think one of the questions, and when we think about sort of, I'm going to use a specific example related to the proposed subdivision and the planning application we have related to Garden Hill. There's a lot of question about how much water there is in the water table, how much development can be supported in Garden Hill, and certainly, the developer has hired an engineer or hydrologist to do a bunch of modeling for them. We've hired 2 specialists to review said modeling and make put their expertise to have a better understanding. But realistically, I'm confident in the work, the people that we've contracted to do it. However, it's a challenge when you try to look at, sub-watershed study looks at the entirety or the totality of the area and would give us a better definitive answer as to how many units we could handle or could support, in a place like Garden Hill and or Osaka. It's comprehensive work. Mind you, it takes some time, but it sort of gives us a better sense of water. It's not like, really, when we talk about urban servicing and our constraints in urban servicing are related to pipes, where they go, what capacity do they have. It's really hard to have an understanding as to what the capacity of water is under the ground. And so this would sort of give us some more certainty and make us much more comfortable when we talk about development in the hamlets, in those particular hamlets. I know they're expensive to do, but they're a good thing.
Great. Thanks, Todd.
I was going to ask a follow-up, but to this particular issue, but Councillor Mink would like to.
Thank you. It's not so much to ask a question, but just the other piece that's missing is that sub-watershed study is the first step in creating a secondary plan. So the secondary plan as well would include things such as considering Osaka, we're going from a community of about 20 houses to potentially 150. It's on an S-bend. I'm not sure if you've been up there. It's a very unique setting. So it's also a secondary plan would allow us to create, determine the need for parks, stormwater management, fire services, sidewalks, traffic lights, and that kind of stuff. So that my beginning discussion earlier today about how are we proactively investing and planning for the future. The sub-watershed study is the first step to get to there. So thank you, Director Davis, but that's the ultimate goal when I brought it forward, was that this is just the first step to get to planning in the planning.
Thank you.
So a follow-up directly on that is there an opportunity, given that, this is such important work, to somehow again tie it to a county project or a county ask to offset some of the costs for some of this, given that I realize this is in our area, but is there an opportunity? It's more of a theoretical question to ask. And then my second question is a follow-up to what the deputy was asking, and that is, are you sure you've got enough staff? I can't believe I'm saying that, but given, just really given how important all of the work you've got in front of you, and the fact that there's so many different pieces up in the air, I'm actually just wanting to ask, it'll be the first and last time, I'm sure, in this whole budget process I ask this, but do you really have enough to get all the things done that I know that are on your plate?
Thanks for the questions. So regarding the sub-watershed study and the ability for the county to fund, I mean, we can always ask, never hurts to ask. I'm pretty confident that they're going to say no. It is contained within our municipality. It is our watershed. I recognize that it is sort of, I can ask. I just don't have a lot of hope that they're going to grace me with funds to help understand something that is within our own community.
Just to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that it would only be focused on this, but actually doing something that's more comprehensive and countywide. I should have been clear about that.
So yeah, I could ask that too. My other fear, and I don't even want to give, I want to even put this out in the wind, but I will say this. If I go to them and say we need to do something or cross county, these kinds of things have impacts on official plans. And so my other fear is that they may say, oh yeah, that's a great idea. We're going to pause the official plan for 2024 for Northumberland County, so that we're going to do a bunch of these studies. So that's the only thing that would be where my fear is that it actually works against some of the other work that we want to do that we also see as pretty fundamental in this term of council. With regards to staffing, it would be insane to say that I didn't need more staff. But I also am I'm also trying to be really practical sometimes and really realistic. I recognize that we have, we've presented a budget figure that I've, with a percentage increase that in my tenure in government, I've never put in front of a council before. I'm not saying that doesn't mean that we don't need to be properly resourced. I also recognize that there's lots of things that are a little up in the air at this point, and I'm very confident that in 2025, the person who's going to be asking for service level change for staffing is going to be me. And so we'll make it through this year. We'll be fine.
Back to the sub-watershed study. I appreciate that when Corey was here, he did say, if you had to choose, which would you prioritize? But I'm not sure that we've established that we have to choose between the two projects just because they both involve the GRCA. So when it comes to the sub-watershed study, given the timing of us going into the official plan, it seems to me that the greatest impact of doing it is in doing it now. Doing it later, it loses some of its value to us in terms of informing the official plan and potentially a secondary plan after that. I also just want us to think to that question that I think a number of us raised earlier about, what are we going to be thinking in hindsight, looking back at the decisions and how the decisions today connect to future thinking. We already know that we've had to spend money on doing additional water studies because of the controversy around that particular development application. We're now going to an OLT and paying legal fees, largely because of concerns raised about water. So there are costs embedded in other budget lines, both current and future, to not having this kind of information on file. So I would really, I really encourage us to think about putting this back up above the line, because this is the kind of proactive investment that ends up being cheaper in the long run when we look at all the costs of not having the information we need to inform good decision making.
Councillor Ming.
Thank you. And just to add to a couple of the comments that were made, I fully agree with Councillor Clare. When I look back at the past couple of years and I see things that have come forward, for example, I might have mentioned this before, the fire service master plan we had done a couple of years ago identified Osaka as the furthest from any police station, but not in that document anywhere did it say that that's going to be a hugely growing community. So we invest in some of these things and they're missing very important components because we haven't invested into a plan for that community. We're taking it as it comes. if we're not going to invest in the subwatershed study now, as well as the secondary plan to follow, then at least we should be investing into a reserve to build the community and piece it together as we go, because we cannot deny the fact that we're going to have costs associated if we just take it as it comes. Absolutely, there's going to be costs, and then we're going to be working retroactively to try to piece it together. As far as the county, as far as floodplain mapping goes, I know our friends to the west had Durham Region help invest into that. It wasn't just Clarington. So the county tells us where our development areas are. And I think that there is a joint responsibility to say, okay, if this is our development area, now help invest into that area, that this is where we should be investing. It shouldn't just be thrown on us. So I think there is value that not just for Port Hope, but for someone to put the pressure on the county to say, look, we need across the county, these are planning issues that there is a joint responsibility for. Going back to staffing, the question, this is a question now, we got that survey back where the community said customer service for planning needs more investment. Are you confident that that's planning, or is that shared with building services, which the community misunderstands the two?
That's a good question. I would suggest that it's not just planning services. I would suggest that it's planning, it's building, it's all development services.
And is there a plan at all to bring that together or restructure or somehow, so you're not both working from a separate budget for customer service, but somehow putting that together?
That's a good question. We are not working towards a common budget for customer service at this particular moment, although I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're asking for customer service resources to help for one of our development services team that will help us probably streamline the work at 5 Mill Street.
I have two questions. The first one is regarding how collaborative, in your opinion, is the county tourism department with our tourism department and economic development?
Good question. The county is economic development division is very collaborative with our division. I'm not sure. There's been a lot of change in the tourism division. In Northumberland County, they had some longstanding members retire and turned over some staff. The new staff members are very good at what they do. I'm just not sure the kind of services that they had delivered in the past. It certainly has changed dramatically over the last decade, what has been offered through Northumberland County. And so while they are providing services, I'm just not sure what they are.
And the second question is around transit.
Mm-hmm.
Is our transit model the best model with the buses? Are there alternatives even that we could consider rather than running 3 buses?
That's a good question. So yeah, there are many different models for the delivery of transit services. We use a pretty conventional one, and we have done so. I know our neighbors to the east of us have a different model for the delivery of traditional transit on a, and I'm not sure. I know that I've been keenly watching how that model is playing out and how the residents are, how receptive the residents are to that model of service delivery. There are lots of different ways to deliver transit services in any given community. I haven't asked for funding to review what that could be, but I certainly, it's certainly a good question. We've been delivering transit here for a long enough time that we need to replace the buses. And so maybe it's time to also look at how we deliver that too.
Further questions of planning and development? Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. No more questions for planning, but for discussion about moving to bring the subwatershed motion above the line, I would like to bring that forward.
Is this the appropriate time to bring a motion forward?
That's a question for you to answer, Mr. Chair. We have noted sort of at the beginning of the presentation today, and certainly through the procedural advice offered last week, that council, when council sees fit, can make motions related to inclusions in the budget. I'd suggest councillors refer to that procedural advice. I think it'd be as simple as identifying the sub-watershed to be included in the proposed planning and development budget.
The motion's being made. Is there a seconder? Any discussion, further discussion? Mayor, and then Councillor.
I am in support of that, but I would also like to Councillor Mink's point, bring this forward for also discussion at the county table and see whether or not we can make any headway there at all.
Thank you. And I would like to ask staff potentially before Thursday if they could offer a funding strategy potentially over the course of a couple of years, as opposed to just putting that all in the budget now. I know from being on the GRCA, they offered a suggestion, but they're not married to the idea that it has to be over 2 years. It can be drawn out over a longer period. So if there's a sensible strategy to at least get started on this, so that it's affordable, but we're working on something, I would like to find that out.
Councillor Clare.
I'm just reviewing some additional information that Councillor Mink had received from Corey at the GRCA, looking at a couple of different options that aren't looking at the entire settlement area, but looking specifically at the remaining undeveloped areas within the settlement boundary. And I don't understand what the implications of that would be. So I was wondering if you could comment on that, if you're able to, in terms of what would be the utility of a sub-watershed study that only looks at the remaining undeveloped lands versus the entire settlement area. Would be cheaper, but I don't know if it gives us the information that we would then find useful.
Very good question. I have to confess, I'm not a hydrologist, so I don't really, it's not my area of expertise. However, I think, listening to the discussion at the council table, you're really interested in a more holistic understanding of what's going on. And so my fear would be that if we scoped it down to save some money, we would lose out on the holistic information that we might receive from that, and it may not help us as much as we hoped it would help. It may guide us on what can be developed on those specific pieces of land, but it won't give us a better sense as to sort of what the entire broad impact is, and won't sort of, to your point, help us longer into the future.
Everybody should be cognizant of the impact this will have on the budget, and what we put in here, we may have to take elsewhere out of the budget. So, well, that's fine, but okay, I understand. Okay, so let's call the vote. Yes, go ahead.
My other question would be from a development perspective, and you're thinking about the official plan and remaining development lands in both Oseka and Garden Hill. Could you do some thinking between now and Thursday to potentially be able to recommend, if we had to narrow the scope and maybe prioritize one of those two settlement areas over the others, which would be the priority area in terms of what you expect to be coming down the pipe in the next 10 years?
Sure.
Any further discussion? Okay, call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, carried. Okay, any further questions, discussion, planning? Okay, moving forward.
Mr. Chair, just so Protective Services is ready to go. That'll probably be at least another 15 minutes. Just suggesting, I don't know whether this would be a good time to have a break. We were planning on ending around 4:30. I understand someone has a hard stop at 5. So I just wanted to get a bit of a gauge before we move on to the next one, or we can go another 15, 20 minutes.
Do you want to have a break now? or- Okay, let's have a break now. 5 minutes?
Of course.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Here to present the 2024 budget for Protective Services. A little bit about our department. Protective Services comprised of 4 divisions. Fire and Emergency Services, which provides fire protection and emergency response to your municipality, as well as fire prevention and public education programs. Currently, that we have 74 volunteer firefighters as part of our organization, 6 full-time staff. That also includes myself, admin, and our customer service individual. Building Services is our second division, and they issue building permits to help create a safe, accessible, and sustainable buildings throughout the enforcement of the Ontario Building Code in the municipality of Port Hope. Currently, we have 3 full-time staff, being our chief building official, deputy chief building official, and our building inspector, and they're supported by our customer service associate at 5 Mill Street. We also have our municipal bylaw enforcement officers who work out of our bylaw division. We have 2 full-time staff, and they work to uphold our community standards and safety through the enforcement education of municipal bylaws. Fourth is our Municipal Emergency Management Services, which I am the Community Emergency Management Coordinator for Municipality of Port Hope. I work with my admin to oversee those services to our municipality. So just to look back at 2023, some of our accomplishments, we undertook a lot in our department. We've seen a lot of progressive change throughout all 4 divisions in Protective Services. First, let's like to start off in relation to emergency management. We updated our municipal emergency management plan. We brought it into the incident management system model, which is the model which is recommended and utilized throughout the province of Ontario and North America. So we created and established the bylaw, which is approved by council. We actually updated our municipal emergency control group, and we've also updated our emergency management program committee with Councillor Collins being a member as well. One of the things we're very proud we're able to do is actually implement a number of the recommendations of the fire master plan and community risk assessment that was approved by council in 2022. Some of those recommendations that we're able to carry out was personnel. So we're able to onboard a deputy chief of operations and training. We're actually able to establish our new emergency response, so our establishing and regulating bylaw for the fire service. So that was presented and approved by council earlier this year, and council set the level of service for the fire department for the municipality of Port Hope in the body of that bylaw. We're also able to formalize mutual aid and automatic aid agreements with surrounding municipal partners, being Hamilton Township and municipality of Clarington. So we've moved forward on a lot of the recommendations set out, and our hope is that we can continue on that path in 2024. We're also able to successfully onboard 14 recruit firefighters who have successfully completed their recruit training. And for 2024, we'll be looking for 4 volunteer firefighters. So it's the lowest we've actually needed to maintain staffing Port Hope Fire Emergency Services in quite a number of years, which is a good thing. When it comes to the building services, so when I first started in 2022, moving into 2023, we didn't have a building department. I had to onboard a chief building official. We changed a building official position to a deputy chief building official position. That was the purposes of attracting talent to our municipality in that field. Also, we had to recruit a building official and undertake a training program, which they've been very successful in undertaking. So not only do we see those challenges, having used a third-party vendor to carry out the regulatory requirements of a chief building official for a municipality, it was getting that team together. And I can say that over the course of the past 11 months, I think they've done fantastic work in our municipality. They've come together great as a team and done some fantastic work. Also created the municipal law enforcement policy for our bylaw officers. We saw that last month, and I think that's a good step forward. One of the recommendations actually that came out of our service delivery review that we're able to do through our building and bylaw divisions. as I believe it was Director Baxter spoke of, one of the special projects we undertook in 2023 was to identify some issues in our building permitting system and some outstanding matters. We were actually able to identify over 400 open building permits. So what historically was happening is we were issuing building permits, and those weren't being closed off, and that had direct impacts on our taxes. So we undertook a special project, had part-time staff in to undertake the review and required inspections to close out those, and we're successfully able to close out over 400 open building permits, which is good. We're moving forward. Hopefully we'll never see those numbers like that again. When talking about fire station accomplishments, we were able to actually get our site plan approval for the Fire Station 2 replacement project, and we're going to talk about that throughout this presentation in a couple of different slides. But we had a previously approved capital project to speak to getting us to site plan approval for our Fire Station 2 replacement, and we've been successful in obtaining that site plan approval from Planning Department. We've conducted all the required studies and surveys to get us where we need for the purposes of starting the construction process. So that's a good step forward for the fire service. A couple other accomplishments for 2023. I think it's, we'll move to the next slide. We're able to purchase on time and on budget both of our capital items, being our heavy and light rescue out of Station 2 and out of Station 1, which I think in 2023 is quite the accomplishment to be able to get it on time and exactly on budget. So very proud they're able to do that. And actually they were in service a very short time after we had budget approval. Also able to complete our firefighter pager replacement program. So now all of our firefighters, all 74, have updated digital pagers. They're going to assist in dispatching and the replacement of outdated technology when it came to the pager aspect of it. We take a look at building services and municipal law enforcement. One of the projects we undertook was a service delivery review and also a fee study, and I'm going to talk about operating impacts, about the fees that we were and are currently charging for both billing and bylaw. So one of the things I undertook was a service delivery review of how can we carry out business in both divisions more effectively and efficiently, and also what do we need to do in relation to fees being charged for the services that we're providing. And we can talk a little bit more about that. So we're going to undertake that. Both of those studies have been finalized. They're just in the final review process, and they will be made available to members of council and the public in very short order. So some of the accomplishments, these are just some stats in relation to some of our divisions. So when we look at municipal law enforcement, we have 2 full-time staff, right? So those two full-time staff members responded to 147 property standards complaints, conducting over 400 inspections related specifically to property standards. And this is in a time period between January and October of 2023, so the last 10 months. So these aren't full year stats, the last 10 months of 2023. When we look at bylaw complaints, over 400 bylaw complaints resulting in almost 500 bylaw inspections, over 1,500 parking tickets. They actually service, maintain, and collect coin out of 195 municipal parking meters. That's on average over $12,000 in coin every 4 weeks. They have to collect and provide to my friends at the finance department to count. When we take at fire and emergency services, some of the stats we're looking at, there's been an increase year to year into 2023. Again, this is only for over the course of 10 months. Calls for service we're at 610. And we look at some of the stats for building services. Year to date, actually at the end of October, we're almost 300 building permits issued, resulting in over 1,100 required inspections. So there's some numbers for you to look at associated with our 3 divisions, not including emergency management. Now, when we're taking a look specifically about some trends and challenges, and this is an example that you saw earlier in the budget presentation about percentage increased associated with required materials, items, training, and personal protective equipment for our staff. Now, this is not an increase in level of service. Like Director Baxter said, this is the minimum personal protective equipment required for our firefighters to perform the duties that they need to do. So when we're taking a look at bunker gear, gloves, hoods, and radios, these are items that our firefighters require and utilize on a daily basis. And we can see just for personal protective equipment, there's been over a 330% increase over the course of the last 36 months on purchasing these items. I'm going to talk about what we've done in our division in relation to establishing a 5-year replacement cycle, which currently we didn't have. So we've identified items that require to be replaced because of standard or expiry over the course of the next 72 months, being 5 years. And we've actually allocated the requisite amount of funds to support the replacement of those items. So we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. That's just some of the challenges that we're facing when it comes to budget opportunities in the fire service. Another example, and I think this is a good example, is we obtained some pricing on a tanker replacement, and you'll see that in a pre-approval request to council a little bit later on in the budget. But we were given a price in May of this year and in October. So we're talking 5 months, almost 6 months later, the price increased 18%. And that's on a $1.3 million fire truck. So when we're taking a look at, trends and challenges, obviously being a challenge, not only the ability to procure the vehicle, but also costing and the increased costs associated with the required apparatus to do what we need to do. One of the big impacts to us operationally was new certification requirements set by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. By 2026, all firefighters perform certain tasks, being fire officer, incident safety officer, pump operator, whatever it may be, required mandatory certification. So over the course of between 2024 and 2026, we're required to send 100 firefighters on 114 courses to get them certified. And we're looking at approximate $125,000 cost just on getting our firefighters to meet the mandatory minimum certification requirements to carry out what they need to do. So again, these are increased costs associated with the percentage increase of personal protective equipment and vehicles and training. Right, so we look at this totality and we start looking at the impacts of our operating budget, which we'll get to. Just kind of keep this in mind of the issues that we're dealing with to maintain the minimum level of service that was established by the establishing regulating bylaw the council adopted just only several months ago. Okay. So 2024, some of our initiatives and goals. When I first started, our previous CAO made this a priority for myself, was to look into the Fire Station 2 replacement project. And we're going to talk about this when we get to capital projects. Like I said, we've been able to successfully obtain site plan approval for the construction of the Fire Station 2 replacement project at 55 Fox Road. And I'll get into some more detail about that as well. And this project is supported and is in line with the draft strategic plan for a safe, livable, and community, as well as sustainable infrastructure. It was identified within our strat plan, and it's also, we're actually able to utilize previously approved funds to get us to where we are today. Another initiative we're undertaking, you'll see this in, sorry, it's out of order what I have. The fire service mandatory training. So with our new deputy of training, they're undertaking a very progressive approach to ensuring that our firefighters obtain the minimum certification requirements as per the Ontario Fire Marshal's directive. So over the course of the next 2 years, we'll be initiate certification training program for all of our staff. You'll also see later on in the budget presentation, we'll be looking for pre-budget approval for the replacement of one of our tankers, which is 23 years old. So when we're talking about that 18% increase over 6 months, that's at $1.3 million tanker out of Station 2. We're looking for pre-budget approval, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later in the presentation. But again, it is in line with the municipal draft strat plan for a livable and safe community, as well as a fire master plan. So the fire master plan not only identified the requirement to replace Station 2, but identified apparatus that required to be replaced as per the NFPA standard. So the tanker is our next apparatus, which is required to be replaced. And that's where we're looking for pre-approval in 2025. Some of the other initiatives again, we've completed a service delivery review and our fee study. You'll see in the 2024 fees for services and charges, there have been a number of amendments to bylaw and building, some in fire, but not directly related to the fee study. And I think that's going to bring us in line. When we get to the operating budget, specifically for building, you'll see the requirement for those fees to be amended. But the implementation of a lot of these recommendations that came out of these reviews are setting us on a good path forward for 2024. So we're looking at the levy requirements for our 2024 operating budget. We're at $1.9 million. Service level changes, so you will see that there are 2 service level changes being requested, one being a fire prevention officer, and one being the supervisor of municipal law enforcement. And we'll talk about that in detail when we get to that point in the presentation. Our capital is at $325,000 on the levy, and that's going to incorporate the purchase of a new emergency response UTV, as well as the design work for Fire Station 2 replacement project. The total levy impact is $2.3 million. My eyes are getting tired, but you can see our 2024 operating budget summary, where we're at. So our total operating budget is just over $2 million, with almost $485,000 increase being almost 30%. And when we take that 30% may seem like a high number, and I'm not saying that it's not. But when we take a look at the $2 million operating cost for protective services, so that being a municipal fire service, the building department, emergency management, and municipal law enforcement, the budget is $2 million, right? We look at neighboring communities, our town to our east of us, the Protective Services Division, their budget is 3 times that amount for the same divisions. We have 3 fire halls. We have 11 apparatus. We have 74 volunteer firefighters. And when we're taking a look at the percentage increase, we take a look back in the presentation of minimum PPE requirements, training, and we're going to talk about a little bit more about operating impact and the plans we put in place to address the next 5 years for replacement. There is an increase, but it's absolutely required to maintain our level of service. And that also includes our service level changes with the inclusion of our fire prevention officer, which we'll talk about in detail, as well as our supervisor of municipal law enforcement. So unfortunately, some decreased financial resources to us are going to be approximately, and again, this is an educated estimate, it's $55,000 reduction in parking revenue due to the Walton Street construction project. And again, that's going to depend on the timing of the project. We are looking at a reduction in debenture payments being $36,000 per year due to the fact that we paid off a 2009 fire truck. So that's good news. We also are looking at a $20,000 reduction as a result of increased marquee revenue. And we take a look at some of the increased financial requirements. We've talked about some of these numbers, over $200,000 increase due to salaries and benefits for our full-time staff. And we start taking a look at the $60,000 for radios, $58,000 for vehicles and equipment repair and maintenance, $30,000 due to personal protective equipment, and $31,000 to OFM mandatory certification. What we've done is, working with the finance department, we created a 5-year procurement plan. That's never been done in the Municipal Port Hope Fire Service. We've never had that forecasting. So I think what we've done is put a lot of good work into identifying the items that are required to be replaced. Some of the examples are tires. Right? You may not think about that. Maybe some of you folks have changed over your snow tires. I had to buy some new ones and see the costs associated with passenger tires. Well, I assure you, to replace the tires on your passenger vehicle is the same cost to buy 1 tire for a fire truck. Right? Each fire truck has between 10 and 14 tires. We have 11 fire apparatus. Right? They're required to be replaced every 8 years, and historically we have not done that. Right? So that on top of the replacement of bunker gear and the replacement of radios, all these things have a shelf life. So we've established a replacement schedule, and the numbers associated with the increased financial requirement are for year one of our 5-year replacement plan for all of these items. So not included in the budget were several things. So we're talking about the increased fire prevention public education materials. There's lots of good things out there. We're going to talk about the importance of fire prevention, public education, and code enforcement being the first 2 lines of defense in a fire-safe community. Fire response being our third. So one of the items, we do have a budget line for fire prevention materials, but it's not where we like to see it. So there was a reduction there. Specialized training. So we've actually reduced, in comparison to our former establishing regulating bylaw for our fire service, we removed some of the services that we did provide, like water rescue with our boat. So we sold our boat. We just didn't have the staff capacity, training, or resources to be able to provide that. So it's one example of where we don't provide that training because we don't have the resources for that. Just like confined space, just like technical rope rescue. So these are things that we did provide, but we no longer provide because we've established that that level of service for the municipality when it comes to fire and emergency services. Another example of the operating items was our Station 1 bunker gear rack. So currently we were looking at replacing our racking system to meet our health and safety requirements and provincial standards and protocols. Currently the racking, which is where the firefighters simply hang up their gear before and after a call for service, doesn't meet the standard and is causing some issues at Station 1, but unfortunately it didn't make the budget line for 2024. So we're looking at 2 service level changes for our department, one being our fire prevention officer, which was a request in our 2023 budget. I didn't make it. And a supervisor of municipal law enforcement and licensing. That's a new service level change. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But the total for both of these service level changes for 2024 is just over $157,000. So talking about our fire prevention officer, the 2024 impact would be just over $85,000. This was a position that was identified and recommended in the fire master plan, which was approved by council in 2022. Like I said, the first 2 lines of defense in any fire safe community is public education and code enforcement, which is a result of fire prevention work. Right now, we have 1 individual per municipality who performs fire prevention work. We're looking to expand to 2. Towns such as Cobourg have 2 individuals who perform this work. We're looking to follow that model. This individual would provide public education, code enforcement. We'd be looking at establishing a municipal fire prevention policy with mandated inspections of municipal buildings to ensure they're fire safe and compliant with the Ontario Fire Code, which unfortunately due to capacity we're not doing. It would also allow for capacity for a more comprehensive community fire safe program, which we just don't have the ability to do with 1 person. That person is not only responsible for public education and code enforcement, also responsible for the investigation of fires, and also plans review to assist our planning department when it comes to fire code and building code compliance related to fire safety matters. So this is a service level change that we see is absolutely critical to fire life safety to our municipality. It's something we looked for last year. We are sorely undersourced when it comes to capacity to perform fire prevention work with our current individual who's been tasked with this. And this would be a great asset not only to our fire service but to our community. We look at our second service level change, and this is a new position. I don't think you've seen this before, but this is as a result of our service review that we conducted within our municipal law enforcement and building divisions, identified the need for a supervisor for municipal law enforcement. And we take a look at some of the numbers that we went over in relation to bylaw inspections and complaints, parking complaints, bylaw complaints, servicing, COIN the work is increasing, and the complexity of the investigations is only getting more and more and more, and the demand of our 2 staff is getting more and more. Right now, our 2 bylaw officers report directly to our chief building official, who is right at capacity when it comes to dealing with building code issues. Having an individual who has expertise to oversee our municipal law enforcement division would provide the ability to actually review some of our outdated bylaws that we have, to be able to bring them up today's standard, which is one of the recommendations in our service delivery review. One of the aspects we'd be looking at as well with the establishment of this service level change is to actually take licensing, take that portfolio from corporate services. Because right now, our bylaw officers, we enforce licensing, but the administration of licensing is done through customer service, corporate services. So we've identified an area of efficiency where if we undertook the administration of licensing as well as the enforcement through the implementation of a supervisor of municipal law enforcement, that would provide a benefit to our ratepayers. We'd also see an increase in revenue. Obviously, we have another full-time position of an individual who not only being the administration of bylaw enforcement matters and licensing, but they'd be out there issuing tickets and increasing revenue as well. So we actually see that impact as well. So that's a very basic summary of our supervisor of municipal law enforcement. It's something that I think when we see some of the contentious issues that come to council, a lot of them are directly related to bylaw and or building. And I think this additional resource, staffing resource, is much needed to better provide the services that our residents deserve here in Port Hope. One of the service level changes that I did recommend, but it didn't make it over the line, was implementation of a fire service day crew program. So just for your knowledge, Cobourg Fire Department is a composite fire service. So they have full-time firefighters who work out of their one fire station that they have, as well as volunteers. Hamilton Township is the one who actually implemented this program locally within our county. They offer volunteer firefighter hours to firefighters to man one of the fire stations from Monday to Friday from 9 to 5. And that's because it's so difficult to actually get volunteer firefighters to respond during that time, because the majority of them are at work at their normal places of employment. This is something we'll be looking at implementing in 2025, I hope. It didn't make the line in 2024, but we are seeing, as a result of the increased calls for service for emergency services, as well as demand on our volunteer firefighters. We have 2 carry forward projects. One being Fire Station 2 project, and that was $150,000 that was dedicated to studies associated with the site plan. So I was, again, able to obtain our site plan approval with only utilizing $87,000 of that $150,000. So I think we have one more study to do, being geotechnical, which may be in the ballpark from the consultant, around $12,000. So we'll be well under the $150,000 budget line, which is good. In relation to the additional water reservoir, so those are dry hydrants in Ward 2. We're working with the GRCA, with the engineering and our fire service to identify the location and actually build and install our dry hydrants in Ward 2 to provide that additional water supply to those residents. So that hopefully will be done in the next 3 to 6 months. So those are the 2 carry forward projects. So I think this is the first 2 capital projects that you've seen in the budget so far. First is Fire Station 2. Now, we're not going to get Fire Station 2 for $500,000. I apologize. That is simply for the detailed design for Fire Station 2. So we have the initial design work completed. This is for the detailed construction design. So this is for electrical, mechanical, engineering. This is to actually bring it right to the point of construction. And based on cost estimate from our designer, it'd be approximately $500,000. And we'll take a look at the funding strategy for that in the next upcoming slides. Secondly, is an item that was put forward in 2023 that didn't make the cut, was our UTV emergency response vehicle. Let me talk about here. So I don't think there's a slide on the UTV, but I don't think there is, but I'll talk about it. So the UTV, we currently have a UTV, and I think you heard me talk about this last year out of Station 3 that is just not conducive to emergency response. Not only is it outdated, it's not the right vehicle for the job when it was purchased. Somewhat like identifying the boat that we were able to surplus. Our UTV, we'd be looking at keeping it within the municipality that we currently have, and either using it for parks or roads inspections. Because really that's what it's for. It's not an emergency response vehicle. We'd be looking for this vehicle to be equipped with tracks, because right now we don't have the capacity to respond to an emergency event in the winter. So if we have a call for service in the Ganaraska Forest where we have a hiker, a snowshoer, snowmobiler trapped, our staff either have to use their own personal snowmobiles or walk to the response, because our UTV is incapable of navigating those conditions. Currently, several weeks ago, we had a call for service. Unfortunately, our UTV, again, just couldn't make it through the terrain of the Ganaraska Forest. So we had to call upon Cabin Monaghan to deploy their UTV, and they were able to perform that rescue for us, right? So something we've identified, I think it's of great need to our residents, especially in Ward 2. I talked to the police chief, and I think there's some capacity as well for some joint use with the Port Hope Police Service as well as the OPP when it comes to this. So I think that not specifically for funding, but there may be instances throughout the year where we can be of assistance to those services when it comes to emergency response. So we're going to talk about our Station 2 project. I think I've kind of covered it off. You've heard me talk about it since you've started for the last 18 months. This has been something that was put on my plate. The expense you're going to see is directly related to the detailed design work for the replacement project to be constructed at 55 Fox Road. Is identified in the fire master plan, and you've heard me talk about the requirements for the replacement of Station 2. Over the last 30 days, we've seen Station 2 have some serious issues. We've had extended periods of time where our fire station has had no power, has had no water, has had no heat, has had no washrooms. We've had portable toilets in the parking lot of Station 2. And you can imagine when we're asking our firefighters to respond to emergency calls for service and not having the ability to come back and decontaminate, wash their hands, wash their gear. We've been able to manage thus far, but we're running out of duct tape, and Station 2 needs to be replaced. So we're taking a look at the capital projects. Again, the UTV Station 2 design, total capital expenditure being $575,000, utilizing $250,000 from the fire service development charges. So on the levy, an impact of $325,000. You heard me talk briefly about the replacement and pre-budget approval ask for 2025 for the replacement of our tanker for $1.3 million. So we'll be looking at replacing a tanker 2002. So in 2025, it will be 23 years old. NFPA standards say that 15 years is the lifespan for a first response vehicle, 20 years being the lifespan for a backup vehicle. So in 2025, when this gets replaced, we're already going to be at almost 23 years of age. We'll be looking at upgrading this tanker from 2,500-gallon tanker to a 3,000-gallon tanker. I don't think I need to explain why it's important to have more water at a fire. We actually just went through our tanker shuttle accreditation, and we could see the benefits of having an extra 500 gallons at a fire during fire suppression activities in our rural sector. So that's we'll be looking at pre-budget approval for that in 2025. Some of the items that did not make the cut for 2024 were 2 pickup trucks. So that's for the replacement of a fire prevention Dodge Caravan, and also for a replacement of a Dodge Journey that's being utilized by our fire service, our deputy chief. So we'll be looking at potential replacements in 2025. Also looking for the bunker gear replacement in Station 1, didn't make the cut, and our combi tool replacement, which would be basically transitioning from gas-powered to electric-powered rescue tools to perform auto extraction work. Okay, so those are some of the items that did not make it. So overall in the levy, when we take a look at operating, just over $1.9 million, our service level changes being $157,000 for our two positions we're asking. Capital levy impact $325 for the UTV and for the design for Station 2, the detailed design for Station 2, with a total levy impact of just over $2.3 million. Any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Councillor Adam.
Thank you. So thank you for all that. Appreciate it. I got a few quick little questions. Well, maybe not that quick. First off, the UTV. Can we? I believe last year when you were pitching it, you were talking about renting it out to other services to recoup some of the costs off that. Is that a thing?
I don't remember speaking about renting it out to someone. What I did mention was I think you were speaking about utilizing it to respond to calls for service involving Ministry of Transportation and recuperating costs. So example, if we Cranby Township utilized their UTV to respond on the highway, so we could recuperate costs for hours of use in a Ministry of Transportation emergency response. So that would be some cost recovery there.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Renting it, using it for other
Yes.
services. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Now I got a couple of questions about one specific question about the bylaw supervisor. You answered one of them saying that they will be on the road, so they will be collecting. Would there also be a change in their scheduling to allow it for the weekend, so that we could also enforce parking bylaws and such throughout the weekend to again recoup more costs?
Absolutely. So that would be a part of, again, without getting into every detail of the position, that's something that was incorporated in the service level request, is the ability to actually look at scheduling changes, to have the capacity to have staff work at nights, work on the weekends, to attend functions not on overtime. So we have the additional staff capacity to perform work just like you mentioned. So
Perfect. Just a couple more. Sorry, guys. I'll go as quick as I can. The pumper, how often is it used?
the tanker,
Yeah, or tanker, yeah.
I'd have to get to throw a number out there. It would
Okay,
be, so
okay.
if any structure fire, it would respond to,
Everyone. Okay.
right?
Okay.
So, and it's our main source of water. So it'd be full of 3,000 gallons of water, be used to shuttle water back and forth, especially in firefighting operations in our rural sector where we don't have access to hydrants, right? So any structure fire, that tanker would respond.
Okay, great. And then one big thing is the $500,000 design cost. That's a lot of money for a design of any type of building. Is that really a thing? $500,000? Sorry, it's a lot of money for a design of anything.
No, for sure. So that's a good question. And again, that we have the general design, we have the general layout, we have the concept drawing. So that's not what we're talking about. We've already funded that and we have those. What we're talking about is the detailed construction designs. We're talking about electrical, mechanical, engineering, all those aspects to be able to bring it right to construction. So that $500,000 would provide us the design that we need to actually put it out for tender and construct the building. And that's based on solely from our consultants. It's a percentage of the overall construction cost. It's not very difficult math. And again, that is an approximation, but I think it's a very safe number that was provided based on best practices.
Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So just to follow up on that question, the design itself, do we select who's going to do that, or does that go out to bid for those detailed designs?
We would put it out. We put it out to tender and see who would we get back on it. We have been currently utilizing the designer who did the work for the police station. So obviously there has been cost savings. You can see we already came in at half the budget to get us to site plan approval because we've been using the designers who originally constructed the police station. And the fire aspect of it that wasn't incorporated. So we have seen substantial cost savings of using them. So we may potentially continue to use them, but we would definitely put that out.
Perfect. And then just a second question is for the parking, have we considered putting meter boxes out at those two parking lots as well as the Cavan one, and highlighting this one over here as a free parking lot? Because I see cars in those ones particular that are there all the time, 24/7, always there. You can never find a spot there. And this one here, it's always empty, and I don't know if people know, and I'm not talking about repaving and making it
Sure.
beautiful, but just putting an awareness that you can park there for free and then charging here at these three lots here.
No, that's a great point, and that would be one of the parking bylaw would be one of many that would having that position would give us the capacity to update and review, and it does need to be updated and review. We work in conjunction with our friends in the roads department because it's their bylaw. They administer it, we enforce it, right? So kind of like zoning, they administer zoning, we enforce it, right? So that's one thing we would be looking at, and having that supervisory position, be able to review and update bylaws would be of great assistance, and that would be one of many. You've only named a few of them that we'd be looking at updating.
Because I know in the past we've talked about having more costly consultations for parking, and sure, that might be great, but I mean, just putting a box in those parking lots, a meter box, it's not asking for a costly review. It's just, even if it's trial and error,
Yeah.
see how it works.
Just for all we would have to do is we'd have to review our parking bylaw and make sure our bylaw is in line with what we're looking for. So,
Marilyn?
Thank you for that. I have a couple questions. One is, I think I was the lone person that said yes to the fire prevention officer last year. So let me just ask you, how did we do actually on the prevalence of our fires in this last year? Yeah, how many incidents did we have as compared to the previous year?
we've had an increase in emergency response calls for service over 10 months. We're over 600, which is over 2022's numbers. To get you actually fire numbers, I don't have that data with me today, but I can definitely get it to you. But we have seen increased calls for service. Now, again, that's all calls for service being motor vehicle collisions, medicals, and fires. When we're taking a look specifically about public education and code enforcement, realistically, we are performing the minimum required by legislation inspections for our vulnerable occupancies and complaint and request inspections. That's what we're able to do right now. And unfortunately, we're weeks behind when it comes to request inspections just because of staff capacity. So
I have a follow-up question. If we don't have an officer this year, if we don't approve one, are we setting ourselves up for any kind of liability?
I believe that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, is what they say. And again, when we take a look at the three lines of defense, so this is the bar that's been established by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office, my former employer. They've identified the importance to put the resources into the first two lines of defense, being code enforcement, inspection, and public education. If we can properly and adequately educate our residents about the dangers associated with fires and other safety issues, and if we can ensure code enforcement buildings are being maintained as required, we can keep our residents safe. And right now, we are not performing. There are businesses, many businesses, there are residents, there are many buildings in this municipality that have not been inspected in many years or never. And that when we're talking about things that keep me up at night, that's one of them.
And just one last question, and that's about the design cost. What would be the downside of splitting the project over a couple of years, e.g., starting it maybe in the last quarter or of 2024 and pushing it off so that there's a division of cost. And I'm only saying this because this is a very difficult budget. There's lots in front of us. We have a lot of uncertainties about Walton Street as well. And I'm just wondering what would be the downside of that?
So I think in the last 18 months or 12 months, you've heard me speak about the replacement and the requirements to replace Station 2. We've done all the public consultation work. We've got our site plan, and we're at a position now where if you take a look at the last report to council I brought forward was that I'd actually be asking for the budget to construct it in 2024. We're not there. I'm actually putting this project a year behind schedule that I was anticipated and looking at. I was hopefully that we'd be able to break ground in 2024. It doesn't look like that based on our budgetary constraints. So what we're looking at is can we carry out the design work in 2024 over the course of the year, be in a position that in 2025 we can then undertake the initiation of construction of the project. So to spread out that design work beyond a year, we're going to have effects on potentially even our site plan. We're going to have to maybe do additional studies. We're going to have cost implications. We've seen the increased costs associated with this project. In 2014, when the police station was constructed, when the fire hall didn't go forward, again, we could have built the fire hall for less than $2 million. Now it's costing us 10. If we wait another 2 years, that 10, I assure you, will be a greater number. So putting it off, can we put the design work off? We can, but the implications will be that. But I think specifically, if I talk about the last 30 days, about the status of Station 2, there may be a point where we have to close Station 2. And we were at that point in the past 2 weeks.
Just a quick follow-up. I'm just suggesting that we split the cost. If you're talking about ideally wanting to get shovels in the ground in 2025, it shouldn't affect it too much in terms of timelines.
So again,
It would straddle two budgets, right?
and we're talking about just spreading the design aspect of it over. I think that's something that we could look at. I'd obviously have to, the point that Director Baxter raises. The requirement for the detailed design allows us to put it to RFP to actually construct. So if we're spreading that over 2 years, then it just delays the RFP process and delays the construction process. So we wouldn't be able to put it out for tender until it was complete. So it's just going to be a substantial, it's just going to be carry on that delay, right? So I see what you're saying about spreading that costing over, and that when it came to the construction of 2025 and 2026, I think you'd see the construction costs spread over the course of 2 budget years. But when it came to design, I think, if we got approval to carry out the design work over the next 12 months, it'd put us in a position in 2025 to put it out for tender.
Thank you. So just a follow-up question regarding the fire prevention officer. Is there any bandwidth for that person to do sort of a vulnerable wellness check? There's, being on the accessibility committee, there's more and more demand for sort of checkups and that type of thing on people who are aging in place, and they're becoming more and more vulnerable, especially in the rural areas, and seeing those houses become more and more in a deteriorating state and stuff. There's no ability to check in on them. There's no one. Would this position offer that service?
That's a great example of the type of work that we like to do and that we need to do, not only in the rural sector but in the urban sector. We have residents that are reaching out either through family members, and either we don't have the capacity to respond right away, or we're not publicizing that service because we just don't have the means to fulfill it. And with this additional staff person, that's a great example of the additional services we could provide our residents. So.
I have a couple questions. Who's doing fire prevention right now?
Our deputy of fire prevention.
So we do have somebody that's doing
We have
fire prevention.
We have that's the one individual we have, correct?
I know we could always use more, but we do have somebody doing that. The other thing is that $55,000 is coming out of parking revenue anticipated next year.
Depending for the impact of Walton.
Uh,
That's right.
Whenever
Yes,
Walton
yeah.
occurs. So are we premature in having a supervisor of municipal bylaw at this time with decreasing revenues? I think that hand in glove with the municipal bylaw enforcement, we should beef up our parking plan and dust off the plan that was created a couple of years ago and implement what we can in and around Walton Street, and to Councillor Mink's thought about here, and jump the prices of parking, because it's the best bargain in the county right now. We're really underpriced for parking, so I would suggest that. And yeah, those are the 2 points I had. And see you there, Deputy Mayor.
I've got two questions for you, Director. The first one, and sorry for being the meter questions, but I do have one more about it. Mine's a bit more pointed about it. Is there a plan in place to expand the hotspots program and make the coin meters redundant at some point? Like, is that in play? And do we have, a schedule of when we would no longer see coin meters in the municipality?
Right. Sorry. So through the chair. So right now, our coin revenue actually exceeds our hotspot by threefold. So we do see significant more coin than we do hotspot users. I think when we take a look at the updating of our parking bylaw and looking at our strategy, like Councillor Andrews suggested, that would incorporate utilizing hotspot in more areas.
Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that we will have coin revenue as long as we have coin meters. And so then if the hotspots were the only option, then does that save us on labor and so on, because the hotspots are going to do anything? I guess is where I was heading on that. The other question I have is, you had said in Fire Station 2 that there's been power, heat, water, washroom problems. What have you done to address that, and what cost has been associated when those things happen?
Sure. So I can speak over the last 30 days. We've had door failure. So one of our doors actually failed and struck one of our fire trucks. So we have an estimate out to the repair of our truck and actually the door. So we don't know that estimate right now. Our water team has been excellent. Our dug well actually came back as contaminated, unfortunately, due to the proximity to the cow pasture. So we had to replace the UV system. We had to chlorinate the entire system over the course of 2 weeks to ensure safe drinking water. So I haven't received the invoices for all of that work. That's actually burnt out some of the well pumps as well at that location. So I'm waiting for the invoices from the electricians to replace a disconnect and replace a water pump. So I don't have the numbers for it. But when we're taking a look at the impacts, the cost impacts, really, in my personal opinion, are minimal in comparison to the fact that we have a fire station that has no water, power, heat, or the ability for firefighters to decontaminate, wash, or use a washroom. And that's a problem. So.
Picking up on Councillor Todd's question about the parking meters, we're about to redo our main street, and given that this is an investment that's supposed to last us, many decades into the future, and coin, surely those are on their way out. Is there any potential in extending hotspot, or just going with hotspot on Walton Street so that we're not installing outdated infrastructure in our new infrastructure?
So I don't believe, again, I'd have to look at Director Davidson. I don't believe that the construction of Walton Street would require the removal of the parking meters. It would. So that would definitely be part of the conversation we'd have, is, looking at implementing hotspot throughout that downtown core, and maybe the removal of those meters that are not cheap to maintain or replace. So it's something we would be looking at. And again, kind of to reiterate it, the importance of additional human resource to oversee that transition, to oversee the bylaw reviews, to see the implementation of that. Right now, we have 2 bylaw officers who are doing everything, and I don't think it's feasible to ask them to update and review and implement those parking changes on their own.
One of the elements of the parking study was that we would go to overnight parking permits so that people on Walton Street that live on the second story and are trying to get into the Gavin Street lot and get ticketed on a regular basis would prevent that. The same could be used elsewhere in town to generate some revenue without expensive parking meters, etc. Mayor Letta?
Just one last question, and that is the 500,000. Does that actually include procurement and construction tender preparation? Would that design include those elements?
I apologize, I have to refer to the documents. I believe that it does, but I don't want to say definitively that quote for $500,000 is including that work. I believe that it is, though.
And you could get back to us on Thursday on that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, any further questions? Something to think about for Thursday. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, we're certainly prepared to continue. I do just want to point out that it's now 4:20. I can provide a little bit of an update just on a few changes from what our original documents had identified. And then outside of that, I just want to make sure that council or committee members have time to identify if there's any asks for Thursday. And also, I just want to make sure I understand that the mayor, for a very great reason, is not going to be able to be with us on Thursday, but that she has the opportunity to provide any comments to committee as well. So she said we're in a position we can continue on, but I am mindful that it's 4:20. So suggest that maybe.
So would it be appropriate if we went till 5:30? I'm prepared to go all night, but whatever you want to do, because we have works in engineering and parks and corporate facilities to go through at some point in time.
I'm going to have to leave at 5. Or else I'm not going to get on my flight.
Okay, so is 5 o'clock okay with everybody? Councilor Clare?
Would it be possible for us to make sure that the mayor has an opportunity to ask all her questions, but then the rest of us maybe could carry on? Because I imagine we are going to have some things to send back to refer back to staff in advance of Thursday from these other departments as well.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Is Councilor Mink, Councilor Adam? Okay. All right, so you leave when you have to leave. And
No.
what would you like to prioritize in terms of presentation?
Works in engineering for me, please. And I believe we talked about that.
Certainly. So we can,
Yeah.
we can start works in engineering if you'd like. For the rest of the content, we have all day Thursday, right? So really, if that's what you'd like us to move to, we can certainly do that at this time.
So Adam?
Before we begin with the works in engineering, I do have to declare pecuniary interest with the Walton Street, so I'll be zipping out.
Yeah. So so I just don't miss.
You give us a hands up when you're going to go into Walton Street. Okay.
I've just been told that it's not possible to do works in engineering within 40 minutes. So
Yeah.
well, my intention is to be present on Thursday, virtually. So I'll have an opportunity to ask questions. I'm only going to miss the first segment in the morning.
How would you like to proceed? Can we, would you like to start works and engineering?
I will take whatever suggestion is being made of where we should go from here.
So, I mean, I just generally say we're at 4:30 now. The good part about, this is it's been a lot of questions at the end of each section, which is great because I do think it's much better to address it now than hold on to everything and then bring it all up on Thursday. But we just spent almost an hour just on protective services. And as we know, works in engineering, it was not going to be shorter, right? So, I'm just thinking it like realistically, I would think it's going to be past 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock, and then you're going to have some requests. So, given that we originally planned to go till about 4 and we're at 4:30, that's why really my suggestion, unless there's some like a specific, aspect that we wanted to, slide or something we wanted to include on that we just, carry on Thursday. But if there are asks right now, any feedback from the committee, that can be provided. Maybe while you think on that, for a moment. So I will just note, so committee has made at this point one change, which is the inclusion of $225,000 for the sub-watershed plan. There were, I made reference earlier, so there were 3 adjustments that we had identified since we put out the media release, and we wanted to keep all the material, all the messaging consistent. So, when we pick up and start on Thursday, we'll be including, so there was, in addition to the regular GRCA levy, there's also then a capital component. It's not clear on the letter how the numbers add up. So we have now added in the capital component for the GRCA, which was 88,000, and then some animal control costs of 39,000, and then reduced Heritage Port Hope. So there was one committee that still had some funding in underneath there. So there was a slight amount that needed to be added to the planning department, but the net impact is a small reduction. So generally, right, our now average residential property tax increase is now 7.9%. So I just want, just so we know going into Thursday, as I said, like I don't want any surprises when we start Thursday and going through the day. So, given the adjustments, that's what we're looking at as of right now. And Mr. Chair, I just ask if there's any asks from the committee that there be a general consensus. I'm just mindful we've got one day and I don't want, 3 from, a council member and then move on to the next council member and, we don't know where to start tomorrow. But, if there's a majority of the committee that would like us to do our best to look into something tomorrow that we haven't received already in advance, now is the better time than Thursday to receive that. And then just any other general comments or questions that will help you as you're, thinking about this on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, we'll just pick back up. The good thing is we've already moved through community grants and donations. And we have lots of time, on Thursday to continue going through the budget, especially because we're asking all the questions as we're going. So I think we're doing well, and we'll just continue on that part. But at this point, anything that puts us in a good spot for starting Thursday would be excellent from committee, please.
So we will take anything you want to consider. Go ahead.
I'm wondering whether there might be a possibility of switching around the order of presentations the next day, because I would like to be able to hear the discussion around works in engineering, parks and recreation.
Well, we could ask the police and the library to present first, and then by then that would probably be 11:30 our time, and works in engineering could follow. And if we needed a placeholder, we could do corporate facilities until you came online.
It wouldn't have to be a very long delay because I'll be 2 hours ahead. So
Okay, Councilor Claire.
I have concerns about leaving much of this for Thursday because I think, when I think back to last year, it felt rushed at the end in terms of some of our deliberations and decisions. And I know there was at least one decision that we ended up spending a lot of time on over the next many number of months because we weren't all totally sure what it is we had decided exactly. And so I'm concerned about pushing presentations into Thursday and not giving us enough time for deliberation on some of the proposed amendments that council's going to be making. I have a couple of things to your question about things that staff would have to look into and potentially come back with some updated slides or whatever for Thursday, but I'm not sure it makes sense to ask those prior to hearing from the director presenting those items. So, I mean, I again would like to propose that we stick it out a little bit longer today so that we're making sure we're not crunching the actual decision-making time on Thursday afternoon.
One thing that slowed us up last year was the community grants. We spent an awful long time on that, and we sort of cleared that part out. So we have a little leeway there, but absolutely, if you want to continue on, for those that can stay, stay.
So from my experiences last year, yes, it was very tiring by the end of day 2, but there's been other years where we were done really quickly on the second day. So I don't know. I guess if we make it known now, as Director Baxter has suggested, that will help. I appreciate the mayor's wanting to log in from abroad, but my concern is if you cannot, if there's a glitch and you can't, what is plan B? Is there any topic right now that you really want to weigh in on? Because do we know whether to go forward or do we wait for your return if you cannot log in?
I will make sure that I am online and listening one way or another. I will find the means to do that.
Well, that's clear as mud.
So again, we're happy to continue. I know the mayor needs to depart, but if she's, fine on that part, is that we can move on at this point, or we can end. We have asked the police and library to start on Thursday. That way their staff aren't, sitting waiting till 11 o'clock or whatever else. And also just to make sure that we did have this time, right now. Last year they were each 15 minutes. So yeah, that could be 30 minutes. But I mean, I'm still happy. We have non-departmental. We have a quick summary of the community grants and donations. And I believe we're in a position. There was one you asked for more information on. I believe Cassidy has that now and can send that out. I think tomorrow morning you can take a quick look at that, and then that way we can just kind of quickly, wrap that up on Thursday as well. I don't expect that would be a long, decision point. So there are a few, things that we can cover before we even get into PRC and into works and engineering. So I agree. We've had years where it's before lunch and we're like, okay, like it feels a little weird, but we're good. And then last year, I think we made some big changes last year when you really think about adding another $500,000 in for capital, and you were brand new, and didn't understand, I think, some of the realities, lots of new ideas. And all that's, completely understandable. I just think we're in a bit of a different spot this year. I think, we've posted the slides, the detail. At this point, I've hoped you've touched base with anything that's coming up with with the directors already anyway. So, Claire, to your point about you've got a few things you want to raise, I don't know whether they are notices of motion that should have come forward, to be considered previously, or whether they're small things we can address now. But I'd say without delay is probably better, unless you think they're just going to go away. But that will help us move through, Thursday. And then I do have a quick update through Director Williams that the 500,000 does include the tender preparation and will get us right to the construction point. So one last update for Thursday. Thank you, Jason. Anyways, I leave you with that. I think Claire's considering her next part. And then, Mr. Chair, if there's no other direction, we just need to know whether we're recessing or moving on to the next section.
Go ahead. Did you have? Well, what I was going to say is that, first of all, this isn't limited to a 2-day session necessarily. So If we don't get everything done on Thursday, we can either call a special meeting or we can delay whatever we have to do to get it right. So, I'm not too hung up on the time constraints.
Okay, I have two items, and I apologize, I did not submit them to the clerk in advance for wording on potential motion. I've been sick with COVID since the agenda, since the materials were published, but I have spoken to the director, and they're both works in engineering. So my question is, do you want me to raise them now so that just in case there's staff work that would need to be done investigating them further, or do I wait until Thursday after we've talked about the works in engineering department budget?
If you've had that discussion, you could raise them now if you like.
Okay. The first is a service level change that did not make the cut for this year that I would like to propose we reconsider. And that is the service level increase for the position of a mechanic, a second mechanic to work out of the JOC. If you look at the budget, it's proposed at 91,000 annualized. It would also require us to make, I think it's the $15,000 investment into the additional hoist so that two mechanics could be working simultaneously in the work bay. And what this would do is it would offset a lot of the overspending that we're doing in budget lines 6301 and 6302, which is when we are outsourcing repair and maintenance of our fleet, which includes not just works in engineering, but also transit and also parks and rec when we have the time to support them. And across all budget lines in this year so far, we've gone over budget by just over $150,000 in repair and maintenance to our fleet, which could be largely offset by having another on-site mechanic, like an in-house mechanic, who could be doing those repairs for cheaper than the labor costs that we're paying when we're outsourcing to garages. My understanding through talking to Director Davidson and the roads managers as well, and some of the crew, is that it also would allow us to do a much better job of preventative maintenance, and which is important for asset management and potentially extend the life cycle of these municipal assets, and also reduce the downtime, because when we have to outsource to garages, we are lining up behind whoever else is lined up for service at that time, which means we have things like snow plows that are out of commission for longer than they would need to be if we could just get them into our work bay with a second mechanic on site. So I'd like for us to reconsider that service level change.
6301 and 6302 are nominal amounts of about $9,000.
You have to look at the rural roads budget. You have to look at the urban roads budget. You have to look under planning and development for the transit budget for those lines, as well as the PRC budget line. Those are
you gave us
cross-cutting.
two lines to work with, so
So
could
it's
you
the same-
expand on that?
Yeah, it's the same budget line, but it appears across different departments because different departments have vehicle repair and maintenance.
I see.
But
Okay.
if you combine the overages in 2023 for that budget line across all those departments, it's about $150,000 over budget. So that, that's just the over budget portion as opposed to the total budget. So there may in fact even be more savings there.
Okay, I'd have to have a look at that because
I think I agree that it could potentially save us a lot. Is there any way that we could get an estimate of what the savings would be that we could then reduce off the budget so we have a general idea of what we'd be looking at? Because obviously the amount that's increasing would be offset by something else, right?
Yes, so that is the reason it has fallen below the line, because we have not completed that analysis yet. There are labor costs and part costs, and we have not been able to split that out yet. So the cost for parts does not change, but the labor cost would be a significant savings.
Claire?
Yeah, and in the discussion I had with Director Davidson, it was pointed out that the reason, partly it was below the line because the fleet study is not yet come to council. But my understanding is that that's coming to council early in the new year, and that we already know what it's going to say. It's certainly not going to say do less preventative maintenance on your municipal assets. So we could be in a situation of reviewing a report in January that says, hey, you really need to do more maintenance and make sure that you're maintaining your fleet better. And we will have passed a budget that undermines our ability to do that.
I'm all about cost savings, but I do have a question. And how does this potentially coordinate or dovetail with some of the movement that the county is making on strengthening its GOC and some of its, they want to be consolidating places where equipment can be maintained and repaired. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for some coordination there as well.
Having considered a proposal with the county, we are struggling with our own stuff.
And I'm just wondering, because it's in early stages at the county for this discussion, for the similar kinds of reasons of how do those kinds of roll into the day, those kinds of costs, how can they actually be reduced through a little bit more of a focused approach to maintenance and repair that would consolidate those efforts? So I'm just raising it just as a question.
I think everybody's scrambling to look at those budget lines. I have the amounts from each of them that I can share if you'd like. So if you look at, I need my glasses. Just with the rural and urban roads, it's about 125,000 overage on those two budget lines. 40,000 over on the transit budget line, and 15,000 over for I think for the PRC. I have that right. That's just overages.
Say a portion of that is parts, et cetera. Okay. I think that's.
So are we making a decision right now, or are we asking staff to come back with some of that information for us? Is that what we're asking?
Yes, we are
Okay.
asking that.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we haven't even, it's not a new, like, that request to follow up certainly is helpful before Thursday, because Jeanette won't be able to, I'm not sure Jeanette's going to be able to do it now, but she's not going to be able to do it within, during lunch on Thursday. So I think it's at least helpful for the awareness. Ultimately, I mean, I think in this case, this is something that was included in the budget package, even if it's not included in the proposal. So I think it would make sense, whether the decision is to add it or not is really up to committee, but I would suggest that it makes sense to wait until Thursday, have the director be able to actually present, on that topic, talk about, their own prioritization before, committee make it a decision going forward. But I certainly appreciate, and I'm sure Jeanette appreciates the, awareness of that item. So, thank you.
Well, I think what would happen is that it wouldn't be a net increase of the 90,000 of the employee. It would be less what we're forecasting for, or budgeting for expense for 2024. So we take that out and add this back in, and what's the net effect?
Potentially, it also sounds to me like there's a backlog. So I also think that there isn't, there might not necessarily be a whole lot of a savings to offset. It might just be that we're getting more done, which does have a longer term benefit. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know that we're going to know.
Well, rather than guess,
in 2 days
Jeanette,
what that reduction is. But at the end of the day, there's still a decision about, is moving in that direction of having additional mechanic doing more maintenance and preventative maintenance. Is that the direction we want to head? Right. So.
Okay, good point. Anything else? Councillor Adam?
I'm still slightly confused. If it's got such a potential for savings, why did it not make the line then? I don't really understand why it didn't.
Primarily because our fleet strategy is not yet finished. It is planned to be brought forward early in the new year, so it's close, but it is not ready yet.
Anything else that anybody wants to bring up for consideration? For the staff to consider? Councillor Clare?
Just on that, when we're looking at a decision on something like this on Thursday, if the reason is, well, let's make sure that the fleet strategy says that it's going to say what we think it's going to say, is it possible in these sorts of decisions to have, budget approval pending, presentation of fleet strategy or something?
I mean, certainly, I'd like to not add a lot of complexity to the budget, but it's also, and it's not ideal either, but it's also possible that we get a fleet strategy. We see what that looks like, and we potentially add, a mechanic, upon review of the fleet strategy, right? It would be a pre-budget add for the following year's, budget. But, again, it comes down to $50 million budget, right? It's less than $100,000 position. So, we can't throw a whole bunch of things in that basket and just say, oh, it's no big deal, but on one, do we have to decide in December, or, could we decide in February? Yeah, I think we certainly could.
Okay. Well, maybe this is a good time to call timeout. Unless anybody has any objection. So,
Mr. Chair, could we have a motion to adjourn and reconvene on Thursday?
I did have a second one. But I'm looking at you. I don't know. I didn't speak to it because I wasn't sure if it would change. And I don't know that you would be doing anything between now and Thursday on this one. But the second one is about the pedestrian bridge at Barrett Street.
I'd suggest that wait till Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one that we have to discuss. Yeah. Okay. All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Councillor Adam, Deputy Mayor Todd, all those in favor? We're adjourned. See you Thursday, same time, 9 o'clock.